Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes Rogue Red Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everyone in the audience cheered after Nod Gamagin announced that the Gremry Peerage had won the rating game against Sairaorg and his Peerage. Issei walked up and took the microphone from Nod's hand, beginning to speak. Issei, I'm leaving the ORC and I will no longer assist the factions with the Gremry Peerage. Thank you. What? Shouted someone from the audience. Rias and her Peerage were stunned by his words as he continued to hold the microphone. Surzex and Azazel were equally shocked, while Odin, Yasaka, and others struggled to comprehend what they had just heard. Sona and her Peerage, who had been watching the match, were also taken aback by Issei's announcement. Sairaorg and his Peerage stood frozen, sensing something was amiss. Issei, this is my final moment with the Gremry Peerage. Consider this my retirement. Also, he dropped 9 pawn pieces from his hand, and they landed on the ground. Rias gasped at the sight of her pawn pieces scattered before her. Rias, why did you do that? You'll regret it. Those are parts of your soul. Issei, not anymore. Draig used the last of his energy to reincarnate me as a humanoid dragon during my fight with Sairaorg. This is goodbye. And one more thing. He looked at Rias. Next time you allow a fallen angel to trespass in your territory, be sure to keep an eye on them to prevent any harm to humans. With that, he used teleportation magic to vanish back to the human realm. The audience was left in stunned silence. Surzex teleported in front of Rias, his expression serious. What did he mean by that? Surzex asked, concern etched on his face. Rias, oh boy. She felt a wave of fear. To be continued. The next day, news of Issei's departure from the ORC spread rapidly. The kids were heartbroken to learn that the Issei Dragon show had been cancelled following Issei's retirement. Rias confided in Surzex about her actions on the day Issei was killed and reincarnated as a devil. He was furious with her for allowing a fallen angel to trespass in her territory before the peace conference between the 3 factions. However, he calmed down and instructed her Peerage to keep a close watch on her as he scheduled a meeting. When Issei's parents found out, they rushed home from work to the Hyudu residence, where they encountered Rias and her Peerage, who had arrived before them. They opened the gates and hurried to Issei's room, only to find it empty. Issei had already moved out. Son of a... Gora Hyudu shouted in frustration. Miki Hyudu entered the room and saw her husband holding cut-up credit cards. What happened? Miki asked. Our son took all the money from our credit cards. Goru exclaimed. Miki, what? All of our money is gone. Goru shouted, throwing the cut-up credit cards onto the floor. Miki, wait until I get my hands on. Before she could finish, police officers burst in, guns drawn, instructing them to get down. Mr. and Mrs. Hayu, you are under arrest for fraud, a female officer stated, placing HNDCFFS on both of them as they were taken away. Rias and the others emerged from Issei's room to see the officers escorting Goru and Miki out. What's going on? Rias asked. They're being charged with fraud and stealing money from people, the female officer replied. Asia, what do you mean? They had been scamming people online by pretending to be unemployed, the officer explained. Asia, what? Rias, how long have they been doing this? For months, until we finally figured out where they lived, the officer stated, looking at Rias and her Peerage. Do any of you know where the money went? Rias and her Peerage exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Issei settled into his new apartment, finishing the last of his unpacking. The apartment had 2 rooms, a bedroom and a bathroom, with the kitchen adjacent to the living room where he could watch TV while cooking. Once he was done, he turned on the TV and sat down on the couch. As he flipped through the channels, he landed on a news report discussing the cancellation of the Issei Dragon show and his departure from the ORC. He quickly changed the channel to a Japanese comedy movie, wanting nothing to do with Rias, her Peerage, the factions, or the 72 pillars. He lay back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Issei, this is the start of a new life. Later that night in the underworld. Devil 1. So, the Red Dragon Emperor is no longer aiding the factions? Devil 2. It appears so. The Gremory Princess allowed a fallen angel named Raynare to trespass in her territory, playing with his emotions and ultimately leading to his demise. Devil 3. But did Rias reincarnate him as a devil? Devil 2. She did, but somehow the powerful dragon used the last of his energy to reincarnate him as a humanoid dragon, and the pawn pieces were not destroyed. Devil 1. This could spell disaster if we lose the Red Dragon Emperor as an ally. Devil 2. Exactly. Devil 3. Oh, we are in trouble. As they spoke, a royal carriage passed by, heading towards the Gremory mansion. The guards opened the gates for the carriage, which came to a stop. The door opened, and a devil dressed in dark purple with glasses stepped out. It was one of the 3 heroes of the underworld and one of the 13 crowns, Lord Sullivan. Lord Sullivan walked toward the entrance of the Gremory mansion, and the guards opened the doors for him. He entered the room where the engagement party had once taken place and found the faction leaders engaged in conversation. Just then, Sairaorg appeared with his wife, Grafia, and they surveyed the room. Everyone fell silent. The devil on the right was Sairaorg's Lucifer, and the devil on the left was Grafia Lucifuge. Sairaorg, so, you all saw what happened and already know why I gathered you here. The Red Dragon Emperor had left my sister's peerage and would no longer assist us, which could pose a significant problem. Azazel, you can say that again. Michael, the Cows Brigade might see this as an opportunity to find and attempt to recruit him. If that happens, it will lead to serious complications for us. Yasaka, he saved me from the hero faction, along with Rias and Sona's peerages. Odin, I still can't comprehend how he managed to lift Thor's hammer, but he defeated Loki and prevented Ragnarok. Yasaka, now he won't help us because of your sister's reckless decision to break off the engagement. Sairaorg, I understand. That's why I had her peerage keep an eye on her. This incident is a major setback for the entire supernatural community, which is why I need your assistance in locating him. Michael, I wish we could all help, but we're facing issues in our factions. However, we will assist once everything settles down. Sairaorg, I see. Well then, you may all return to your business, he said as he walked away with Grafia, but Lord Sullivan caught up with them. Lord Sullivan, Sairaorg, I've never seen you like this. Sairaorg, I've been buried in paperwork, but this situation is quite stressful. Lord Sullivan, I can see that. Sairaorg, the Red Dragon Emperor is one of the 2 heavenly dragons that were sealed in sacred gears during the Great War. The White Emperor is against us, and now the Red Dragon Emperor will no longer assist us because of my sister's actions. Lord Sullivan, then why not speak to him? Sairaorg, he has moved out of the Hyudu residence, and we have no idea where he is. Lord Sullivan, I lost track of my grandson after I gave him a card with a magic circle symbol that allows him to teleport back to the human realm. He'll probably meet him. Sairaorg, you don't say. Lord Sullivan, we need to be patient. He'll return sooner or later. Grafia, it's not that simple. If we don't find him, our enemies will use him against us. Sairaorg, she is right. That's why I need some of the 72 pillars. To be continued. The next day, Issei went to the docks, where many fishermen had already set sail to catch fish. He held a fishing pole in his right hand and a pocket of bait in his left. Man, everyone is going fishing today, Issei said as he watched the fishermen sail away. He noticed a man with tattoos who was holding a large fishhook. What is that? Before Issei could finish his thought, Draig interjected. Yes, it's Maui. Issei, Maui, the hero of Hawaii? Draig, yes, he is also a trickster demigod. Issei, I thought he was dead. Draig, apparently not. Issei, I'm going to ask him. He walked toward the demigod, who was finishing up with his boat. Issei, hey, are you Maui? The demigod turned around to face Issei. Yup, that's me, said Maui. Maui was a striking figure, holding a fishhook said to be from the skull of his grandmother. He was known as a trickster demigod in Polynesian mythology and celebrated as the hero of Hawaii. Issei, I thought you were dead? Maui, I thought the same thing, but I was in the underworld for 30 years until the gods themselves got me out. Sure, I was trying to steal the heart from my ancestor, the goddess of death and the underworld, but my intention was to bring immortality to humanity. Everything was going well until one of my brothers laughed, which was a mistake that awakened the goddess. I ended up being cut in half and imprisoned in the underworld until the gods convinced her to let me go. After that, I lived in the heavens until I decided to visit my old home in the human realm, but everything has changed. They now use these iron contraptions called machines and technology instead of wooden boats. They've even created delicious foods I've never tried before. Issei, I see. Maui, anyway, I'm off to go fishing. Wanna join me in catching some big ones out there in the sea? Issei looked around and saw Sona and her peerage talking to a man, one of them pointing in his direction while holding up a picture of him. Sure, why not? Issei said as he stepped onto the boat, and they both used their paddles to push through the water, setting the boat in motion. They sailed for 50 miles until they decided to stop. Maui held his fishhook while Issei took out his fishing rod and baited his hook. They began to fish, waiting for a catch. Suddenly, their hooks snagged something, and as they pulled, they were surprised to see a large fish. They continued to fish until Maui said, "Hey, do you want to see something cool?" "Sure," Issei replied. "Okay then," Maui exclaimed, throwing his fishhook far into the ocean. He waited patiently until the rope tightened, and he began to pull. Issei held on as they both watched a lost city emerge from the ocean. "Is that," Issei started. "Yup, it's Atlantis," Maui confirmed. "I never knew this is what the lost city would look like," Issei said in awe. "This island is too close to the city, so let's get off and look around," Maui suggested. The island was dotted with homes made of coral and shells from the ocean. Maui parked the boat and tied it to a coral before they both climbed out and started walking toward the island. As they walked, they saw many sea animals floating in bubbles around them. "Are they floating without swimming in the water?" Issei asked. "Atlantis has evolved over thousands of years since it sank, so they're now used to swimming while floating in bubbles," Maui explained. "I can see that," Issei replied. "Just a warning, there are half-human, half-fish creatures around, especially those sirens," Maui added. "Sirens?" Issei questioned. "They're mermaids," Maui clarified. "Mermaids?" Issei echoed. Mermaids are popular among humans and pirates, but they are also called sirens. They are known for luring men to their doom with their songs. They resemble humans with fish tails, and in Greek mythology, Poseidon, the god of the sea, married a mermaid who gave birth to King Triton, ruler of Atlantis. "I remember reading about that," Issei said. "That was before Poseidon sealed himself during the Great War. Now his son ensures the seal remains unbroken," Maui continued. "What do you mean?" Issei asked. "The seal keeps the sea monsters from escaping," Maui explained. "What happens if they escape?" Issei's eyes widened. "Then they will attack us," Maui replied calmly. "Oh wait, what? You mean they would attack us?" Issei exclaimed. "Relax, as long as the seal doesn't break, we'll be fine," Maui assured him. "Where is the seal anyway?" Issei inquired. "It's at Lalig Lake in Melon," Maui answered. "Of course it is," Issei muttered. To be continued. Meanwhile, at the ORC, Rias sat at her desk, worried about Issei. She regretted leading Raynare into a territory without realizing the danger it posed to him. She had reincarnated him as a devil to escape her engagement to Riser Phoenix, which had been arranged by their fathers before the Devil Civil War. However, Issei had defeated Riser during the engagement and saved her. She remembered kissing him after the engagement was broken, feeling ashamed for keeping such a dark secret. Now, with Issei aware of the truth, she struggled to find the right words to explain. Her brother was upset with her, but he understood that they had both completed the tasks to prove their love and were engaged, even if they weren't married yet. Meanwhile, Riser, having lost to Issei, was trying to move on, training with Issei and his sister Ravel in the mountains near the Dragon Caves. Rias began to doze off, unaware of Sona entering the room. Sona slammed her hand on the desk, waking Rias. Did you find him? Rias asked, looking up. Sona shook her head, and Rias sighed, recalling how Issei had helped them overcome their fears, but now he was no longer part of her peerage. Are you feeling okay? Sona asked. I can't stop thinking about how I caused Issei to suffer by bringing up Raynare, Rias admitted. I know you didn't mean to do that. You just wanted to escape your engagement, Sona reassured her. My father forced me into marrying Riser while my mother did nothing to stop it. Issei saved me from that forced engagement, but now I'm not sure if I can forgive my parents. They did allow me to be engaged to Issei, so I had forgiven them, but they were upset after hearing what Issei said before he left, Rias explained. Everyone makes mistakes, Sona said gently. Just then, Sa burst in, shouting, Atlantis has revealed itself. Rias and Sona exchanged glances, surprised. I also saw Issei with Maui. Saji added. Rias and Sona exclaimed, What? Back with Issei and Maui, they found themselves facing off against fishmen and mermaids that tried to attack them. Why are they trying to kill us? Issei asked, looking at the defeated fishmen and mermaids on the ground. They harbor a hatred for humans and will attack without hesitation, Maui explained. I can see that. Issei replied, just as they heard a cracking sound from the dam holding back the water. Oh no! Issei shouted. Suddenly the dam burst, and water surged toward the city. Issei and Maui sprinted away, while the fishmen and mermaids were swept up by the rushing water but managed to survive, as they could breathe underwater. They reached the boat, and Issei quickly untied the ropes before climbing aboard with Maui. They paddled furiously to escape the oncoming wave. The water covered half of Atlantis, but the fishmen and mermaids remained unharmed. That was a close one, Maui said, relieved. Well, at least nobody got hurt, Issei replied, but just then, the waves began to swell as sea monsters emerged from the ocean. That's a lot of sea monsters, Issei exclaimed. Those are the Sea Kings, Maui informed him. Sea Kings? Issei echoed in disbelief. They are ancient creatures that roam the seven seas, Maui explained. No way, Issei said, astonished. Can you believe some humans don't think they exist? Maui asked. Yup, Issei replied. Okay then, let's get back to shore, Maui said, and Issei nodded as they continued to paddle away. They sailed for 50 miles until they finally arrived back at the docks. As they stepped off the boat, they noticed a fisherman returning from the ocean. Hey, did you guys catch any fish? The old fisherman asked. We sure did, Issei replied. What kind? The fisherman inquired. Let's just say it's bigger than a mountain, Issei said with a grin. Or a sea monster, Maui added. I see, the old fisherman said, intrigued. Do you want to go to the tavern for some drinks? Issei, sure, why not? I could definitely use a drink. Maui, what's a tavern? To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Surzex, what? Rias, Maui is with Issei on a fishing trip, but he accidentally pulled Atlantis from the ocean with his fishhook. Now everyone knows about the lost city. Sona, half of Atlantis is submerged, but thankfully, no one is hurt. However, King Triton is not happy. Graphia, Maui is a bad influence on my brother. Sona, excuse me, but you two are not related. Graphia, he is engaged to Rias, so that makes him my brother. Sona, I see. Rias, brother, what are we going to do? Surzex, we need to figure out where Issei is. Let's just hope he isn't getting into trouble. Scene change. Issei and Maui are eating and drinking while everyone else minds their own business. Bartender, excuse me. Issei, what is it? Bartender, how did the two of you catch so many fish in one day? Issei, we just got lucky. Maui, this is what a tavern looks like. I'll have another cherry pie. Issei and Maui turn their heads to see a man missing some teeth looking back at them. What are you two looking at? Issei, you look familiar. Bartender, that's Blackbeard. Issei, Blackbeard? Blackbeard, yeah, you got a problem with that? Issei, no, but weren't you supposed to be dead? Blackbeard, it's a long story, but I'm not in the mood. He starts to drink. Maui, what are you doing here? Blackbeard, what do you think? He gestures as the bartender gives him another cherry pie, which he starts to eat. Issei, at least I didn't get captured by Sona and her peerage. Blackbeard, Sona? You mean that girl with short hair and glasses? Issei, yup. Blackbeard, why would she come after you? Drinks. Issei, because I left the occult research club. At this, Blackbeard spits out his drink and looks at Issei in disbelief. No way, shouted Blackbeard. Issei, I decided to no longer help the factions, it was my own choice. Blackbeard, so that's why you said you were lucky they didn't catch you. Issei, yep. Although I'm still engaged to the Princess of Ruin, I'm planning to find a way out of it. Blackbeard, you're married? Issei, who said anything about being married? I'm engaged, but we're not married. Blackbeard, I see, said the blind man. Sing in the wind. Issei, what? Blackbeard, that old man told me that. Issei, the old man who asked how we caught those fish? Blackbeard, yup. Maui, it's a good thing we were able to defeat those fishmen and mermaids. Blackbeard looks at Issei and says, let me give you some advice. If I were you, I'd probably fight back. Issei, why would I fight against them? Blackbeard, you left the ORC because you found out something that made you leave, right? Looks at Issei. Issei, yep. Rias let a fallen angel trespass in her territory, and I ended up getting killed by her. Blackbeard, she allowed a fallen angel to trespass on her territory? Issei, yes, this was before the peace conference between the three factions. Blackbeard, well then good luck out there. Issei, thanks. He and Maui get up from their seats and walk out of the tavern. Blackbeard, he's going to need luck. When we capture him, ha ha ha. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day, Issei wakes up early to cook some eggs for breakfast. Finishes cooking and eats them quickly before heading out of his apartment, locking the door behind him as he runs downstairs to the newspaper stand. The newspaper vendor hands him a newspaper, and Issei pays with $1 from a bottle filled with coins. As he walks away, he stops when he sees his face on a wanted poster. He grabs it and sees his bounty is 5 billion berries. Issei, oh no! They're looking for me now. He notices some people whispering to each other as he runs away. He heads to the docks, where he sees Maui returning from his fishing trip. Issei, Maui. Maui, hey Issei, what's the hurry? Issei, look at this. He hands the wanted poster to Maui, who sees Issei's face on it. Maui, no way. You have a bounty of 5 billion berries. Issei, they are starting to look for me. Maui, I thought they were already looking for you yesterday? Issei, Sona was probably trying to find me to ask why I left the Gremry Peerage, but now everyone will start coming after me. Maui, what are you planning to do? Issei, I don't know. I've never had to face everyone coming after me for the reward money before. Hairu, shouted a female voice from the direction where a man pointed. They look to see Sona and her peerage walking towards them, and Issei and Maui start running away. Sona, after them. They begin chasing after Issei and Maui as the two of them run toward the city of Japan. Meanwhile at Sakuraji High School, a boy named Teo Asano walks out of the high school as other students begin to leave. He has scarlet hair and eyes, with a scar on the right side of his face. He overhears a couple of students whispering about what happened to one of their classmates, Tanaka. Student 1, did you hear? Tanaka was found beaten up in a warehouse, tied to a chair with his eyes bone-folded. Student 2, I know. I also heard he was trying to ask out the new girl but somehow disappeared and was later found in the warehouse by the cops. Student 3, they say it was a man in a black suit who always keeps his eyes closed. Student 4, it's a good thing I didn't talk to her, otherwise, I might have ended up beaten up by that man in black. Teo hears them as he continues walking. I'm glad it wasn't me, otherwise, I could have ended up in serious trouble. As Teo walked, he sensed someone in a black suit following him. He quickened his pace, but the man continued to trail him. Feeling uneasy, Teo broke into a run. The man in the suit stopped, watching him flee. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures appeared behind him, observing Teo's escape. "Get him," one of the figures commanded, and they nodded in agreement before sprinting after Teo. Meanwhile, Issei and Maui dashed past the bustling fruit market, with Sona and her peerage hot on their heels. "When are they going to give up?" Maui panted. "They won't stop until they capture me," Issei replied, glancing around for an escape route. His eyes landed on the stadium. "Let's go," he shouted, leading Maui toward the stadium where a football game was in progress. At the same time, Teo was also heading to the stadium, trying to evade the 3 figures pursuing him. They entered to find the audience cheering as the football teams battled for possession of the ball. They took their seats, watching the players tackle each other fiercely in their quest to score points. Issei spotted Teo sitting next to them. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Teo replied, though he looked weary. "You look like you've been running," Maui noted. "I was trying to get away from them," Teo explained. "Get away from who?" Issei pressed. "What's your name?" Maui asked. "Teo Asano." "Teo, what were you running from?" Issei began, but his question was cut short as he noticed the 3 figures on the stairs, searching for Teo. "Those guys!" Teo exclaimed. Issei spotted Sona and her peerage on the opposite side, also searching for him and Maui. "Let's get down there," he urged, and the 2 jumped onto the football field just as Maui burst through the wall, joining them. Sona shouted, "They're down at the field. Get those men." The 3 figures noticed them and began descending the stairs. At the Gremory mansion, Surzex and Sairaorg were watching the live broadcast when they spotted Sona and her peerage, along with the 3 figures, on the football field. "That's my sister," Sairaorg exclaimed, recognizing Sona. "What is she doing there?" Rias asked, surprised. "Look." Surzex pointed as they saw Issei, Maui, and Teo running on the field. "Issei?" Rias gasped. "He's at the football game." Surzex confirmed. "Who is that boy with them?" Sairaorg wondered. Back at the football game, Issei, Maui, and Teo were sprinting across the field when Maui got distracted by a player being tackled. The demigod helped the player up, while Issei and Teo approached the coach, who was intently watching the game. "Excuse me, is there somewhere to hide?" Issei asked the coach. "There's nowhere to hide during this time," the coach replied. Sona suddenly called out, "Issei haidu." "Oh!" Issei exclaimed, spotting Sona and her peerage, along with the 3 figures, advancing toward them. "Hey, Maui," he shouted. "Here I come." Maui responded as a football player tossed him the ball. Maui dashed toward Issei and Teo, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The 3 of them took off, with Maui snatching a barrel of root beer as they were pursued by Sona, her peerage, the 3 figures, and the football players. "Bring back my barrel," the coach yelled, running after them. "Maybe we should return the ball so they can continue the game," Teo suggested. "Do I have to?" Maui asked reluctantly. "I'm afraid so," Teo replied. Maui tossed the ball to Saji, who caught it just as the football players charged toward him. "Little help," Saji called out, but it was too late as the players tackled him to the ground. "Who is this guy?" Yoichi Hiruma asked, confused. "I don't know," Sena Kobayakawa replied. "That guy got away with my root beer," Doboroku Sakaki exclaimed, spotting Sona and her peerage as the 3 figures slipped out of the stadium. "Is he all right?" one football player asked. "He's fine, but we should call an ambulance," another suggested. "No need, we'll take care of him," Sona assured them, using a magic circle to teleport herself and her peerage away from the football field. The football players stood in disbelief, unsure of what had just happened. Issei, Maui, and Teo rushed outside, with Maui still clutching the barrel of root. To be continued. Later that night, the Devil Patrol was searching for Issei, Maui, and Teo, some flying overhead while others scoured the ground with torches to pierce the darkness. Issei and his friends hid in a dark alley as the patrol passed by. "There are many devils lurking around. Let's get moving," Issei urged. "Where are we going?" Teo asked. I know a place. Let's get out of here before those devils notice us, Issei replied. The three of them slipped out of the alley, wearing hoodies bought with Issei's money, managing to avoid detection as they walked past the devils. They continued until they reached a convenience store called Sakamoto Store. Inside, they found a man with gray hair and glasses resting his left arm on the counter. His name was Taro Sakamoto. Taro, there are devils lurking around, and a man in a black suit is after this boy, Issei explained. I see. Taro said, retrieving a key and unlocking a hidden compartment in the counter. The wall opened to reveal an array of weapons, and he took out a gun, clicking off the safety. That's a lot of guns, Teo remarked, surprised. Taro tossed another gun to Teo, who caught it. What's this? Teo asked, examining the weapon. That's called Ye. The man who is after you is a spy from the Spy Association, Taro informed him. A spy? Teo echoed, his eyes widening. What are you talking about? Taro, I was once a hitman until I retired to marry my wife and have a daughter. However, my past returned when the Order discovered I took out their men. Now assassins are after me. Maui, you're wanted too? Taro, I have a bounty on my head, making me a target not just for assassins but spies as well. Maui? Oh? Teo, so how does this work? He said, looking at the gun in his hands. Taro, it's a crafty transformer. It can change into a sword or a different type of gun, and you pull the trigger to shoot as many bullets as you want. Teo, it's okay, I just needed something to defend myself. Taro, spies and assassins are both dangerous when focused on their jobs or missions. Hitmen are paid to eliminate their targets. For me, I love my job and my family. Teo, by running a convenience store? Taro, I was once the legendary hitman and the best assassin in history before my retirement. When I met the love of my life, who became my wife, I decided to leave my past behind and start a family. Teo, at least you have a family. My parents were killed in a car accident that sent our car off a cliff while my younger brother and I were the only ones to escape. I was injured as I watched my brother die in front of me, so I was afraid to get close to people, fearing something bad would happen to them. I decided to live on my own once I fully recovered from my injuries. Now this man in black is after me. Issei and Maui were speechless, feeling sympathy for Teo's loss. Taro, I should have known. Draig, you don't need to worry about being afraid to get closer to someone anymore. Issei, Draig, why haven't you responded? Draig, I was asleep. Issei, you were asleep this whole time? Draig, yup. Teo, who is that? Say, this is Draig. Maui, the Red Dragon Emperor and one of the two heavenly dragons. Teo, what? Taro, that's a real heavenly dragon? Maui, yes. Teo, and what do you mean one of the two heavenly dragons? Issei, Draig has a rival named Albion, the White Emperor, and they are both heavenly dragons. Taro, weren't there more of them? Draig, yes, there are many heavenly dragons, but Albion and I are the two dragons with powerful energy that could be dangerous to handle and control. Issei, what do you mean? Draig, when I used the last of my energy to reincarnate you as a humanoid dragon, I knew it could be dangerous for you to handle. If you go into Juggernaut Drive again, it could create chaos and destruction if you unleash your rage. Issei, I haven't been angry lately, so there's nothing to worry about. Maui, exactly. I mean, it's not like the Devil Patrol could find us. Just then, a light weapon burst through the window of the store, and they took cover. They looked to see a fallen angel holding a light weapon, his eyes closed. Issei, oh no. Teo, who is that? Issei, that's Barakiel. To be continued. Chapter End. Barakiel is the Vice-Governor General of the Fallen Angels and the Grigori. He has black hair and a black beard, and it's unknown what his eye color is since he always keeps his eyes closed. Barakiel, Hayadu. Issei, oh no. He summons his booster gear and shoots dragon shots at the Fallen Angel General, but it has no effect on him. Taro pointed two guns at the fallen angel and started shooting bullets, but like before, it didn't have any effect. What has this guy been eating? Maui thought as he saw the bullets hitting the fallen angel without any effect. Just then, a van appeared out of nowhere and hit Barakiel, sending him flying and crashing into a stop sign, knocking him out. They looked to see a woman with black hair and black eyes. Her name is Aoi Sakamoto, the wife of Taro Sakamoto. "What happened here?" shouted Aoi as she got out of the van. They then saw a little girl with black hair and black eyes. Her name is Hana Sakamoto, the daughter of Taro Sakamoto. Hana came out from the back of the van as her mother shouted at her father. "Hana, hey, Daddy." Taro waved his hand in greeting but was interrupted when his wife shouted, "What happened here?" Issei, "Don't get angry at him. This whole thing was my fault. We needed to get away from the Devil Patrol, so we came here to hide. He gave Teo a crafty transformer, and that fallen angel destroyed your windows with his light spear, which caused us to attack until you hit him with your van." "Aoi, I see," she said as she looked at the fallen angel general knocked out. "Draig, partner, I sense devils coming." Issei, "Let's get out of here," looks at Taro. "Thanks for helping us." Taro, "No problem." The three of them ran out of the store. "You know you'll have to replace the windows, right?" Aoi said as she looked at her husband. "Taro, yes dear." Meanwhile at the Yazakura mansion. The news about what happened at the football game spread like wildfire. The man in black saw the news and turned it off with the remote. He looked at the three figures and said, "So, the three of you failed to capture him?" They didn't respond as the man in black smiled with his eyes closed. The man in black has black hair and wears a black suit, always keeping his eyes closed. His name is Kyoichiro. He has been talking to her sister lately. Let's make sure he doesn't talk to her again, said Kyoichiro as he looked at the three figures, who were sweating bullets. "What do you want us to do?" asked one of the three figures. "Give him a warning," said Kyoichiro. "What kind of warning?" asked one of the three fighters. Kyoichiro, "Make sure to eliminate his new friends." The three figures nervously nodded and slowly took a step back before running out of the room. Kyoichiro looked out the window at the night sky as he gazed at a picture of his sister. "He'll regret ever meeting her," said Kyoichiro. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day. How did we end up in this situation? "Run!" Issei shouted as he and his friends fled from a group of spies and assassins. The three figures pursuing Teo were members of the Yazakura family. The one with yellow hair and cat-like features was Kengo Yazakura. Next to him, with green hair and matching green eyes, was Shinzo Yazakura. Bringing up the rear was Nanao Yazakura, who wore a bucket with a smiley face on it. As they chased after Issei and his friends, the spies and assassins followed closely behind. "I don't understand why I became a spy," one of the spies exclaimed. "Me neither," another echoed. "I'm going to collect that reward money," one assassin declared. "That's my money," another shouted back. Kengo shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe every spy is after that boy." "Issei Haidu is the Red Dragon Emperor after all," Shinzo pointed out. "Not him. The boy our brother hates," Kengo corrected, glancing at Teo as he ran with his friends. Nanao added, "It's a good thing our sister always puts him in his place when he gets jealous or tries to scare off the boys who approach Matsumi. He even beat up that one boy who asked her to hang out, but he spared him in the end." Kengo sighed. She has known him for years and even attended his family funeral. "I feel bad for the boy, but our brother is probably taking this too far," Nanao said. "You can say that again." Shinzo agreed. Issei and his friends quickly turned down a different street, narrowly avoiding the spies and assassins who rushed past without noticing their change in direction. "That was close," one of them exclaimed. Maui, catching his breath, asked, "What's your name again?" "Izuku Midoriya, but everyone calls me Deku," came the reply. Deku had green hair, bright green eyes, and 3 freckles on his cheeks. "Why are those pro-heroes after you?" Maui inquired. "Because I took 20% of one for all from the symbol of peace," Deku explained. "You mean All Might?" Issei asked, surprised. "Yup," Deku confirmed. "Some of those pro-heroes can be real J-arcs," Issei remarked. "At least it wasn't Endeavor or any of the other high-ranking heroes," Deku replied. Maui scanned the area for any signs of spies or assassins. "Let's keep moving," he said, and they continued walking. They arrived in a bustling city in Japan, where they spotted a female vigilante with pink hair. She wore a suit reminiscent of Midnight's old hero outfit, complete with bat wings, and held a microphone. Her name was Pop Step. "Thank you. You all have been amazing fans." Pop Step shouted into the microphone. Maui raised an eyebrow. "Who are you supposed to be?" Everyone turned to look at Maui, surprised by his question. "Dude, what are you doing?" Deku asked nervously. "I'm just asking why she looks like a bat when they only come out at night," Maui replied. "What?" Issei exclaimed. "I'm not a bat. I'm Japan's favorite vigilante." Pop Step shot back, glaring at Maui. "You look like a regular girl in a costume trying to win over the boys." "You're beautiful just as you are," Maui said earnestly. "What are you talking about?" Pop Step asked, confused. "I think what you're trying to say is thank you," Maui replied. "Thank you?" Pop Step echoed, still bewildered. "You're welcome," Maui said with a grin. "What? I didn't say. What can I say except you're welcome?" Teo interrupted. "We don't have time for singing." He spotted the pro heroes watching them from a nearby coffee shop. "There they are," one pro hero shouted. "Let's get them," another yelled. "Time to go," Maui declared as they all began to run. However, Maui's hook got stuck on a garbage can, and as he swung it around he accidentally hit the pro heroes. The garbage can flew off the hook and knocked Pop Step out cold. "Sorry," Maui called out as he dashed away with his friends. "What just happened?" one fan asked. "I have no idea," another replied, bewildered. To be continued. The next day, Issei shouted, "Run!" as he sprinted away from an angry mob of Rias Pawn fans, who adored her role as the princess in the Issei Dragon show. Maui, munching on a coconut, heard Issei's shout and looked up to see him fleeing from the mob. "Time to go," he said, tossing his fishhook at a nearby booth. Issei leaped over it just as the angry mob tripped and fell. Maui grabbed his fishhook and ran alongside Issei before the mob could recover. Deku caught up with them, still escaping from the pro heroes. Teo also joined them, tossing food at the pursuing heroes, causing them to stop and wipe the mess from their eyes. A girl in a white dress with white hair and red and pink eyes noticed Issei and his friends running. Her name was Futaba Yazakura. Another girl with magenta hair and matching eyes looked up from her phone just in time to see Teo and his friends fleeing. Her name was Cheyenne Yazakura. "I got this," she said, preparing to join the chase. Said Cheyenne as she used her droids to fly after Issei and his friends. "Futaba, you know we came here to have fun, not to be stuck on our phones." "Cheyenne, you don't have a phone." "Futaba, you know what I mean." Issei and his friends noticed the droids flying toward them as they ran. Teo shot lightning bolts at the droids, causing them to malfunction. "Deku, I didn't know it could do that." "Teo, me neither." As they continued running, a group of zombie warthogs began rampaging through the festival, causing chaos as everyone started to flee. The zombie warthogs wreaked havoc, destroying parts of the festival while Issei and his friends made their escape. One zombie warthog turned its attention to Futaba and Cheyenne, who were frozen in place as the other warthogs continued their rampage. Vendors serving food quickly abandoned their stands as the zombie warthogs charged toward them, devouring whatever food they could find on the ground. Suddenly, the zombie warthog focused on Futaba and Cheyenne. The two girls exchanged panicked glances and then sprinted away, their screams echoing through the chaos. Offensive. The Grammary Princess from the Issei Dragon show also fled as more zombie warthogs pursued them, forcing everyone out of the festival. Half of the festival lay in ruins, thanks to the rampaging warthogs. Issei and his friends spotted the Devil Patrol arriving, accompanied by hellhounds ready to take down the zombie warthogs. "Issei, we should get out of here." They nodded in agreement and quickly searched for a place to hide from the Devil Patrol. To be continued. Later that night, Issei and his friends stood on the beach, gazing at the ocean illuminated by the moonlight. "Deku, Issei, can I ask you a question?" "Issei, what is it?" "Deku, why did you leave the Grammary Princess?" "Issei, I didn't actually leave her, I just felt betrayed when I learned about her involvement in the events of that day." "Deku, what happened that day?" "Issei, that day? Raynare killed me. Deku, who is Raynare? Issei, she was a fallen angel sent to eliminate sacred fears like mine. Rias allowed her to trespass on her territory, disguising herself as a human to trick me into going on a date. I was caught off guard because of my nature, so I went along with it. When we reached the park with the fountain, she revealed her true identity and attacked me with a light spear, leading to my death. I was later reincarnated as a devil. I managed to defeat her, but Rias ended her life with a powerful attack. When I discovered the truth, I was heartbroken. Although Rias and I are engaged, I can't help but wonder if she was using me or playing with my emotions like Raynare did. Deku, I see. Drake, at least you were saved. Maui was left with nothing when he tried to steal from his ancestor. Maui, I deserve to be left with nothing. Issei and the others looked at him in shock. Maui, I had nothing. My mother abandoned me in the sea, but the sea god saved me and took me back home. I was welcomed back after I destroyed 2 doors with a spear, lifted the sky with my father's help, slowed down the sun with my brothers, and pulled islands with my fishhook. I even defeated an eel that tried to stalk my wife. I discovered fire by stealing it from my grandmother, which almost led to the destruction of the island. But he glanced at his fishhook. I starved my grandfather to death by hiding his food to obtain this hook. I did many cruel and selfish things to become the hero of Hawaii, which is why some gods, including those in the supernatural realm, see me as a trickster god and a bad influence. That's what led to my downfall. Issei, man, you've been through a lot. Teo, we all make mistakes and regret them, but we learn from them. Deku, they may hurt you, but you are our friend. Maui smiled at that. Issei, you know, when we first met, I didn't think you were a bad influence. Maui, yeah, I know. He grasped his fishhook and looked up at the night sky, seeing the images of those he had wronged smiling back at him. Maui smiled, realizing he had learned from his mistakes and would no longer cause trouble. They gazed up at the stars shining in the night sky as the ocean glimmered beautifully. Somewhere at an unknown location, Blackbeard arrived and saw a man standing alone. Hey you, shouted Blackbeard as the man turned to face him. The Red Dragon Emperor is no longer a devil. He has left the Gremory Peerage, said Blackbeard. What else? Blackbeard, they say he is not going to help the factions anymore after discovering the truth about the Gremory Princess and that fallen angel. Now Surzex is sending the Devil Patrol to find him. I see. What about the boy? Blackbeard, your son and your children are trying to capture him but have failed. I don't understand why they want to capture him. That boy has lost his parents and younger brother. I was the one who saved him from death. Blackbeard, by using those flowers? He pointed to the blossoms on the ground where the man stood. These flowers are blossoms that have the ability to heal humans and any creature. Tsubomi was the child of the gods and was worshipped by humans. Now I have the ability to heal. He looked at Blackbeard. Blackbeard, what is your name, anyway? Momo Yazakura. The man had gray hair and red eyes, wearing round glasses, a large black trench coat, and a black fedora with a white band. Blackbeard, Momo Yazakura? What kind of name is that for someone like you? Momo, Issei possesses the sacred gear that was supposed to be destroyed but somehow survived the light spear. Blackbeard, so what should we do about it? Momo, we should pay the Gulfather a visit. To be continued. The next day. Location, Kuo Academy. The students were given a day off while the faction leaders held their meeting. Surzex, let's begin. I'm sure you've all heard about the incident that occurred during the raiding game. One of Sona's Peerage members was injured by football players, and the fallen angel general was struck by a van while trying to reach Issei. Fortunately, both have recovered and are out of the hospital, so there's no need to worry. Sairaorg, my sister is helping Saji walk out of the hospital, but she used teleportation magic in front of humans, which means some now know about our existence. King Triton, Atlantis has been spotted by humans sailing nearby. Maui has revealed our existence. Yasaka, Hyde isn't one of those humans who despise Yukai. In fact, he showed genuine care when he and your sister's Peerage saved my faction from the hero faction. However, my daughter is curious about why he left the Gremory Peerage and won't assist us anymore. Surzex, I understand that some humans are aware of our existence, but they lack proof. Sairaorg, that football game was live, so everyone witnessed my Sona using teleportation magic. Surzex, Azazel, this is bad. Not only have we lost the Red Dragon Emperor, but humans will start to learn about us. Shiva, I'm afraid it gets worse. Our enemies will seize this opportunity to find him, either to recruit him or eliminate him. Zeus, thanks to your sister, the entire supernatural world is now exposed to humanity. Odin, we can't cover this up. Amaterasu, the Neos Brigade hasn't acted yet, and Shalba Beelzebub or the Hero faction aren't known for their swift actions. We'll keep an eye on them, but we have more pressing matters to address. Michael, we need to focus on locating Issei Hayudu. If he's out there alone, he'll become a target. If news like this spreads, we could face serious issues. Surzex, we can't just sit back and wait for that to happen. We must take action. I want all our efforts directed toward finding Issei Hayudu. He looked at the faction leaders, and they nodded in agreement. However, they didn't notice that Maui had shapeshifted into a bird and was listening to the meeting. He flew away, needing to warn Issei and his friends. To be continued. Maui found Issei and his friends at a park without a fountain. He landed and transformed back into his human form, informing Issei about what he had overheard at the meeting. Issei realized that he would now be hunted by other supernatural beings, not just the devils. They brainstormed ways to escape, and Issei remembered seeing a magazine featuring a town called St. Peanutsburg. They decided to head to America until things settled down. Issei quickly returned to his apartment to pack for the trip. Once he finished, he locked the door behind him and met up with his friends at the docks. Maui transformed into a large hawk, and Issei and his friends climbed onto his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, Maui took off, flying toward America. It took them a day to arrive at the docks of St. Peanutsburg. They dismounted from Maui's back as he returned to his human form. They looked around the town, observing children playing and humans going about their day, some engaged in sports and cooking. Issei, I can't believe we're actually in America. Teo, this is what they do here. Deku, I can finally meet the #1 American hero, Star and Stripe. Maui, who is that? Deku, she's the opposite of All Might. Her quirk is called New Order. It's like one for all, but incredibly powerful when used against villains. Maui, isn't she like a goddess or something? Deku, she's human but with New Order, she's quite extraordinary. Maui, oh? Issei, come on, let's find a place to stay. They wandered through the town, searching for accommodations, but all the houses were already occupied. Eventually, they found a place to stay when Maui saved a boy from being hit by a car, using his fishhook to catch him just in time. The boy, named Nathan Adams, or Nate, was 11 years old, with dark brown hair and eyes, wearing a watch that allowed him to see yokai. Just then, 2 yokai spirits appeared, catching up with Nate. The first was a ghostly yokai butler named Whisper, and the second was Jibanyan, a cat yokai with 2 tails, red hair on his body, and white hair on his face, hands, and feet. Nate took them to his home, where his parents expressed their gratitude. The group was unsure how to sleep on a bed since they were accustomed to sleeping on the ground back in Japan, but Maui had done so during his time before his death. Issei, so you guys sleep on these beds? Nate, yes, my family and I used to live in Japan until my dad got a new job here, and we moved to this town. I've gotten used to the new things around here. Issei, I see. Maui, is it okay to sleep on the ground with these towels? He held up some towels he had taken from the bathroom. Nate, sure, you just have to ask my mom first. Maui nodded and went downstairs. Nate, he's not from around here, is he? Issei, nope, he's from Hawaii. Nate, Hawaii? Issei, yep. Nate, oh? 30 minutes later, Maui lay on the ground, using towels as a makeshift bed. Issei slept on the couch, Teo made a bed on the ground using pillows, and Deku settled on the carpet with a blanket and a pillow. Nate and the 2 yokai slept as Nate's parents rested in their room. Issei, tomorrow will be a new start, he said as he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile at Bada Bing Tower, Momo Yazakura and Blackbeard sat down, looking at the Gullfather. Gullfather, So you gentlemen have a problem with this red dragon who is obstructing your plan? Momo, indeed. He has already outsmarted my children and hasn't been captured by the Devil Patrol. He's known to be dangerous when he uses that sacred gear. Gullfather, I see. Blackbeard, what can you do about it? Gullfather, my men are still searching for my UFO but haven't found it yet. If this red dragon poses a problem for us, I'll have my men eliminate him. Momo, is there any chance you could bring him back, dead or alive? Because I need some of his blood for my plan. Blackbeard, why do we need his blood? Momo, heavenly dragons are known to have blood with powerful energy that can reincarnate a human into a humanoid dragon or grant them some dragon-like abilities. We might be able to create something from it. Blackbeard, Zeha, you certainly know how to be clever with this plan. Gullfather, indeed. Smarts. To be continued. Chapter End. A week later, Issei and his friends explored and discovered new things in America. They tried American food, went fishing, enjoyed American ice cream, learned about Native American mythology, and experienced everything they had never seen before. However, their vacation was cut short when Teo had a dream. Teo saw a girl with blue hair and a white stripe surrounded by blooming flowers. As she touched them, everything related to plant life began to wither, causing destruction in the city of Japan and harm to her family. He woke up and saw Issei and the others outside. Thinking it was just a dream, he got up, but when he stepped outside he noticed blooming flowers on the ground. Teo, what's going on? Issei, I was thinking the same thing. Deku, aren't these flowers only supposed to grow in Japan? Say, they were but... Looks around, it seems they are growing everywhere. They looked around to see flowers blooming all over the town. Nate's father came out, carefully walking without stepping on the flowers. Aaron, I'm heading off to work. Have you noticed these flowers aren't growing back in Springdale? It's surprisingly growing here. Nate, yes, Dad, I noticed. Aaron, tell your mother I went off to my new job. Nate, I will. Aaron hurried away, holding a suitcase as he rushed to his new job. Nate, Whisper, is there a yokai causing this? Whisper, no yokai has the ability to make flowers bloom like this in different places. Jibanyan, then what is causing it? Deku, I heard stories about a goddess named Kano Hana Sakuyaheim, also known as Sakuyaheim. Maui, the Blossom Princess? Teo, why would she start growing flowers here instead of Japan? Issei, I don't think this is her doing, there's something else behind this. Teo, wait a minute. I did have a dream about these blooming flowers. Issei, what did you see? Teo, I saw a girl I knew from my childhood. She was at my parents' funeral. She had blue hair with a white stripe, and I remember her smiling at me. However, she was surrounded by blooming flowers as she began to destroy everything she touched, causing devastation to Japan and harm to her family. Deku, do you think there is a connection between her and these flowers? Teo, there could be. Issei, who were those guys trying to capture you? Teo, they were sent by the man in black. Issei, the man in black? Deku, wait a minute, he is from the Yazakura family. Issei, the Yazakura family? Who are they? Deku, they are a group of spies wanted by the pro-heroes and the authorities. They are said to be dangerous to anyone who encounters them. The man in black is the most wanted and dangerous spy. He'll do anything to keep his sister safe, even if it means harming those who get in his way. Teo, you mean Mutsumi? Deku, yes. Teo, I don't understand. Issei, the man in black was trying to harm you when you talked to her. Teo, I've known her since childhood, so why does he want to harm me just because I spoke to her? Issei, didn't you say you were afraid to get close to someone because it might hurt them? Teo, Issei, then why did you talk to her? Teo, because she was nice to me. I saw her as a friend before I met her brother. Issei, oh I see. Deku, what are we going to do? Teo, we need to gather information. Nate, we should take some of these blooming flowers to the lab, maybe they can provide us with information about what we're dealing with. Teo, that could work. Maui, should we pick these? He pointed at the blooming flowers on the ground. Nate, not these, the ones in the forest. Issei, the forest? Just then, Nate's mom came outside. Lily, Nate, if you're going out, make sure to tell your father he forgot his paperwork. Nate, Sogo. She walked back inside the house. Maui, paperwork? Nate, it's for my dad's first day at his new job. Whisper, I'm sure he will handle his first day well. Meanwhile at the office, Aaron was searching for his paperwork while everyone watched him. Where did I put those papers? Remembers he left them at home? I forgot them at home. He quickly ran out of the building and rushed home to get his paperwork. Man 1, what was that about? Man 2, I have no idea. To be continued. Chapter end. Issei and his friends went to the forest and picked some blooming flowers. After they were done, they went to the lab, where they met a woman named Dr. Francesca Stein. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a white lab coat over a purple shirt, with a long blue skirt and black high heels. She studied the blooming flowers and found something unusual. Dr. Francesca Stein. Interesting. Nate, what is it? Dr. Francesca Stein. They are communicating through the blooming flowers. Issei, what do you mean? Dr. Francesca Stein. They are trying to reach their creator. Teo, you mean? They're trying to reach her? Dr. Francesca Stein. If my theory is correct, they will continue to grow until they find their creator. Teo, what do you mean by that? Dr. Francesca Stein. They are trying to free her from her confinement. Issei, what confinement? Dr. Francesca Stein. The government tried to keep her hidden from the public until they handed her over to the Tempopo. Teo, where is she? Dr. Francesca Stein. I wish I knew. Nate, well, thank you for your help. Dr. Francesca Stein. My pleasure. And if you get attacked by zombies, you know where to find me. They left the lab and returned to the town, heading to the library. When they arrived, there was nobody there except for them. They began searching for a book that contained information about the supernatural. Deku found it and placed the book on the table, flipping through the pages until he found the one he was looking for. Deku, there it is, Tsubomi Yazakura. He said as they looked at the picture of Tsubomi Yazakura. Teo, she looks similar to Matsumi. Deku, it says here. She was born after her mother died giving birth to her and ended up having special powers since childhood. She had the power to heal people and spent her days traveling to different villages with her father, Asa, healing the sick and injured, revered as the child of the gods. Issei, the child of the gods? Deku, despite her travels and the healing she provided, her father believed it wasn't the best use of her abilities. He began experimenting on Tsubomi, seeking to use her body for medicinal purposes. Jibanyan, that's disgusting. Deku, even though Tsubomi could heal from her injuries, she still felt the pain of those experiments. Word of their actions reached the emperor, who granted her clan status, leading to the formation of the Yazakura family. Teo looked at a picture of Tsubomi Yazakura. Teo, I don't understand. How could she have the ability to heal if her mother was human? Maui, wait a minute. The Blossom Princess has the ability to heal humans and other creatures. She didn't die giving birth to Tsubomi, she returned to the heavens while her daughter was raised by her father. Issei, what are you saying? Maui, she is the daughter of the Blossom Princess, which makes her a demigod. Issei, like you and the other demigods. Maui, exactly. Teo, if she is a demigod, that makes Matsumi a descendant of the Blossom Princess. Whisper, that could explain why those blossom flowers are searching for her. Deku, they are trying to free her from her confinement, which means they're trying to free her from her family, the Yazakura family. Issei, she could be in danger. Teo, if that's true, then we have to go save her. To be continued. The next day, Nate returned from lunch with his parents and told Issei and his friends that they were moving back to Japan. His father had been let go due to a paperwork mishap. They helped Nate and his parents pack up their belongings, which took all day. Issei used teleportation magic to bring him, his friends, Nate, and his parents back to Japan. Upon arrival, they encountered many creatures from different pantheons. Patrols of biblical creatures, including angels, fallen angels, and devils, searched all over Japan for Issei. Alongside them were gods and creatures from various pantheons, including yokai, vampires, Greek gods, Norse gods, Hindu gods, and Shinto gods. Issei, damn it. They're already looking for me after we've been gone for a week in America. Deku, and I never got to meet the #1 American hero. Maui, she'll probably show up if there's a bigger threat. Teo, there will be a bigger threat if we don't save Mutsumi. Nate, what about my parents? He looked at his parents, who were knocked out on the ground. Issei, I got this. He used teleportation magic to bring them and their belongings back to their home in Springdale. Issei, okay, where is Mutsumi? Teo, she's at the Yazakura mansion. Nate, where is it? Teo, I know where it is, follow me. Deku, hold on, we can't just show up there by ourselves. Jibanyan, why not? Deku, because they might have abilities stronger than ours. Nate, so we need some help? Issei, I'm afraid so. Jibanyan, guys, where's that smoke coming from? They looked to see smoke rising from the flower-blooming forest. They went to investigate and found the Yazakura mansion engulfed in flames. They saw the Yazakura family lying on the ground, unconscious. Teo, what happened here? Issei, look. They spotted a dog with black fur and green eyes running toward them. Issei, he's the only one who isn't knocked out. Deku, what happened here? The dog began barking at them. Nate, he's trying to tell us something. Whisper, what is he saying? Maui started barking back at the dog, who responded in kind. Issei, you can speak to animals? Maui, I am a shapeshifter after all. I can transform into animals to communicate with them. Issei, I can see that. Teo, what did he say? Maui, the pro-heroes have taken Mutsumi. Deku, what? Teo, why? Maui continued barking to the dog, who replied with more barks. He said they took her by the order of the Hero Public Safety Commission, and they're holding her at UA High. Teo, we have to save her. Meanwhile, at UA High, Nizu entered the room where Mutsumi sat silently in a chair. He was a humanoid animal with white hair and black eyes, serving as the principal of UA High. Nizu looked at Mutsumi, who remained quiet. She had blue hair with a white streak and blue eyes. Nizu, I want to apologize for what Endeavor did to your family mansion. He is difficult to control. She didn't respond as Nizu continued. Nizu, your family has a history with blooming flowers, which isn't bad, but your brother committed crimes to protect you. Mutsumi, he protected me too much. All I ever wanted was to have friends and get married one day, but he is just so overprotective. Koichiro's voice echoed. Friends, school, fun, romance, I'll get rid of them. Nizu, Mutsumi. He was interrupted as Mutsumi spoke again. Mutsumi, I don't want him to get rid of them. I want to be free, she shouted as vibrant flowers burst from the ground, surrounding her. Izawa and a few pro-heroes entered the room, taken aback by the sight. What's happening? Izawa asked. Nizu replied, she has been awakened. Who? Izawa inquired. The child of the gods. She slowly rose from her chair and raised her hand. Suddenly, vines erupted from the walls, lunging at the two pro-heroes. Nizu and Izawa quickly dashed out of the room toward the exit. Nizu rushed to his office and pressed the button that triggered the alarm. The alarm blared, prompting students to flee UA. The entire hero school began to crumble as Nizu and the pro-heroes escaped, only to turn and see a giant creature, adorned with blooming flowers and entwined in vines. We're in trouble, Nizu said. Back with Issei and his friends. Issei and his friends spotted the creature from a distance as it wreaked havoc on UA High. Mutsumi? Teo exclaimed. We're too late. Maui added. The child of the gods has awakened. Whisper warned. That thing is enormous. Nate shouted. How are we supposed to fight that? Jibanyan asked. Deku said, All Might could probably try to stop her, but we can't let her destroy Japan. Even they might not be able to defeat her, Jibanyan said, watching as patrols of creatures and gods from various pantheons fell before the creature. We're going to need a plan. Issei concluded. To be continued. Chapter End. The creature, known as Plant Kaiju, made of blooming flowers and surrounded by plant life, began attacking Japan as people fled in panic. The pro-heroes attempted to stop the kaiju but found themselves ensnared by vines that erupted from the ground. Endeavor arrived, engulfed in flames, and leaped toward the plant kaiju, launching fireballs at it. The kaiju effortlessly blocked the flames with its vines. How? Endeavor exclaimed, forming a spear of flames and hurling it at the kaiju, only for it to be intercepted by the vines. What is going on? One man shouted. Why isn't he causing any damage to that kaiju? Another questioned. It seems that plant-like creature is fireproof, although some plants usually catch fire, Hawks observed from the air, watching Endeavor's futile attacks. Endeavor unleashed a powerful blast, but the kaiju swallowed the flames and unleashed destruction across half of Japan. Caught off guard, Endeavor was hit by his own attack and crashed to the ground. She just defeated Endeavor, a pro-hero exclaimed. Forget this. I'm getting out of here, another shouted. As the pro-heroes fled, onlookers criticized their cowardice. Those cowards, one man yelled. Where are they going? Another shouted. The kaiju was about to move when someone shouted, Hey you! The kaiju turned to see Maui. Speaking in Hawaiian, Maui's words were lost on the creature until a dragon shot struck it in the face. The kaiju looked to see Issei, clad in his booster gear. Hey, over here, he called, activating his balance breaker to fly away. The kaiju pursued him, but Deku used his black whip to hurl sharp objects, aiming to cut the vines clinging to the kaiju's body. The sharp objects fell to the ground, forcing bystanders to dodge out of the way. Pop Step narrowly avoided the falling debris, hiding inside a trash can. Oh come on, she shouted in frustration. The kaiju followed Issei to the docks, where pirates and fishermen scrambled to escape. Two fishermen peered out a window, watching the kaiju approach. There's something you don't see every day, one remarked. Yup, the other replied. I need to get out more. A third added. Teo and Nate secured a rope between the fish restaurant and the tavern, waiting for the kaiju to trip and fall into the ocean. Jibanyan and Whisper rushed to the docks, signaling Teo and Nate to get out of the way. The kaiju, still focused on Issei, stumbled over the rope and plunged into the ocean. Teo gripped Maui's fishhook tightly, casting it into the water. Holding his breath underwater, he saw the kaiju disintegrating. He spotted Mutsumi floating and quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her close as he tugged on the rope. Maui began to pull his fishhook back. Soaked but relieved, Teo held Mutsumi in his arms, both of them drenched but happy to be together. Issei landed on the ground, his armor dissipating. Is she okay? He asked. Glancing at Teo. Teo nodded, and they began walking back toward the city. The fishermen and pirates cheered as Issei and his friends left the docks. Unbeknownst to them, Momo Yazakura, Blackbeard, and the Gullfather watched from the shadows. I knew there was a reason the factions wanted him back, Blackbeard remarked. At least my daughter is with someone instead of being stuck in that mansion, Momo added. Do you still want his blood? The Gullfather asked. No, change of plans. We're going to where the Red Dragon Emperor first awakened. Juggernaut Drive, Momo replied seriously. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, Spy Association. Something happened to the Yazakura family, one spy exclaimed. They rushed Mutsumi to the hospital. Female spy, what happened? Spy 2, what do you mean? Spy 1, the pro-heroes destroyed the Yazakura mansion after defeating the members of the Yazakura family but only took Mutsumi. Then, out of nowhere, a kaiju attacked, causing destruction at UA High and across half of Japan. Thankfully, her classmate, Teo Asano, saved her, and she was rushed to the hospital. Spy 3, those villains, including that fiery-headed one, did nothing to stop the kaiju attack. Spy 1, they will regret destroying the Yazakura mansion. Spy 3, exactly. Spy 1, hey, do any of you think we should do something? The spies began to murmur among themselves, while some remained quiet. Scene change. Location, Hero Public Safety Commission. Madam President, what is going on? Female cop, President, you are under arrest for corruption and abuse of power, she said as she placed HNDCFFS on the president of the HPSC. The police pointed their guns at the employees and agents on the ground. The pro-heroes stood by, knowing it was against the law to interfere with the police. The cops took the president away, while the agents were taken to the police station for questioning. The Madam President, who led the Hero Public Safety Commission, was arrested for corruption and hiding dark secrets from the public. The corrupt heroes had their licenses revoked and were no longer considered heroes. Authorities reviewed their histories and were shocked, some even horrified, as they arrested heroes who had committed crimes and harmed innocent people. Merchants who profited from them immediately recalled their products and destroyed them. Fans of the false heroes reacted by destroying all related merchandise, and TV shows featuring them were cancelled after the news broke. Those with quirks who had used them to bully the quirkless received warnings to cease their actions, while teachers and others were cautioned to stop those who used their powers to harm the innocent. The quirkless began to defend themselves by crafting their own weapons to protect against villains and criminals. Some agents confessed to hiding information about unethical experiments. The people who had been experimented on were freed after the police discovered the lab and dismantled everything connected to the villain factory. They were sent to the hospital but suffered no lasting effects and were soon released back into society. However, the reputation of heroes was further damaged due to the inhumane experiments linked to the villain factory. The Hero Society as it once was no longer existed, but there were still pro-heroes dedicated to protecting Japan. While some people remained skeptical, others decided to give them another chance. Now, the pro-heroes had to work hard to regain the public's trust and seek forgiveness. All Might knew what he had to do. Scene change. Location, Docks. The Yasakura family learned of the events and began rebuilding their mansion. The Polynesian gods, having heard of Maui's bravery and redemption, decided to bring him home. An angel informed Maui that he was welcomed back to the heavens. He shared this news with Issei and his friends, who understood that their friend was about to return to the heavens. They gathered at the docks, where pirates and fishermen had come to bid farewell to Maui. Issei and his friends watched as Maui looked up at the sky, where the heavens were opening and the Polynesian gods awaited him. Maui turned to his friends. "I want to thank you all for supporting me and being my friends. I thought I would never have friends until I met Issei. He helped me find redemption and friendship. We shared many adventures and I learned from my mistakes. I regret everything I did to the innocent. Now it's my time to be the hero everyone believed I could be. I will never forget any of you and the happy times we shared," Maui said, tears welling in his eyes. "Nate, do you really have to go?" Maui, "I'm afraid so." "Deku, will we ever see you again?" Maui, "We will meet again." Issei, "Hey, at least you don't have to be afraid anymore." Maui, "Yep." Teo, "We're both happy you saved us." He held Mutsumi's hand, and Maui smiled at this. Whisper, "This is so sad." Jibanyan, "I know." They all hugged Maui, and he embraced them back, tears streaming down his face as he smiled. They broke the hug and he turned to look at the heavens. Issei, "Hey Maui." Maui turned his head. Issei, "Thank you." Maui, "You're welcome." Smiles. He transformed into a hawk and soared into the heavens as everyone cheered for him. The Polynesian gods welcomed Maui back as the heavens faded from view. Issei and his friends smiled, looking up at the sky. The sun shone brightly, and they saw Maui's symbol, his fishhook, in the sky. Issei, "We'll meet again." Friend. Smiles. To be continued. After Maui returned to the heavens, Issei knew he was still wanted by the supernatural, but he didn't care because he now had friends. Teo often had to evade Kyoichiro whenever he spotted him and Mutsumi together. Nate's parents were unaware of what had happened, as they had been knocked out while packing to move back to Springdale. They didn't know how they returned home in one night, but in truth, Issei had used his teleportation magic to bring them back to their home in uptown Springdale. However, upon seeing the news, they thought little of it as they began to unpack their belongings. The President of Japan learned about the pro-heroes' actions against the Yasakura mansion and took steps to prevent a war between the pro-heroes and the spies from the Spy Association. The Yasakura mansion was rebuilt, and now the quirkless were given a chance to compete in the field of heroes after the President learned of the corruption within the Hero Public Safety Commission. He enacted a law to protect the quirkless from being wronged, judged, or belittled, ensuring they would not feel weak. This also meant that police would monitor those with quirks to prevent them from harming, bullying, or mocking the quirkless. The pro-heroes who were arrested included Death Arms, MT, Lady, Kamui Woods, Endeavor, and other pro-heroes who sought fame and fortune, faced consequences for their actions. They were stripped of their titles and were no longer recognized as pro-heroes. However, those pro-heroes who dedicated themselves to saving people and bringing smiles to their faces were not arrested. Later at night, All Might and the other pro-heroes held a press conference to apologize to the public for their ignorance regarding the corruption that had been occurring. He revealed his true identity as Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori shared that he had once been quirkless until he received the power of One for All. While some in the crowd were upset, others expressed understanding. He admitted that the belief that anyone could become a hero was misleading, but now it could actually hold true. Toshinori, I am planning to retire. Reporter 1. What do you mean? Toshinori, I have witnessed too much corruption in this society. My time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end. 20% of One for All has been stolen by Izuku Midoriya, and it made me realize there will be someone else to take my place. Reporter 2. Who will be your next successor? He turned and pointed at the camera. You're next. Izuku Midoriya. Deku watched the news, shocked by Toshinori's words. He was All Might's next successor. Issei, you're his successor. Nate, way to go. Whisper, congratulations. Jibanyan, good for you. Teo, you can now become a hero. Matsumi, and follow your dream. Inko Midoriya cried upon hearing Toshinori's announcement. Deku, I'm going to become a hero. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day, Issei confronted Ataru Moriboshi, who looked disheveled. Why did you hit her? Ataru replied, because she and her friends always bullied me, so I decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. Once a troublemaker who often bothered women, Ataru was disliked by many, including his own parents. He had brown hair and colored eyes. Ataru, I just had enough, so I snapped. Issei, you could have told them how you felt without resorting to violence. Just then, Deku entered, having overheard their conversation. Deku, what happened? Ataru explained, after Lum shocked me, I lost it and grabbed her horns, but they came off. She was stunned, so I ended up punching her. Then her friends attacked me. I fought back, dodging their hits and knocking some of them out. It was chaotic. Deku, you ran? Ataru, no, I saw a bus and jumped on. It was leaving, so I escaped from Lum and the others. But then a guy pulled out a weapon. I knew I had to act fast, so I confronted him and managed to knock him out. Deku, how could you do that? Ataru, everyone was screaming because the driver passed out from the chaos. I took control of the bus and started driving. Deku, you're like a hero. Ataru, I am a hero. But then the mugger woke up and started choking me while I was driving. I fought him off with one hand and managed to kick him out at the next stop. Issei, you kept making all the stops? Ataru, well, people kept ringing the bell. Deku, so they don't know where you are? Ataru, no, and I'm grateful for that. If they find me, I'm in big trouble. Issei, what are you planning to do? Ataru, I took some money from my dad, so I should be fine as long as they don't track me down. Just then, Issei's phone buzzed with a notification. He looked at it, then at Ataru. Issei, you might want to see this. He handed his phone to Ataru, who saw a live news report. News anchor, this is an emergency report. Lum the invader girl has been betrayed by her husband, and now her allies are furious and seeking revenge. The one who started this is a student named Ataru Moriboshi, who attacked her and now they are after him. Get him. Ataru, I am so screwed. Deku, look at these comments, everyone in Tokyo hates you. Issei, it's worse than that. There are already groups forming to hunt you down. Ataru, what kind of groups? Issei, there's the most hated, led by Lum's allies, the hunt for the pervert, led by Shinobu, justice for Lum, led by Mendo, and many more. Ataru, what am I going to do? Issei, we need to find others like us and lay low until we figure this out. Ataru, I guess that could work. Issei, good, because we're leaving right now. Ataru, What? Unbeknownst to them, they would soon face many enemies, including supernatural ones. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, wrestling ring. Kinnikuman had just defeated his latest challenger in a wrestling match. As he stepped out of the ring, he noticed Issei and his friends waiting for him. He paused and looked at them. Kinnikuman, who are you? Issei, are you Kinnikuman? Kinnikuman, that's me. Issei, I'm Issei Haidu, the Red Dragon Emperor. Kinnikuman, the Red Dragon Emperor? Aren't you the one who defeated Riser? Issei, yep. Kinnikuman, that fried chicken must feel humiliated after losing to you. Issei, he sure does. Kinnikuman, what do you want? Issei, I'm here to recruit you to the Dragon faction. Scene change. Location, Paris. Marinette rushed downstairs, always in a hurry. With her blue hair and bright blue eyes, she often found herself in clumsy situations, though never on purpose. Marinette de Painting. There she is, said Tom, Marinette's father, as he took croissants out of the oven. Marinette, your breakfast is getting cold, honey. He placed the croissants aside. Marinette, sorry, Daddy, not hungry today. I have to go. Tom, it's okay, I'll pack some croissants for the road. Marinette, the road. Tom, oh, I'm so excited to take you to school. Marinette, what? This isn't the day. I want to go alone. You don't want them to make fun of me, do you? Tom, of course not. Marinette, thank you. Tom, I'll pick you up after school. Marinette paused as her father continued talking. Tom, I made sweets for all your friends, and I didn't forget your favorite unicorn cakes. He showed her the cakes adorned with fake unicorn horns and ears. Marinette, oh no. She looked at her father and spoke. Marinette, how many times do I have to tell you? I have 0 friends. I smell something burning, said Sabine, Marinette's mother and Tom's wife. Tom, huh? Not a baguette. He rushed into the back. Marinette, I'm sorry, Mom. I know Daddy means well, but... She stopped talking as her mother looked concerned. Sabine, what's wrong, honey? Marinette, I'm worried they'll make fun of me. Can you imagine what they think? Sabine, stop worrying about what others think. There's only one thing you need to listen to. She smiled and placed a hand on Marinette's heart. Marinette, Mom. Sabine, what? Marinette, how do you make your dreams come true? Sabine, you just have to believe in yourself. Marinette walked out the door, feeling uplifted but still anxious about her clumsiness. Her mother closed the door as Marinette started her walk to school. She accidentally tripped and interrupted a painter who was drawing a mustache on a woman's portrait. Hey, watch it, you clumsy girl, shouted the painter as Marinette got up and continued walking. What she didn't notice was that Ataru had started following her. She became aware of him when she nearly caused a waiter to drop all the wine glasses. She picked up her pace, and Ataru matched her speed. Marinette began to run, and Ataru used a walkie-talkie to inform Issei. She is heading your way, shouted Ataru. Issei, got it. She looked at Teo and Matsumi, nodding at them. They nodded back and set up a rope to trip her, but Marinette noticed it and jumped over. Nate, she jumped over it. Whisper, I thought she couldn't jump over it. Jibanyan, she just did. Marinette continued running until she was blocked by objects placed by Deku, who used his black whip to create an obstacle. She turned to run the other way, only to be confronted by Kinnikuman. Before she could escape, Kinnikuman grabbed her leg. As she was about to scream, Issei quickly covered her mouth. Issei, listen, we're not going to hurt you. I'm here to recruit you to the Dragon faction. He removed his hand from Marinette's mouth and she exclaimed, Marinette, what? To be continued. Chapter end. Issei explained everything to Marinette about what was happening, and she understood when Draig introduced himself through the booster gear. Issei, now that Marinette is part of the Dragon faction, we need to find Usagi Tsukino and Kenkichi Ryatsu. Teo, aren't they in Tokyo? Issei, they are, and Ataru. You're definitely not going to like it. Ataru, wait, what? he exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Scene change. Location: Tokyo. Ataru: why did I have Tio kidnap this crybaby? Usagi: I'm not a crybaby. Usagi Tsukino, a schoolgirl with blonde hair styled in 2 ponytails and blue eyes, was being carried by Ataru as he ran away from her house, where she had been left outside after her mother saw her bad grades. Boy 1, there he is. Boy 2, the one who broke Lum's heart. Ataru turned his head to see a group of boys chasing after him. They were members of the most hated club, led by Lum's stormtroopers. Ataru: oh no. He continued running while holding Usagi in his arms. Somewhere in Tokyo, a man was firing bullets at the police as he fled. This man was Kankichi Ryatsu, a former cop with black hair and eyes, notorious for his reckless behavior. Kankichi: how did I get in this situation? He shouted as he heard police sirens and saw police cars in pursuit. He noticed Ataru running beside him, still carrying Usagi. The most hated club was still chasing Ataru, but they halted when Ataru and Kankichi ran past a traffic light, causing the police cars to crash into each other and block the path. The police cars stopped in their tracks, unable to proceed due to the wreckage. Ataru grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, Issei, use teleportation magic now. I got them. Issei, got it. He uses teleportation magic to whisk Ataru and the others away from the bustling streets of Tokyo. Boy 1, wait, did you see that? Boy 2, nope. Boy 3, I need to get out more. Scene change. Location: unknown. Momo Yazakura, Blackbeard, and the Gullfather gazed at the empty throne that once belonged to Diodora Astruth. Blackbeard: this is where that scoundrel once sat when he was still alive. Momo: he was killed by Shalba Beelzebub before he escaped when the Red Dragon Emperor awakened Juggernaut Drive. The Gullfather: devils are such selfish creatures when it comes to their own pride. Blackbeard: the 4 great Satans and the Underworld Council never knew about his monstrous nature when he tried to take advantage of that nun named Asia. Momo: he was using her as a hostage to provoke Issei into attacking him. Blackbeard: what are we doing here exactly? Momo: for that, he said as he looked at the spot where Diodora met his end. They noticed traces of his blood on the ground. Momo took out a needle and collected the blood. The Gullfather: what are you planning to do with that blood? Momo: Makoto will make something out of this. He knows what to do. The Gullfather: that could explain why you also took blood from that repulsive corpse. He gestured toward Fried's lifeless body on the ground, which was gruesomely torn apart and surrounded by a pool of blood. The Gullfather: disgusting. Momo: indeed. He said as he examined the needle containing Diodora's blood. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location: Hidden Leaf. Ataru and Usagi were fleeing from the villagers as they helped Naruto escape from the Hidden Leaf. Naruto was despised by everyone in the village because of the 9-tailed fox sealed within him. The 9-tailed fox had once attacked the Hidden Leaf, causing chaos and destruction, leading the villagers to blame Naruto for the deaths that occurred during the attack. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and wore a forehead protector that he had taken from the Ninja Academy. Naruto Uzumaki: Naruto, can these people stop trying to keep me in this stupid village? Villager 1: it's the day you pay for your sins. Villager 2: the 9-tailed fox will be stopped. Ataru: these people are even worse than those in Tokyo. Usagi grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, get out of here. Issei: already on it. He used his teleportation magic to transport his friends and Naruto away from the Hidden Leaf. The villagers paused, confused, as they searched for them. Villager 3: where did they go? Villager 4: the 9-tailed fox has escaped. Meanwhile, at the Kingdom of Lyonesse, Deku unleashed a powerful Detroit smash, sending the Holy Knights flying in different directions. Kenkichi fired bullets at the Holy Knights, but they skillfully dodged. Iruma shot arrows at the Holy Knights, successfully hitting and taking them down. Iruma Suzuki was the adopted grandson of Lord Sullivan, one of the 3 heroes of the Underworld and the 13 Crowns. He had blue hair, blue eyes, and wielded a bow and arrows to defeat his enemies. Iruma Suzuki: Teo dashed out with Issei running beside him in his normal form. Issei, known as the Cursed Prince, was feared by many. He was an ordinary man at night but transformed into a muscular form when the sun rose. However, he had learned to control his ability and could shift between his normal and muscular forms at will. Issei, we need to get out of here, he shouted as he ran alongside Teo, both being pursued by the Holy Knights. Issei. Iruma grabbed his walkie-talkie and reported, "We got the Cursed Prince." Suddenly, magic circles appeared around him and the others, teleporting them out of the kingdom of Lyonesse. The Holy Knights halted, bewildered, as they searched for them. Holy Knight 1, what just happened? Holy Knight 2, where did they go? Later at night. Location, Fruit and Flower Mountain. Issei and his friends gathered, waiting for the Monkey King to arrive. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, and the victorious fighting Buddha appeared on his flying cloud. He jumped off and landed gracefully on the ground. Sun Wukong is known by humans in Japan as Son Goku. Some believe he was inspired by Hanuman, the Hindu monkey god from mythology. Sun Wukong once met Hanuman during his journey to India to retrieve the sutras. They became friends, and after their long journey, they returned to China, where the Buddha made Sun Wukong the victorious fighting Buddha. Sun Wukong, are they all right? Issei, they're fine. We managed to save them before those villains could hurt them again. Sun Wukong, I can't believe you quit being a pawn of the Gremory Princess. Issei, I decided to start my new life after defeating the Great Lion King. Sun Wukong, I see. Naruto, Wukong, did you send them to save us? Sun Wukong, yep. Skinner, what? Sun Wukong, I wasn't going to let those people treat you like monsters, so I had Issei and his friends come to rescue you both. Ataru, those people are even worse than the ones back in Tokyo. Deku, you already mentioned that. Ataru, I know, but I really can't stand those who ruin my life. Usagi, says the one who always flirts with women. Ataru, says the one who cries like a baby. Usagi, what did you say? Ataru, you heard me. Just then, Kinnikuman lightly tapped them both on the head, causing them to stop their bickering. Marinette, I have a feeling they won't get along. Teo, you can say that again. Deku, at least nobody got hurt. Nate, I don't understand why some people can be so heartless and cruel. Iruma, me neither. Kenkichi, there are a lot of monkeys here. Whisper, this is Fruit and Flower Mountain, so there are bound to be many monkeys. Jibanyan, and plenty of fruits and flowers. Kenkichi, so what are you planning to do with them? Sun Wukong, I'm going to take them to Buddha, he'll help them find inner peace. Naruto, Buddha? The Buddha? Sun Wukong, yup. Issei, I've never met the Buddha before. Sun Wukong, well, you're going to meet him when we go to India. Issei, India? Isn't it where the Hindu gods are located? Sun Wukong, Shiva and the Hindu gods respect the Buddha, so there won't be any harm. Issei, okay, at least there won't be any more problems. Meanwhile at Skeleton Island, Momo Yazakura entered the lab and saw Makoto Kawashita working on his experiments. Makoto, they're done, he said as he pushed a button that opened the pods, revealing freed Selzen, who was now a mix of zombie and demon, and Diodora, transformed into a monstrous being with iron teeth, red eyes, a shark's tail, and fish-like features on his arms and legs. Momo, what did you do to them? Makoto, I was able to fix his dead body, but I couldn't bring him back to life. He is now mindless but dangerous. He looked at Diodora. Makoto, as for him, I really disliked him, so I mixed his blood with DNA from various sea creatures, and this is the result. Momo, I see. She glanced at the other pods. Mako, more of my experiments. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day. Location, fish restaurant. Waiter, 1 catfish, 2 fish salads for the couple with scarlet and blue hair, 1 regular fish, 3 fish and chips, for ramens, and 1 big bowl of ramen with fish and boiled eggs. Ruma, that's me. Usagi, so you teleported Marinette back to Paris? Issei, she received the ladybug miraculous from Wang Fu, and I wished her good luck. I used teleportation magic to send them back to Paris. I didn't want to be wanted again. Deku, At least we said our goodbyes, and we might be able to see her again. Issei, yep. Kenkichi, so what are we going to do now? Ataru, I don't want to go back to Tokyo to face everyone who wants to harm me. Usagi, I'm not going back to be called a crybaby or to keep getting bad grades from my teacher who dislikes me and leaves me outside. Kenkichi, say what now? Ataru, everything in my life was going fine until Lum and those Oni aliens showed up and took it all away. Shinobu doesn't love me anymore. She quickly fell for that octopus boy from the Mendo clan, who is a coward in the dark. He and she became my tormentors, along with Lum's stormtroopers. Every woman back in Tokyo hates me for trying to get their phone numbers. What is wrong with me? Kenkichi, it's not you, it's everyone. They keep judging us for who we are. They never respect us. They always think we're monsters and they never show respect or love. There's always evil that makes us suffer for no reason. Ataru, come to think of it, they never loved me. Shinobu is just like those people who always get angry and fall in love without knowing someone's true personality. Kenkichi, I learned that the hard way when I acted on my desires and ended up causing trouble, but my friend and I managed to get out since we were cops. Ataru, I see. Kinnikuman, you two should really show women respect without doing it just for lust. Issei, I understand what you're saying. Ataru, what makes you say that? Issei, because he remembers his death. I was killed by my girlfriend, who was a fallen angel. They stopped eating and listened. Issei, before I formed this faction, I was once a pervert who always peeped on girls and got beaten up by them until my friends and I met a schoolgirl named Amano Yuma. I went on my first date with her, thinking I had finally found love, until he remembers her transformation into a fallen angel. She killed me with a light spear. I wish I had known. Because of my desires. I should have sensed something was. But it was too late. I was reincarnated as a devil by the Gremory princess. He remembers seeing Rias before he died. However, after everything I've gone through, it still haunts me even after I became a humanoid dragon. Tears began to well in his eyes. They stood silently, unsure of what to say but feeling sympathy for Issei. Ataru, shocked. I never thought about that. I shouldn't have let my desires take over when Lum showed up. Then I might still be with Shinobu. But that's not going to happen anymore. Now I'm hated by everyone, and they want to harm me. Sad. I wish I could have married Shinobu without being selfish. Filthy rat. Echoed in Ataru's memory, spoken by Shinobu. Ataru, she's right. I am a filthy rat. Kenkichi, no, she's wrong. You're not a filthy rat. You're just someone who is misunderstood. Issei, that's why it is against the world. They will try everything to make us suffer. That's why we're going to save the innocent. Ataru, is that why we became part of your faction? Issei, yes, because the dragon faction is going to save the innocent and fight the evil and the corrupted. He held up his glass and shouted, for the dragon faction. They raised their glasses and shouted, for the dragon faction. It was the beginning of the dragon faction. To be continued. Chapter End. Meanwhile at Babel Tower. The Babel Tower consists of 666 floors, each representing a workplace of the demon group at different levels. It's where the 13 crowns are about to meet with Surzex. The meeting is about the 13 crowns forming alliances with the devil faction. The 13 crowns sat down at the table and began the meeting. Lord Sullivan, let's begin. We're here to form alliances with the devil faction. Surzex, I know our reputation is slowly declining due to the Red Dragon Emperor quitting my sister's peerage, but the devils and I were unaware of my sister's actions. Belzebuth, we know. Because we had history since the beginning of time after our race was banished to this place by the biblical god before his death. Lord Belial, yet you initiated a peace conference with the angels and the fallen angels, who were our enemies from the start. Paimon, let's not forget that the angels are allies with the gods, some of whom have harmed our kind. Lord Belial, like the Poseidon Familia, who assisted Zeus and Hera in defeating the Leviathan, one of the 7 princes of hell. Lady Levi, they defeated him and used his remains as a seal to deter sea monsters from escaping the dungeon through the waters, taking many of his children in the process as they protected the oceans. We remain trapped here until we learn to disguise ourselves as humans to confront the children of the biblical God, the one who banished our race to the underworld. Lord Belial. Poseidon sealed himself during the Great War while we were at odds with one another. Henri, the gods didn't have families before the Great War. However, after the biblical god's death, the gods realized their descendants would form families. Some adhered to their traditions as descendants of the gods or demigods, while others forged new paths to avoid repeating their ancestors' mistakes. That's why the primordial god Auranas and the other gods created the city of Orario, aiming for humans and creatures to coexist peacefully. Yet, they forgot that Hestia had imprisoned Nidhogg within the tower that now stands at 50 floors. Thus, they established god families to protect the world from creatures consumed by corruption and evil. However, the people of Orario and the adventurers remain oblivious to the corruption festering in the city. The god families show no mercy to the monsters, who may be innocent, doing as they please. He concluded his statement by asserting that humans are the true monsters in that city. Amaimon, that's the issue with humans. They are tainted by the 7 deadly sins, though some remain innocent, following the 10 commandments of the biblical God. Astro, it's not just humans who follow sins and commandments. Some creatures can be corrupted, while others are innocent, just like humans. Asmodeus Amaryllis spoke up after Astro finished. Are we still trying to ally with the devil faction, or are we placing blame? She asked, glancing at the others who remained silent. Lord Sullivan, she's right. We're here to forge an alliance with the devil faction since they lost the Red Dragon Emperor. Bachiko, have you even attempted to retrieve him? Surzex, yes, but we failed. Apparently, he has formed his own faction. Lord Sullivan, what is the name of this faction? Surzex, he calls it the Dragon Faction. Bachiko, who are the members of his faction? Surzex, there's Teo Asano, Izuka Midoriya, also known as Deku, Nathan Adams, Adar Moriboshi, Kinnikuman, Usagi Tsukino, also known as Sailor Moon, Kenkichi Ryatsu, and Iruma Suzuki. Lord Sullivan spat out the tea he was drinking and exclaimed, "What? Bachiko, Iruma is in the Dragon Faction?" Surzex, his. Henry's glasses broke as the other crowns were left speechless, unsure of what to say, except for one who finally spoke. Ball, this is getting interesting. To be continued. Meanwhile at Lalag Lake. The Poseidon Familia gazed at the seal that contained the skeleton of the Leviathan. The skeleton began to glow and crack as they heard the roars of many sea monsters echoing from the dungeon. The captain of the Poseidon Familia looked at the others and asked, "What's happening?" "The skeleton of the Leviathan is glowing, and the seal is opening," one of the members of the Poseidon Familia replied. Before they could react, the seal shattered, and the entrance to the dungeon swung wide open. The sea monsters began to escape as the Poseidon Familia prepared for battle, but the skeleton started to regenerate flesh and skin while the sea monsters waited in anticipation. Once the skeleton was fully restored, the Poseidon Familia was shocked to see the Leviathan brought back to life. The creature let out a roar that created a shockwave felt by everyone. They were about to attack, but the Leviathan struck first, swimming with an army of sea monsters behind him. The Poseidon Familia was overwhelmed and knocked unconscious as they floated in the water. The people of Melon looked at the lake and saw the Leviathan emerging. They all began to flee as the Leviathan unleashed blue flames from its mouth, destroying half of the city. The Leviathan swam away with his army of sea monsters, heading toward Japan. Back at the Babel Tower, Surzex and the 13 Crowns felt the shockwave and immediately rose from their seats. Lady Levi, it has returned. Lord Sullivan, the Leviathan. Lord Belial, how is that possible? Surzex, we need to warn the factions. Scene change. Location, docks. The fishermen finished packing away the boxes of fish they had caught. As they were about to enter the store, they noticed the sky darkening, despite it being forecasted as sunny all day. Fisherman 1, it's not supposed to rain today. Fisherman 2, it's probably just cloudy, let's get inside before. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from the ocean and turned to see sea monsters emerging. Fisherman 1, what on earth is happening? Fisherman 2, let's get out of here. The fishermen began to run. The Leviathan rose from the ocean with his army of sea monsters. Leviathan. The Leviathan let out another roar that created a shockwave, shattering all nearby glass. The humans covered their ears at the sound, dodging the falling shards as they fled from the buildings. Issei and his friends spotted the Leviathan while dining at a fish restaurant. "What is that?" said Adru while looking at the Leviathan. "Issei, that's the Leviathan." "Nate, the Leviathan?" "Whisper, he is one of the 7 princes of hell." "Jibanyan, I thought he was dead." "Teo, that thing is enormous." "Deku, he's bigger than the giant villain." "Adru, he was dead?" "Whisper, the Poseidon Familia helped Zeus and Hera defeat the Leviathan many years ago. They used his skeleton to seal the sea monsters to protect the oceans, but it seems that the seal is broken." "Kinnikuman, so all myths and legends are real?" "Whisper, yes." "Usagi, that means I am the lost moon princess." "Kenkichi, say what?" "Usagi, I didn't want to believe it, but after using this moon stick I got from that black cat, it could mean I'm the lost moon princess." "Kinnikuman, we can see that." "Iruma, what are we going to do?" "Issei, we need to figure out how to get the Leviathan and his army of sea monsters away from Japan." "Kenkichi, how are we going to do that?" Just then, Usagi's moon stick started glowing. An idea popped into her head. "Usagi, Issei, I think I have a plan." Scene change. The Leviathan looked to see the fishermen running away, some of them jumping out of their boats in panic. He was about to let out another roar when something glowing caught his eye. He turned his head to see a bright light coming from the other side of Japan. Sailor Moon used her moon stick to send a beam of glowing light toward the Leviathan. Sailor Moon watched as the Leviathan retreated into the ocean, followed by the sea monsters, drawn to the source of the light. "Oh no!" Sailor Moon gasped when she realized it was heading toward her. She started running as the Leviathan swam in the ocean, following the light. She dashed toward the lighthouse where Issei was waiting for her at the top. She entered and quickly ran up the stairs, reaching the top just in time to see the Leviathan approaching. "Say, what now?" "Sailor Moon, we wait." She looked down to see the others holding a giant fishnet, waiting for the signal. The Leviathan was getting closer, and Sailor Moon held her glowing moon stick tightly. As the Leviathan emerged from the ocean, Sailor Moon shouted, "Now!" They threw the giant fishnet at the Leviathan, but it only covered its mouth. Sailor Moon, oh no! The net tore as the Leviathan unleashed a powerful roar. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Fireball!" A fireball shot out of nowhere, hitting the Leviathan and causing him to retreat into the ocean. The sea monsters followed him as he swam away. Issei and his friends looked to see where the fireball had come from, spotting a boy with white hair and red eyes. They stood in silence until Issei finally asked, "Who are you?" The boy replied, "The name is Belcranel." To be continued. "My name is Belcranel. I was once the captain of the Hestia Familia." You might be wondering why I'm not with Hestia and her Familia. Well, it's a long story, but I'll tell you anyway. I was raised by my grandfather, who turned out to be Zeus, the chief god of the Greek gods, until he was killed by a monster while trying to save me. I heard many stories about heroes from fairy tales and myths, so I went to Orario to become an adventurer. When I tried to join a Familia, nobody wanted me until I met Hestia. I joined her Familia, and everything changed for me. I was made fun of by Bet, a member of the Loki Familia, because I was weak, so I decided to train harder to become strong. I met Lily and Welf, defeated the Black Goliath, fought against the captain of the Apollo Familia who attacked me at the pub, saved Sanjuno Haruheim from being sacrificed by the Amazons, and fought against Dix and the Eiklos Familia for harming innocent creatures in the dungeon. I saved the Xenos from the Loki Familia and got them back to the dungeon, although I was hated by everyone in Orario for saving Ween from being killed by the Loki Familia until I fought against Asterius. I lost to him, but we will meet again. I helped Ryu overcome her past and defeated the Juggernaut that killed the Astria Familia. However, I had to leave the Hestia Familia without telling them because when I met Pena, she showed me a vision of what would happen next. I saw everyone in Orario under Freya's charm, forgetting me. There was a big battle between the Hestia Familia and the Freya Familia, which was chaotic. I couldn't let that happen to them, so I left Orario and traveled to Japan, where I met Issei Hayadu and the Dragon faction after hitting the Leviathan with my fireball. Now I'm here. Bel Cranel. Bel looked at Issei and the Dragon faction. The name is Bel Cranel, he said as he looked at them. Sailor Moon, Bel Cranel? Bel? Yes, you all got lucky when I showed up. Kenkichi, why did you save us? Bel, I wasn't going to let the Leviathan unleash another roar, so you're welcome. Nate, hey, just like Maui. Sailor Moon. Who is Maui? Teo, Maui was our friend. Deku, he is the hero of Hawaii and a trickster demigod. Aru, like Loki? Whisper, opposite to Loki, but he did have regrets for the mistakes he made in the past. Jibanyan, he was the one who pulled up the sky, slowed down the sun, pulled out the islands, defeated an eel that tried to stuck his wife, discovered fire, and many more. Kinnikuman, you guys were friends with a demigod? Issei, yep. Iruma, so what happened to him? Issei, he died while trying to steal the heart from his ancestor, who was a goddess, but one of his brothers laughed, causing her to wake up and cut him in half. He was sent to the underworld for 30 years. Until the gods picked him up, and he lived for thousands of years until I met him. Long story short, we helped him find redemption, and he went back to heaven. Meanwhile at Skeleton Island, Momo Yazakura sat on the sofa, looking at Ball, one of the 13 crowns, and Freya, the goddess of beauty. Blackbeard and the Gullfather stood nearby as Momo spoke. You two have been known to be at the top of everyone else without them knowing your true colors. Freya is the Norse goddess of beauty, known to be both revered and feared by humans and creatures alike. She leads a powerful familia in Orario and is recognized as the Queen of Orario, a title once held by Hera, the former empress. Hera and Zeus's families faced devastation after losing a battle against the one-eyed black dragon, leading to their exile from Orario at the hands of Loki and Freya, never to return. Freya learns that Bel is the adopted grandson of Zeus and desires him for herself, only to discover that he is no longer in Orario. Baal, the secret leader of the Demon Reformation movement, heads a group of demons opposed to the 13 crowns, seeking to restore their former evil ways. Despite their efforts, they are aware that many demons remain wicked, particularly the 7 princes of hell who rule the underworld. Freya remarks, "No one in Orario questions me or my familia. Things were going well after Bel returned from the dungeon, but then you called us here." Momo interrupts, "Forgive me for interrupting your happiness, but we need to address the dragon faction." Ball inquires, "What about them?" Momo explains, Issei Hayadu has formed his own faction without being a high-ranking devil. After he removed his pieces and was reincarnated as a humanoid dragon, he chose his own path. Freya acknowledges, "I've heard of him. He is the one who defeated Loki to prevent Ragnarok." Momo continues, "I'm surprised that his descendant has her own familia and took his name to conceal her true identity." Freya scoffs, "Odin is nothing but a fool. He calls himself the All-Father, forgetting that Ymir created the land of Midgard." She takes a sip of her wine. Ball adds, "Those demons fail to realize they remain as corrupted as the humans who follow the 7 deadly sins, many of whom believe they don't exist since they've never ventured to the surface of the human realm." Suddenly, a figure appears by the window. "Forgive the intrusion, but I have more to add to the conversation." The Gullfather questions, "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" The figure replies, "What is the one thing devils desire?" Ball answers, "A soul?" The figure smirks, "And there you have my name. Soul." Soul continues, "I've heard the news about the Red Dragon Emperor leaving the Gremory Peerage. It's a terrible shame for the factions and their allies. Without the Red Dragon Emperor, they will surely face defeat against the Leviathan." Ball asks, "What do you mean by that?" Soul explains, "We used Poseidon's blood to cover a skeleton and performed a ritual to resurrect the dangerous creature that was once slain by Zeus, Hera, and the Poseidon familia." Ball realizes, "So you're the one who brought back the Leviathan." Soul confirms, "Yes. Now the factions, the 13 crowns, and the god families must contend with one of the world's most powerful creatures known to humankind." Blackbeard comments, that could explain the army of sea monsters following him. Momo asks, what does this have to do with the dragon faction? Sol responds, with the Leviathan and his army of sea monsters now free in the oceans, they won't interfere with us. It will be too late for them to understand what's happening. Momo nods, I see. Sol adds, I'm here to discuss another dragon emperor. He looks at them and states, Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. To be continued. The next day, the Poseidon Familia is found floating in the ocean by mermaids. They are taken to Atlantis, where King Triton learns of the Leviathan's attempt to attack Japan when a messenger rushes into the throne room with urgent news. The messenger bows and says, I have some news, Your Majesty. King Triton asks, what news do you have? The messenger replies, the Leviathan has returned. King Triton exclaims, what? The messenger continues, the Poseidon Familia are hospitalized, and the Leviathan has an army of sea monsters following him wherever he goes. King Triton demands, did anyone see him? The messenger shakes his head, no, but one of the mermen spotted him heading toward the Pacific Ocean. King Triton orders, send many troops after the Leviathan and his army. The messenger responds, yes, Your Majesty. King Triton declares, I'll alert Surzex and the others. The messenger adds, I also have another message from Surzex. He is holding an emergency meeting. King Triton replies, I'll be there. He uses teleportation magic but pauses to instruct the messenger, evacuate the civilians immediately. The messenger nods, yes, Your Majesty. King Triton teleports to Japan as the messenger rushes out of the throne room to inform the fishman soldiers. At the equipment shop, Kankichi browses and finds a double-barreled shotgun, purchasing it. The shop owner comments, good choice. This baby could do a lot of damage. Kankichi is about to respond when he notices a sword inside a glass case. What is that? He asks. The shop owner replies, this is Onikiri Aim Nomura Kumo, one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan. Kankichi exclaims, I thought it was lost. The shop owner shrugs, so did everyone else. This sword was once wielded by the storm god Susan before he gifted it to Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. Kankichi, I thought they were just myths? Shop owner, they were myths but they're real. Kankichi, I can see that. Shop owner, would you like to have it? Kankichi, really? Shop owner, thief. Kankichi, how much is this sword? Shop owner, it's free. Kankichi, free? Shop owner, you buy one and get one free. Kankichi, thanks. The shop owner took out his key, unlocked the glass case, and carefully handed the sword to Kankichi. As Kankichi walked out of the shop owner smiled and transformed back into his true self, none other than the evening star. He called out to his turtle and sat atop its shell, feeling very lucky. Using teleportation magic, he vanished back to the heavens. To be continued. Chapter end. Issei and his friends sat on a boat, floating in the middle of the sea, waiting for the Leviathan. Teo, why are we here again? Say, we're going to capture the Leviathan. Teo, by waiting here in the middle of the ocean? Issei, not quite. He pulled out a large fishhook, placed a sizable piece of meat on it, and tossed it into the water. Issei, we're going to lure it. Deku, isn't that dangerous? Nate, we tried to stop the Leviathan with a giant fishnet, but it only covered its mouth. What makes you think this will work? Issei, the Leviathan is known to devour any sea creatures and humans who have committed the sin of envy. It can't resist this big piece of meat. Ataru, what if it devours the meat? Issei, then we all pull on the rope and start dragging the Leviathan out. Kinnikuman, how are we going to get it in the boat? Issei, we're not. We're going to drag it to shore. Usagi, wouldn't that destroy the docks when we get back with the Leviathan? Issei, we're not going to the docks. We're heading to the lighthouse so it won't cause any more damage. Kankichi, are we going to kill it? If we do, I could use this sword I got from the shop. Say, no, for now we wait. They waited until they felt a tug on the rope. Quickly, they grabbed it and started pulling. The Leviathan emerged from the ocean. Issei, start the engine. Iruma nodded and started the engine, grabbing the wheel to steer the boat. The boat sped forward as Issei and the others held tightly to the rope. Bell looked at the Leviathan, which was trying to shake the hook from its mouth. "Fireball!" shouted Bell as he launched a fireball at the Leviathan. The fireball struck, giving them a moment to escape back to shore. However, Iruma turned the wheel, causing the boat to veer off course away from Japan. They managed to reach land near the lighthouse, but the Leviathan broke free, crashing its head into the lighthouse and causing it to collapse. The creature was knocked out as Issei and his friends disembarked from the boat. Seeing the destroyed lighthouse and the unconscious Leviathan, Kenkichi asked, "What now?" Issei replied, "I don't know," as he stared at the Leviathan's head resting on the ruins of the lighthouse. To be continued. Chapter End. The Fishman soldiers discovered the Leviathan and contacted their factions. An emergency meeting was underway when a messenger arrived with news of the Leviathan being found by the Fishman soldiers. Sona, Serful, Lady Levi, and others were relieved to hear that the Leviathan was unharmed. However, the messenger informed them that the Leviathan had been pulled out by the dragon faction and had crashed into the lighthouse, knocking it out. The Fishman soldiers couldn't locate the sea monsters that had been following the Leviathan, concluding that they had scattered across the 7 seas. This prompted them to confront the Red Dragon Emperor. The Yasakura family learned that Mutsumi was living with Teo. Kyoichiro was furious, his smile masking his anger, but he was knocked out when Futaba hit him on the head. Groups seeking revenge on Ataru for breaking Lum's heart discovered his whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Tokyo police were still searching for Kenkichi. Deka began training with all might, learning to HRS one for all. Issei and his friends moved into an apartment with 10 rooms, split between the top and bottom floors, accessible by stairs. It was an abandoned building that Issei had purchased with money his parents had taken. Those living on the top floor included Issei, Teo, Mutsumi, Nate, Whisper, Jibanyan, Iruma, and Deku. The bottom floor housed Ataru, Usagi, Kinnikuman, Kenkichi, and Bell. The 10 unused rooms remained empty. Issei utilized a new kind of magic called transfer magic to teleport all their belongings to their new location. Drake finally awakened and was briefed on everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, at the mountains, Momo Yasakura and his alliance spotted valets sitting atop the roof of a temple. Blackbeard, "Hey, are you the White Dragon Emperor?" Valet, "Who's asking?" Blackbeard, "The Apocalypse Brigade has come to recruit you. The Dragon faction has been ruining our plans, and you will help us eliminate them." Valet, "Eliminate them? I hate to break it to you, but Issei Hayudu is my rival." He stood up, gazing at the Apocalypse Brigade with a serious expression. Valet, "The Red Dragon Emperor is my rival, and I won't let you kill him." He activated his scale mail, transforming into his armor with light wings. Momo, "Interesting." Blackbeard, "Now we're getting somewhere." Ball, "I never knew the White Dragon Emperor had the same armor as the Red Dragon Emperor." He drew his spear, crafted by Sabnok Sabzan, his older brother in the Sabnok family. Both now, holding his spear. "Let's see how your armor holds up against one spear." To be continued. Chapter End. Location, Navy Headquarters. Akainu Sakazuki, the fleet admiral of the Marines, saw the news about the Leviathan being spotted. "The Leviathan is spotted," Sakazuki shouted as he slammed his hand on his desk. "Why?" "According to the report, the Dragon faction has somehow retrieved it from the seas and brought it back to shore," said Marine 1, while the second Marine remained silent. Sakazuki growled but took a moment to calm down as he looked at the 2 Marines. "Does that mean the factions and the 13 Crowns are aware of this?" "Yes, sir." Sakazuki's frustration grew. "I knew the Red Dragon Emperor would be a problem. The public now knows about the supernatural, and they are demanding answers. If it weren't for the Gremory Princess reincarnating him as a devil or allowing a fallen angel to trespass in her territory, this wouldn't be happening." Marine 2 interjected, "We also have another report about a new alliance." "A new alliance?" Sakazuki asked. "They call themselves the Apocalypse Brigade. They defeated the White Dragon Emperor." "What? How?" Ball used a new kind of spear made by a blacksmith named Sabnok Sabzan, who was his brother before his demise. "I heard about him. He used to make weapons for demons before the rest of the underworld blacksmiths were killed during the Great War. Marine 2 continued, we also have some bad news. What is it? Sakazuki demanded. The Kali Familia has been spotted, and they're heading to the Hawaiian Islands. Where did they see them? They're heading to Hawaii. Sakazuki stood up and began walking out. Send the Marines to Hawaii and arrest every Amazon in the Kali Familia. Yes, sir, both Marines replied. Back at the apartment. This isn't good, Issei said as he watched the news. The news anchor was reporting on the Leviathan being spotted, and Ataru's tormentors had discovered their location. Everyone was now after them. I think we should call the police, Nate suggested. No police. Kenkichi interjected. Issei and his friends looked at him as he continued. They work for the HPSE. What do you think they will do if they find out we took down the Leviathan, a creature once thought to be a myth but is now real? They'll lock us up and experiment on us. It's not like the world government is unfamiliar with eliminating those who get in their way. This is supernatural news. Calm down, what are you saying? Issei asked. What I'm saying is the world government and the HPSC will be all over this, and they'll start asking for documents. Iruma added, it's not just them. The factions, the 13 crowns, and their allies will come after us. Exactly. Plus, I'm wanted by the police, and I'm not going to be humiliated or chased down like a dog, Kenkichi replied. But All Might has chosen me to be the next successor to One for All, which I already have, so there's no need to worry, Deku reassured. Are you sure about that? Kenkichi questioned. I'm just worried that the Yazakura family will start coming after me and Mutsumi since we are both living here, Teo said. Let's not forget about the deities, Whisper added. And more enemies that will come after us, Jibanyan chimed in. Especially my tormentors. Ataru said. How bad can they be? Kinnikuman asked. Yeah, like he said, Usagi agreed. Humanity and the supernatural will come hunting us down like animals. We don't know how to fight against them. Kenkichi exclaimed. We have weapons and abilities, Iruma pointed out. Will that be enough to fight them? Kenkichi challenged. I've fought monsters and faced god families and survived in Orario before I saved the Xenos and returned them to the dungeon, so it will definitely be enough, Bell stated confidently. He's right. If we could take down the Leviathan, we can also fight back, Issei said. Fight against the factions? Are you crazy? Kenkichi looked at Issei. Who said anything about fighting against the factions? I did not. Issei replied. Oh. Iruma asked, then what are we going to do? Before he could say anything, Draig spoke up. Partner, we need to go to Hawaii. Why? Issei asked. Maui is in danger. Draig warned. Issei and his friends exchanged worried glances, sensing that something was wrong. To be continued. Scene change. Location, Hawaiian Islands. Numerous ships filled with Amazon women, members of the Kali Familia, sailed toward the island. There's the island of Hawaii, back pointed in the direction of the island as they moved forward. Kali, also known as Kumari, the descendant of Kali, the Hindu goddess of death and the leader of the Kali Familia, looked at the island. But Maui is known to be a trickster demigod, so we need to focus on capturing him. Indeed. The Sekhmet Familia attempted to take down the Ishtar Familia when they were hired by Evolus, but while they managed to defeat some Amazons, they were all killed by a member of the Loki Familia, Back explained. You mean that werewolf from the Loki Familia? Kumayas. Yes, my goddess. Ishtar failed to strengthen her Amazons by sacrificing Haruheim to the Killing Stone to empower her army, but the captain of the Hestia Familia saved Haruheim and destroyed the Killing Stone before he left Orario. I see. Who are the 3 god families that destroyed the entertainment district? Kumari inquired. The Hestia Familia, the Takamikazuchi Familia, and the Freya Familia, Back replied. The Freya Familia? Why would she be involved in the destruction of the entertainment district? Kumayas. When she learned that Bel was there, she destroyed the district and killed Ishtar, Back explained. What about the others? Kumari pressed. They came to save Haruheim, Back answered. All that destruction just to save a fox yokai? Kumari remarked. Yes, my goddess. The Ishtar familia lacked strength, but Maui has the ability to shapeshift. If we eliminate him and take his blood, we'll gain the ability to transform into any kind of animal, Kumari declared. Back added, Argana has blood drain to raise her status and has snake features when she fights. Yes, but having the ability to shapeshift into different animals could make us even stronger. No man will ever treat women like objects again. My familia will surpass the Loki familia and the Freya familia. No god familia will be able to stop us, not even the dragon faction. We are about to attack. One of the Amazons spoke up. Callie turned to her fellow Amazons and declared, Today we'll capture the hero of Hawaii, and soon we'll gain the ability to shapeshift. No man or god will dare to challenge us. The Amazons erupted in cheers. On Hawaii Island, everyone noticed the ships approaching and began to flee, aware of the danger posed by the Callie familia. Maui watched the ships as they neared the island, gripping his fishhook tightly. It's Maui time, he shouted. To be continued. Issei and his friends exchanged worried glances. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and Maui landed on the ground with a thud. Issei? Maui greeted. Long time no see, Issei replied. We were just talking about you, Teo added. Drake said you were in danger, Deca chimed in. I was. Fighting those Amazons is tougher than dealing with that eel, Maui admitted. Amazons? Issei asked. Aren't they the women from Greek mythology who oppose men and live on the island of women? Nate inquired. Yes, but they've now allied with some god families, Maui explained. Like who? Adaru asked. Kumari, Ishtar, and Sekhmet, Bel answered. How do you know that? Kinnikuman questioned. I visited the entertainment district where the Ishtar familia was located before the town was destroyed by the Freya familia, Bel explained. I thought Amazons were just myths, Usagi said. They're real, Maui confirmed. I've faced women who are criminals, so taking them down should be easy, Kenkichi boasted. Not the Amazons. They're stronger and more dangerous than regular women, Maui cautioned. Like succubi? Iruma asked. What's a succubus? Adaru wondered. Succubi are known as SXL demons. They visit men in their dreams or wake them in the physical world, draining their life force, Iruma explained. I'm glad I'm not pursuing women anymore, Adaru said. Hey! Usagi exclaimed. No offense, Adaru replied quickly. Thank you, Usagi said, relieved. At least you're not an incubus, whispered someone. What's an incubus? Usagi asked. An incubus is a male demon that seeks to have NTMT relations with sleeping women. The female counterpart is called a succubus. Similar spirits exist in many cultures, whispered back. I once saw one at the Akudal Games. His name was Bieber and he lied to me during the games, Iruma recalled. Why do some demons become pop stars? Jibanyan asked. I don't know. Iruma shrugged. So what happened? Matsumi asked. It's a long story. Maui began. We've got time, Kenkichi encouraged. Maui looked at them and recounted his battle against the Amazons. The descendant of Kali wanted to take your blood to give her Amazons the ability to shapeshift? Deku asked, astonished. She planned to claim the throne that once belonged to the Empress of Orario, Maui confirmed. There was an Empress? Bel asked. Yes, Freya is the queen of Orario, but the Empress was once respected by all, including the gods, Maui explained. Who was the Empress? Bel inquired. Hera, Maui replied. Hera, my grandmother? Bel exclaimed. She was my adopted grandmother. She wasn't around when Zeus, my adopted grandfather, was raising me. I haven't seen her in years, Bel said wistfully. She returned to Olympus when Zeus and the other Olympian gods went back to the heavens. Hera hasn't planned to return to Orario to reclaim her throne. However, other gods and goddesses have tried to take it but failed, Maui added. Why is that? Issei asked. The throne hasn't been touched or sat upon by anyone. The god families ensure that the Empress's throne remains a secret, Maui explained. Is that why the Kali Familia is after your blood to gain the ability to shapeshift? Missed. Yes, Maui confirmed. They're planning to attack Orario and seize the throne by force, Kenkichi said. Exactly, Maui replied. Not only are the factions and the 13 crowns after us, but my tormentors and others will come after us following the Leviathan incident, Adder warned. So you guys are the ones who defeated the Leviathan, Maui noted. It's a long story, Issei said. How did you use teleportation magic? Deku asked. Long story short, I learned it from a sorceress when I went to help my people back in Hawaii, Maui explained. Can things get worse? Usagi wondered aloud. Suddenly, Iruma fell silent. Issei and his friends looked at him, concerned. Iruma, are you okay? Usagi asked hesitantly. What do you mean by that? Iruma replied, his expression serious. Nothing. Usagi said nervously. What happened to your hair? Kenkichi asked. What do you mean? Iruma responded. Guys. He is not himself, whispered someone. What do you mean by that? Issei asked. What are you talking about? Iruma questioned. He has unleashed his dark side, whispered back. A dark side? Issei echoed. It's what demons tend to do when their stress levels reach a breaking point. They lose their inhibitions and can use their abilities more freely, whispered the voice. But Iruma is not a demon, he's human. Usagi protested. Then how can he have a dark phase without being a demon? Jibanyan asked. There's a possibility that humanoid demons can have a dark phase, the voice explained. What are humanoid demons? Deku asked. They're similar to humanoid dragons but are half demon and half human, the voice clarified. So you're saying Iruma is a humanoid demon? Usagi asked, bewildered. I believe so, the voice confirmed. Shouldn't we focus on the Amazons coming after Maui? Teo suggested. Right, what are we going to do? Issei asked. It will take time for them to locate me, but it's only a matter of time before they come after me, Maui said. It doesn't make sense. I thought the Amazons moved on after the destruction of the entertainment district, Belle said. Some goddesses with Amazons in their families don't give up easily. Plus, they might come after you next. Maui warned. What? Why would they come after me? Belle asked, alarmed. The Amazons blame you for the destruction of the entertainment district and the death of their goddess Ishtar, Maui explained. But Freya was the one who killed her. I was saving Haruheim before she fell to her death. Belle protested. Even so, Maui replied. They harbor a deep resentment towards men. Ever since the entertainment district was destroyed by the Freya Familia, many men in Orario were left heartbroken, while the women felt a sense of relief at its demise. However, the death of a goddess is shocking news to anyone familiar with the rules. When gods are killed, they are sent back to heaven and cannot return to the human realm. It was once forbidden for gods and humans to be together, but that changed thanks to Zeus, who fell in love with a mortal woman and fathered Hercules, the hero of Greece and the god of strength. When Hercules died, he ascended to join the ranks of the Greek gods. As a demigod, he represented a shift in the rules, allowing many gods and goddesses to form connections with humans without revealing their divine nature. Gods formed relationships with mortal women, while goddesses connected with mortal men. These unions often resulted in the birth of demigods, who would become gods upon their death, their tales living on in myths and legends. On the other hand, Amazons have a strong disdain for men and gods, believing men to be violent and gods to be selfish. Yet, they use men as mere vessels to produce more Amazons. They also resent goddesses who manipulate them or force them to harm their own kind without justification. An example of this is the Sekhmet Familia, a criminal organization known as the Shadow of the Continent. Its members are brainwashed from a young age to believe that their violent acts will create a better world, but that is a lie. They willingly sacrifice themselves and their companions to achieve their goals, each member carrying a lethal poison in their teeth to avoid capture and prevent any information from being extracted. Hired by Evolus, they aim to eliminate the Amazonesses of the Ishtar Familia in exchange for a large sum of money and cursed weapons. They are considered a formidable faction outside of Orario, With all hired members being at least level after taking down most of the Amazonesses, the remaining assassins were sent to finish off Bet, who defeated them all. The Sekhmet Familia is wanted by various factions for operating a criminal organization hidden within Orario. The corruption of Orario began when the descendants of the gods formed their own families to reside there. While some gods chose to remain in the heavens, others stayed in the seas or the underworld, and many gods opted to keep their distance from Orario altogether. Issei, I see. Bell, I never thought a god's familia could be so cruel and selfish, like the Kali familia. Adder, Amazons are definitely dangerous. Kinnikuman, and cruel to their own kind. Kenkichi, no wonder some humans don't worship them. Mutsumi, they are the real monsters, worse than the creatures in the dungeon. Maui, exactly. Iruma, I say we should confront them. Issei and his friends. What? Meanwhile, somewhere in Orario, an Amazon rushes into the room and bows before her goddess. Amazon, my goddess. We have located Belcranel. Bows deeply. Where is he? Amazon, he is in the Shinto lands. I see. The goddess rises from her throne, gazing down at the Amazon, who remains bowed. This goddess is Sekhmeti, a descendant of Sekhmet, the Egyptian goddess of chaos and war. Sekhmeti, the grandson of the mighty Zeus, is in the land of the Shinto gods? Amazon, Maui is also there. They are both members of the dragon faction. Sekhmeti, but Maui was supposed to be back in the heavens. Amazon. He descended to assist his people when the Hawaiian Islands were attacked by the Kali Familia. Sekhmeti, the Kali Familia attacked one of the Hawaiian Islands? Amazon. Yes, my goddess. Sekhmeti, send some Amazons to the Shinto lands to capture Bel. I have a little chat plan with that goddess. Amazon. Yes, my goddess. Sekhmeti, good. Smirks. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location. Underworld. The Thor Familia gazes at the seal containing the behemoth. Suddenly, the behemoth begins to strike the seal, attempting to break free. The Thor Familia quickly tries to reinforce the seal, but this time, their efforts are in vain. With a resounding crack, the seal shatters, and the behemoth unleashes a powerful roar that reverberates through the underworld. The Thor Familia collapses from the force of the roar as the behemoth steps out of its prison. It looks up and leaps toward the surface, digging its way through. Surzex notices the behemoth breaking free and thinks, I need to contact the others. He rushes into the Gremory mansion, activating multiple communication circles to reach the faction leaders. When they respond, Surzex exclaims, the behemoth has escaped. Back in the human realm, everyone is going about their day until the ground shakes violently, splitting open and causing an earthquake. The behemoth emerges from the ground, leaving everyone in shock. Issei and his friends rush outside to witness the behemoth. Issei, what is that? Drake, partner, that's the behemoth. Issei, the behemoth? Bell? But I thought the Thor Familia was keeping it in the underworld? Drake, it must have somehow escaped. As the behemoth begins to wreak havoc, destroying buildings in its path, Issei realizes, we're going to need some help and a bigger booster gear. To be continued. Chapter end. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Marines scramble to their ships as Sakazuki watches from his office window. A Marine bursts in, shouting, the behemoth is attacking Japan. Sakazuki, I know. He watches footage of the behemoth's rampage on the news. Sakazuki, were you able to capture the Amazons? Marine, we managed to capture some, but they escaped before we could detain them. Sakazuki, where are they now? Marine, they are locked up in a holding cell. Sakazuki, make sure to interrogate them about their families. Marine, yes, sir. But I also have more bad news. Sakazuki, what is it? Marine, the Kali Familia and the Sekhmet Familia are gathering at Orario. Sakazuki, send the Marines to Orario and search around the city. Marine, yes, sir. The Marine rushes out from the office. Back in Japan, the behemoth was causing chaos as it moved through Japan, leaving destruction in its wake. A little girl with a single horn ran through the streets, witnessing the devastation around her. She glanced back, relieved to see no signs of the 8 bullets pursuing her. Looking up, she spotted the behemoth, recalling its image from the stories she had read in the Bible. She knew who it was. Eri remembered reading the book of Genesis, learning about angels and other creatures. The behemoth paused, lowering its massive head to look at Eri. She felt a mix of awe and fear, having never encountered one of these legendary beasts before. Issei and his friends noticed the behemoth had stopped and hurried to the scene. Upon arrival, they found Eri standing in front of the behemoth, which had its head lowered in a seemingly gentle manner. Issei, what's going on? Draig, it seems that little girl is somehow communicating with the behemoth. How? Draig, look at her horn. They observed Eri's horn glowing softly. Teo, how is it glowing? Deku, it might be her quirk. Nate, what kind of quirk does she have? Draig, rewind. Nate, what? Draig, she has the ability to reverse injuries and even rewind time. Nate, you mean like reversing attacks? Draig, yes. Usagi, but how is she communicating with the behemoth? Draig, the behemoth is known as one of the indestructible beasts in the Bible. It often clashes with the Leviathan. Kinnikuman, have you encountered one of these indestructible beasts? Draig, I did once. Before my body was destroyed and my soul sealed in this sacred gear. Aru, who was it? Draig, the dragon. Aru, what? Draig, the great red dragon of the apocalypse. Issei, you mean Great Red? Draig, yes. Issei, but isn't he in the dimensional gap? Draig, yes, but there was a dragon who is one of the 7 princes of hell. Kenkichi, who would that be? Draig, Satan, the dragon of wrath. Iruma, but wasn't he called the devil? Draig, yes. Satan is known as the devil in the underworld and represents one of the 7 deadly sins. He is the prince of wrath and is feared by many in the underworld. He harbors hatred toward Michael for fighting against Lucifer, which led to the downfall of many demons. He became a dragon after Lucifer's defeat when he attempted to confront the archangel in his dragon form, gaining the ability to transform. Issei, and you met him? Draig, I encountered him in his dragon form before he fell in the Great War among the 3 factions. Issei, I see. Deku, I should go get her. Issei, hold on, look. They turned to see the behemoth beginning to doze off. Issei, go quickly. Deku nodded and cautiously approached, gently picking up Eri and cradling her in his arms. Issei, this is going to be tricky. He gazed at the sleeping behemoth and the destruction it had caused. Maui, indeed. Later that night, somewhere in Orario, the Sekhmet Familia spotted the ship of the Kali Familia and walked across the bridge leading to the top of the vessel. They entered a room where Kumari lay on the sofa, flanked by her Amazons, who wore intimidating expressions. Kumari, you're all here, perfect? Sekhmeti, I'm not here to form an alliance, I want to discuss your attack on one of the Hawaiian Islands. Kumari, oh that. I was merely trying to capture one demigod to grant my Amazons the ability to shapeshift. Sekhmeti, why would you need shapeshifting if some of your Amazons already possess abilities? Kumari, it would help my familia gain recognition as the strongest in Orario and reclaim the throne that once belonged to Hera. Sekhmeti, Hera hasn't been seen in Orario for years since her familia was defeated by the one-eyed black dragon and the Zeus familia. Kumari, Loki and Freya were responsible for the banishment of Zeus and Hera. Sekhmeti, that's why I dispatched some of my Amazons to capture his grandson in the Shinto lands. They'll return soon. Kumari, why is his grandson in the land of the Shinto gods? Sekhmeti, that's where the dragon faction is located, and I just heard that the behemoth attacked that area before it fell asleep. Kumari, the behemoth? I thought the Thor familia was keeping it away from humans. Sekhmeti, they were. Until they failed. Kumari, men can be foolish. Sekhmeti, indeed. Suddenly, an Amazon burst into the room, exclaiming that they needed to leave. Kumari, why? Amazon, the Navy has arrived and is searching the city for us. Kumari, I see. At that moment, a bird swooped in, delivering a letter from the Apocalypse Brigade. Kumari read the letter and looked at Sekhmeti. Sekhmeti instructed the Amazon to tell the others to cancel their plan to capture Belle. They were heading to Skeleton Island. The Amazon nodded and hurried out of the room. Kumari, I think we should pay them a visit. Smirking. To be continued. Scene change. The dragon faction was pulling ropes to drag the behemoth while it remained asleep. Kenkichi, how can this beast be so strong while it's asleep? Issei, this beast is one of the indestructible creatures from the Bible, so it's no surprise it retains strength even in slumber. Kenkichi, I can see that. He continued pulling the rope. Usagi, what's her name? Deku, her name is Erichan. Usagi, Erichan? Deku, she's been through a lot. Usagi, what do you mean? Deku, you don't want to know. Suddenly, the behemoth stirred and began to move. The dragon faction released the ropes, watching as the behemoth looked down at them. It regarded Eri without aggression, leaving Issei and his friends uncertain of how to proceed, aware of the behemoth's immense power. They had previously subdued the Leviathan but only after it had caused significant destruction. Eri, he won't hurt you. Deku, what? Eri, he doesn't want to hurt you. Deku, how do you know? Eri, he has been trapped in the underworld by the Thor Familia for 12 years. Belle, I've heard about them. The Thor Familia was unable to defeat the behemoth, so they sealed him in the underworld with the help of the gods. Kenkichi, well, he caused a lot of destruction in this city. Hopefully, nobody blames us for it. Iruma, so what are we going to do about the behemoth? Eri, he knows his way home, there's no need to worry. The behemoth began to move, making its way through the city and heading back to its home. They watched him walk away, and Eri smiled. Deku, let's go home. Kenkichi, thinking the same thing. Issei, come on, let's head back. They started walking home. Meanwhile at the docks, King Triton emerged from the ocean and saw Zeus waiting for him. He stepped ashore and regarded the mighty Zeus in silence. Zeus, did you hear about the behemoth's escape? King Triton, yes, the Thor Familia failed to keep it locked up. They returned to Asgard to await their punishment. My father's Familia is rebuilding the city while the humans recover from the attack. Zeus, it has been years since my brother sealed himself during the Great War. I had to keep an eye on Hades to ensure he doesn't do anything reckless. King Triton, 2 of the indestructible beasts have returned, another might follow. Zeus, which one? King Triton, the one-eyed black dragon. Zeus's eyes widened in shock, recalling how he and Hera had lost their families to the one-eyed black dragon. What do you mean? Zeus asked. King Triton, the Leviathan and the behemoth might end up fighting each other, but the one-eyed black dragon could return soon. Ever since the death of Satan, he has become the dragon feared by humans who worship the biblical god. But he isn't the only one returning. Zeus, what do you mean? King Triton, remember the Nidhogg? Zeus, it was a dragon imprisoned by the descendant of Hestia. What about him? King Triton, the Evolus are planning to release him from his prison. Zeus, we need to warn them. King Triton, they won't allow you back to Orario, but I will convince them to let you in. For now, you need to warn the factions. Zeus, I can do that. King Triton, I'm going to talk with Raynare. He returned to the ocean and began swimming away. Zeus thought of his grandson, whom he had faked his death to protect, knowing she would come for him. Hera is coming for me, said Zeus. To be continued. Zeus went to Kuo Academy, where no humans were around except for the faction leaders who were having a meeting after the behemoth's attack. They gathered at night to avoid being overheard. He entered the room and sat down at the table as Cerzex finished discussing the attacks. Odin, it's already bad enough for the entire supernatural community to be revealed after my son's Familia failed to keep the behemoth locked up. Azazel, the Leviathan only destroyed everything made of glass when he unleashed his roar. Michael, the behemoth, on the other hand, destroyed half of Japan. Amaterasu, humans are starting to believe in our existence. Shiva, 2 of the indestructible beasts were supposed to return when Judgment Day comes. Yasaka, apparently, there's a new group that's more dangerous than the Cows Brigade. Zeus, more dangerous than the Cows Brigade? Yasaka, They call themselves the Apocalypse Brigade. They defeated the White Dragon Emperor. Azazel, what? Shiva, how is that possible? Yasaka, I wish I knew. Azazel, if the White Dragon Emperor is defeated, they could use him against us. Michael, the one who fought against Valley was Issei Hayu. Managed to break his divine dividing scale mail during the fight, but he was saved by his team before he could finish him off. Now he's captured by the Apocalypse Brigade. We could be facing a threat greater than we have since Lucifer's downfall. Zeus, they could be responsible for the attacks. The Evolus might be allied with them. That's why they're planning to release Nidhogg from his prison in Orario. What? Shouted Odin, slamming his hands on the table. Zeus, Triton is going to try to convince Uranus to let me back into Orario. Although Loki and Freya won't be pleased, as they were the ones who got me and Hera banished. Odin, but Loki is in hell. Zeus, not him. His descendant, Triki. Odin, of course. It had to be Triki. Annoyed. Yasaka, isn't she the goddess of the Loki familia? Zeus, yes, and I received word from Hermes that the Marines were searching in Oreo for the Kali familia and the Sekhmet familia. They attacked one of the Hawaiian islands to capture Maui, but he managed to escape. Serzex, I see. Zeus, Hera could be coming after my grandson. Odin, your grandson? Zeus, I adopted him after his mother died. Yasaka, does Freya have a crush on him? Odin remained silent, not wanting to discuss Freya, his former wife. Shiva, is something wrong? He asked, noticing Odin's face turning red with embarrassment. Odin, it's nothing. Azazel, we need to find the Red Dragon Emperor before anything else happens. Serzex, I agree. He says as he gets up from his chair and starts walking out of the room. Before leaving, he looks at the devil guards and instructs, find the dragon faction. Do not harm him, but ensure he and his friends do not escape. Devil guards, yes, sir. The next day, Issei and his friends were having a barbecue outside the apartment. Kenkichi was in charge of the grill, having learned how to cook barbecue during his time as a cop in Tokyo. Deku was playing with Eri, trying to bring her joy after her escape from the Shai Hasaikai. Maui was showing Usagi and the others how he and his people danced in Hawaii. Kenkichi, okay, the slate is already in flames, so it's time to put the meat on. He said as he walked inside to grab the meat, returning with a bag and placing the pieces one by one into the barbecue pit. He waited patiently for the meat to cook, closing the pit. Issei, what kind of barbecue pit did you buy? Kenkichi, I didn't buy it, I found it at a junkyard far from here. Issei, does it work? Kenkichi, the meat is cooking, so it's working. Issei, was it used before? Kenkichi, yes, but the owner of the junkyard assured me it works perfectly, though it does have some issues with the gas. Issei, wait, if it has problems with the gas, wouldn't that make it explode? Kenkichi, wait, what? Suddenly, the barbecue pit erupted, sending meat flying into the air. Sausages soared towards some people passing by, causing surprised reactions. Flaming black rocks shot out from the barbecue pit, scattering in different directions. Some struck parked cars, while others hit trees, igniting them. Fairies perched in the trees quickly fled as the flames spread. Issei and his friends watched in shock as the fire began to spread. They hurried inside their rooms and closed the doors. Issei called the fire department, reporting the flaming trees and providing the location before hanging up. It took 30 minutes for the firefighters to arrive and begin extinguishing the flames. Kenkichi, I'm never buying anything used from a junkyard again, he said, watching the firefighters tackle the blaze. To be continued. 2 hours later, the firefighters had finally put out the fire, spraying water on the charred trees. Issei and his friends stayed inside until the firefighters and onlookers had left. When they finally ventured outside, they saw the trees burned, every leaf reduced to ashes. Ataru, so, pretty good barbecue pit, huh? Kenkichi, I'm in so much trouble. Meanwhile, in Oreo, the Amazons of the Kali familia and the Sekhmet familia lay defeated on the ground, surrounded by their own fallen comrades. Kumari and Sekhmeti were among those who had fallen, while two captains of the Kali familia stood glaring at the former captain of the Tsukiyomi familia. The Amazon on the left was back, and the one on the right was Argana. They glared at the descendant of Tsukiyomi, filled with rage after witnessing him defeat their goddess and comrades. Back, you monster! Argana, you will pay for killing Kali. They charged at him, fists raised, but he caught their attacks effortlessly. Big mistake, he said, slamming them both to the ground, knocking them out. The descendant of Raijin and former captain of the Raijin familia, Lihiko Shishim, looked down at the unconscious Amazons. The two of you will be new members of the Apocalypse Brigade, he declared, lifting them with ease. He turned to see a woman with black hair and dark pink eyes, wearing a crown and a robe adorned with peacock features. He recognized her immediately. It was Hera, the Greek goddess of marriage, the queen of Olympus, and the empress of Orario. Hera, so some of you descendants of the gods know who I am? Lihiko, weren't you supposed to be chasing after Zeus? Hera, I was. Zeus and I were once together during ancient times before the fall of Olympus. Ares destroyed everything the Olympians created and declared war against them. During the Great War, my son defeated all the Olympians, including his own father, Zeus. Zeus imprisoned his father, the king of the Titans, in Tartarus. We were happy ruling Olympus until Aphrodite took away the love that affected me and the mortal women in Greece. Zeus found a solution. The mortal that Persephone and Aphrodite loved could return to the human realm in spring and return to the underworld when it ended. Persephone was able to return to her lover, and they became entwined, starting a new lineage. But when I revealed their affair to Hades, he was heartbroken and enraged, punishing Persephone by chaining her in the depths of the underworld. Her lover was killed after choosing Aphrodite over her. Eventually, Persephone begged for forgiveness, and Hades forgave her, but she vowed never to betray him again. He imposed that punishment after learning of my rebellion against Zeus, which did not end well. And she was the one who informed Ares about her lover with Aphrodite, leading to his demise. Lihiko, I can see why. You Olympians are known to be selfish and cruel toward humans and gods. Hera, I know. And I enjoyed it. Everything was fine until Zeus expressed his disdain for our son, who was seen as a violent and destructive god. The Olympians turned against him, prompting him to wage war against them. After the fall of Olympus and the conclusion of the Great War, Zeus and I established our families, once regarded as the strongest in Orario. However, tragedy struck when the one-eyed black dragon decimated our families, leading to our banishment from Orario due to Freya and Loki's descendant. In the aftermath, Zeus adopted a half-blood child after the child's mother passed away, making me his grandmother. Yet, Zeus faked his death and rebuilt Olympus, and soon the Olympians returned. I was no longer the queen of Olympus or the empress of Orario. They took everything from me, but Zeus doesn't realize he cannot prevent me from seeing my grandson. Since he left for the land of the Shinto gods, I struggled to find him until now. He gazes at the fallen goddesses and remarks that they intended to capture him. However, without a familia, I had to join the Apocalypse Brigade. Hera, so, take me to your leader. Smiling. To be continued. Later that night, in Chinatown, Issei and his friends decided to have Chinese food after a barbecue disaster that nearly caused half of Japan to burn down, thanks to Issei's quick call to the fire department. Ataru, I never knew there was a Chinatown so far from Japan. Issei, Golden Dragon is one of the best Chinese restaurants in this town. Teo, I hope there are no spies or assassins here. Deku, they're selling a lot of fish. He pointed to a fish market brimming with various kinds of fish. Customer 1, what is your favorite fish? Owner, I don't like fish, I only like spaghetti. Customer 2, I like fish. Customer 1, then what's your favorite fish? Customer 2, they're all good. Customer 1, but what is your favorite fish? Customer 2, they're all good. Nate, they are also selling Buddha statues over at that market. He gestured towards a stall displaying Buddha statues. Kinnikuman, they have the best ramen here. Usagi, what is your favorite ramen? Kinnikuman, chicken and beef. Iruma, do they worship the gods? Issei, yes, they worship the Buddha and the Chinese gods. I met Sun Wukong before I left the Gremory Peerage. He is known as Son Goku in Japan. Iruma, oh. Suddenly, they noticed a crowd gathered outside the Chinese restaurant. Belle, what's going on? They pushed through the crowd and entered the restaurant, where they spotted a creature resembling a tiger with ox-like features, complete with horns and sharp teeth, as it devoured a bowl of rice. Kenkichi, what on earth is that? Ataru, it's Ray. It's funny because he usually goes for pizza. All right, I'm off. He started to leave when Kenkichi pulled out his Nichiren shotgun and fired at the ox monster. The bullets hit Ray, but he continued eating without any reaction. Ataru, quiet, not so loud. Ray turned to look at Ataru, who froze momentarily before Ray returned to his meal. Ataru, that's surprising. They settled at a table while Ray continued to eat. Kenkichi, Ataru, do you know him? Ataru, he was Lum's ex-boyfriend. Apparently, Lum has caused more trouble for herself without realizing she made her friend hate her by complicating her life and stealing her love. This ox monster is Rant's love interest. She didn't know he was an ox monster until he revealed his true form, and Lum immediately broke up with him. Kenkichi, oh, I see. Usagi, why would she love a creature like him? Ataru, take a look. He pulled out a photo from his pocket and showed it to her. Usagi gasped at Rei's handsome appearance in his human form. Usagi, now I understand why she loves him. Ataru, don't be like those girls who fall for him just because of his looks without knowing he's an ox monster, especially female alien yokai. Annoyed. Ataru, hey Rei. Rei paused his meal and looked at him. Ataru, weren't you supposed to be in Tokyo with Ran? Looking at Rei. Rei remained silent, continuing to eat. Maui, let me talk to him. He turned to Rei and asked, hey, can you tell me what happened? Rei stopped eating and communicated in a way that resembled a creature's speech. Deku, what did he say? Maui, he says Lum was heartbroken and devastated when Ataru left her, and everyone is out to get him. So, he came here to find Ataru and bring him back to Tokyo, but he got distracted by the buffet in this Chinese restaurant. Ataru, what? Deku, it seems he heard about what happened and traveled all the way from Tokyo to find you. Ataru, I can see that. He looked at Rei. Ataru, listen, I'm trying to find redemption with my new friends, and I needed a break from being electrocuted, slapped, yelled at, hit, and beaten up by everyone who hates me. You can go back to Tokyo without me. He spoke honestly as Rei continued to eat. Ataru, are you even listening to me? Rei nodded. Ataru, then you can go back to Ran and be happy with her and enjoy all the food you want. Maui, Ataru, can we talk? Ataru glanced at his friends. Ataru, what is it? Issei, if he came here to find you and take you back to Tokyo to make things right, you should probably hear him out. Ataru, he nearly tried to kill me multiple times because I accidentally married Lum after winning a game of tag with her to save the Earth, which turned out to be an invasion of Tokyo. Those agents couldn't have chosen someone else to save Tokyo instead of me. Then I could have lived a better life without getting electrocuted for hitting on women. Issei, well, you ended up marrying her by accident, but at least you're finding redemption. Ataru, that is true. He looked at Rei. Ataru, would you like to have dinner at the apartment? Rei nodded eagerly, and Issei used teleportation magic to whisk them all away from the Chinese restaurant and back to Japan. Man 1, I need to get out more. Man 2, yep. To be continued. 30 minutes later, Rei finished eating 20 bowls of rice and looked at Ataru. Rei began to speak slowly, one word at a time. Rei, Lum, Q. But, Ataru, what do you mean? He speaks to Maui and tells him what happened after Ataru left Tokyo. Maui, he says after you left and took her horns, her father was furious after hearing what happened. He sent many Oni aliens to search for you, but they were unsuccessful. That's why he came all the way from Tokyo to find you, so you could stop her father from wreaking havoc in Tokyo. Ataru, what does he mean by that? Maui asks Ray and looks back at Ataru, explaining that after you hit Lum and took her horns, she can't activate her abilities. Also, marriage is sacred to her family. Since you've broken that bond, Mr. Invader will start an invasion on Tokyo, considering you are human after all. Ataru, what does that have to do with me being human? Looks at Maui. Maui, they destroy any race that breaks the engagement or marriage of their own kind, so the humans in Tokyo will be in danger. Ataru, what? Usagi, wait, you took her horns? Ataru, yes. He pulls the horns from his pocket and shows them. Deku, how long have you kept them? Ataru, ever since I left Tokyo. Matsumi, you kissed her, didn't you? Ataru, no. Jibanyan, come on, be honest. Ataru, all right. Yes, I do miss her. Teo, then why not marry her? Ataru, we were married after I won the game of tag to save Tokyo, but we never had a wedding. Nate, the only reason you're holding back your feelings is because of those girls. Whisper, you won't stop flirting with them and keep trying to impress the girls who became your tormentors. Ataru, I know. And I really regret meeting them. Kinnikuman, that's why you need to finally confess your feelings to Lum. Kenkichi, then everyone will stop trying to hunt you down and harm you. Usagi, don't you think those girls ever cared for you when you were with Lum? Ataru, no, they always hit and bullied me. Especially that Shinobu. Hiruma, did Lum ever treat you that way? Ataru, no, all she ever wanted was to be with me. That's why she has been shocking me, to keep our marriage alive. Belle, I think you should see Lum. Ataru, I'm just not ready yet. He looks at Ray and asks if he can tell Mr. Invader not to attack Tokyo. Ray tells Maui, who looks at him and says he won't attack Tokyo if you return her horns. Ataru looks at Lum's horns in his hand and gives them to Ray. Return them to Lum and tell her I'm sorry, said Ataru. Ray nods and walks out of the room, starting to run away with 3 legs while holding Lum's horns with one. Ataru goes outside and remains silent after Ray leaves with Lum's horns. Issei and his friends choose not to say anything, giving Ataru some privacy as he stands outside. Eri doesn't understand what's going on but feels bad for Ataru. As Ray runs away, 2 devils fly by, watching him leave the apartment. One of them uses a communication circle to contact Surzex. When Surzex answers, one of the devils says, "We found him." To be continued. Chapter end. Later at night. The devils gather in a group as they look at the apartment. The devil archers are ready to shoot but are waiting for Barbato's Bachiko to give the signal. She is one of the 13 crowns and is Iruma's tutor, who trained him and taught him how to use a bow and arrow during the harvest festival. Barbato's Bachiko. Bachiko, pardon me, but my archers and I were wondering if we should shoot now? Said one of the devil archers. Bachiko, unbelievable, how many times do I need to tell you to wait for my signal? Devil archer, what is the signal again? Bachiko, what's the signal again? For the 13th time, it's when I raise my arm. Devil archer, absolutely. Everyone falls silent as the wind blows in the night sky, and nobody makes a sound. Until Ravel shouts, "Just do it for God's sake." She is interrupted by Bachiko and the devil patrol shushing her. Ravel, just do it for God's sake. Whispering, Bachiko, I can't until they report back. Just then, a devil guard approaches them and says, Bachiko, the guards and I think you and the Phoenix Princess need to quiet down, or you'll wake the dragon faction. Bachiko gets annoyed and shouts, get back with the others. She raises her arm. The devil archers see her and start shooting arrows at the apartment. The arrows hit the walls instead of the doors. Bachiko walks toward them and says, what do you think you're doing? Devil archer, you raised your arm. Bachiko, I did not. Fat devil archer, oh yes, you did, which is why we started shooting the arrows. Fat devil guard, why isn't Riser here? He could probably just go in there and get Issei, and our mission would be complete. Ravel, no, Surzex entrusted me with this mission, and I'm going to complete it, even if it means fighting them. Devil guard, but Surzex ordered us not to hurt him and to make sure he and his friends don't escape. Ravel, that's why Surzex couldn't entrust this mission to my brother due to his humiliation when Issei defeated him to save Rias from the engagement. He was in his room for weeks after his defeat. Fat devil guard, Let's just knock on the door and demand he come with us. Devil Guard, he'll end up using his booster gear to attack us, and will be easily defeated by him and his faction. Bachiko, will you both shut up? Ravel, then what are we supposed to do? They start to argue, but they don't notice Maui waking up from the noise and going outside to see the Devil Patrol. He sees Bachiko and Ravel arguing and takes the opportunity to jump up and land on the roof of the apartment, standing tall as he looks down at them while holding his fishhook. Maui K. The Devil Patrol looks up to see Maui holding his fishhook. Bachiko and Ravel stop arguing and look up to see Maui on the roof. Maui, what are you all doing here? Devil Guard, we have orders from Surzex to take Hayadu and the others to the factions. Maui, that's not going to happen. Bachiko, what does that mean? Maui, this. He points his fishhook toward the moon and starts to pull it. He pulls the moon to the other side as the sun begins to rise. The Devil Patrol immediately uses teleportation magic to return to the underworld. Bachiko, hey, what is happening here? Ravel, we're finished. Suddenly, magic circles appeared beneath them, and they were teleported back to the underworld. Maui, that takes care of that. He returned to the room but remembered that he had pulled the moon to the other side to allow the sun to rise. Maui, so. To be continued. Chapter End. Apollo, the Greek god of light, was riding his chariot, pulling the sun across the world as usual, when he noticed a fishhook gripping the moon, pulling it to the other side of the world. He urged his celestial horses to go faster as the sun began to rise. The fishhook released the moon, sending it back toward Earth. Apollo saw where the fishhook was headed and realized it had landed in the land of the Shinto gods. Apollo, Maui. Annoyed. Though he is the Greek god of light, humans recognize him as the god of the sun. He is the current chief god of the Olympian gods since his father, Zeus, has retired after the Great War but still sits on the throne of Olympus. Unlike in ancient times, Apollo no longer repeats his old ways, but he fondly remembers working in the fields with his grandson, developing a love for gardening alongside his sister Demeter, who was once his wife and mother to his daughter Persephone, who later became queen of the underworld and the wife of Hades. Apollo is known by many names, such as the sun god, Aperon, Apollon, god of music, chief deity of Olympus, and others. He steered his carriage toward the land of Shinto, approaching the source of the fishhook. Back at the apartment, Issei and his friends woke up to the sunlight, having only gotten 3 hours of sleep. Adara walked into Usagi's room and saw her getting up, her hair glowing in the sunlight. He remained silent, captivated by the sight of her radiant hair. When she opened her eyes and saw Adaru standing there, she screamed and threw her slipper at him, which he dodged just in time. Usagi, what are you doing in my room? Adaru, I was about to ask if you were going to eat the 2 pieces of bread for toast, but I got distracted by your beautiful glowing hair. Usagi, my glowing hair? Adaru, it was glowing in the sunlight. Usagi, what are you talking about? Just then, the sunlight hit Usagi's hair again, causing it to glow brightly as Kenkichi walked in, only to be blinded by the light. Kenkichi. My eyes. He fell to the floor, covering his eyes with his hands. Issei and the others entered the room to see Usagi's glowing hair. Adaru, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Issei, yes. Kenkichi, my eyes. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Apollo continued riding in his chariot until he arrived at the land of Shinto. He noticed a shining light emanating from the apartment. Eri looked up and saw Apollo approaching. Eri, who is that man riding a chariot with 2 horses in the sky? Deku, what? He stepped outside to see Apollo heading toward the apartment. Deku, guys, you might want to come out here. Issei and the others rushed outside to see Apollo land his chariot on the ground. Apollo dismounted and looked at Issei and his friends. Eri, who is that? Issei, that's Apollo, the Greek god of light and the chief deity of Olympus. Deku, that's Apollo? Adaru, he looks a bit different from the statues of him in museums. Teo, and wasn't he holding a lyre in one of the statues? Nate, I thought Zeus was the chief god of the Olympian gods. Whisper, he was. Until after the Great War. He retired but still sits on his throne at Olympus, making Apollo the new chief deity. Jibanyan, But isn't he the twin brother of Artemis, the goddess of the moon? Whisper. Yes, and she always keeps an eye on him to ensure he doesn't do anything reckless. Maui was about to walk away when Apollo called out to him. Apollo, Maui. Maui slowly turned around, speaking nervously. Maui, Apollo. Long time no see. Apollo, Maui, did you pull the moon to the other side of the world to make the sun rise early? Maui, yes, but it was only to send the devil patrol back to the underworld. Kinnikuman, so you were the one who made the sun rise early. Mutsumi, would you like to have breakfast with us? Apollo, no, thank you. Kenkichi, are you really Apollo? Apollo, yes. Kenkichi, then prove it. Apollo took out his bow and shot arrows at a nearby tree, hitting his mark every time. Kenkichi, anyone can do that. Apollo pointed at the tree, and Kenkichi saw the arrows embedded deep within multiple trees. Kenkichi, you really are Apollo. Irma, how did you do that? Apollo, thousands of years of training. Irma, oh, Ball, so you're the real Apollo? Apollo, yes. Bell, then who was that god who was the god of the Apollo familia? Apollo, that was one of my descendants, Lucas. Bell, Lucas? Apollo, I heard about what he and his familia did in Orario, and I wasn't pleased until you defeated his captain and got him banished from Orario. I wanted to thank you for that. Bell, you're welcome. Apollo looked at Issei and said, I like the song used for the Issei Dragon show. That's how to make humans love music. Issei, thank you. Maui, you're welcome. Deku, he wasn't thanking you. Maui, I know, but I like to say, you're welcome, when someone says thank you. Deku, Apollo, now what was that glowing light? Aru, that would be her. He said as he brought Usagi outside. Usagi remained silent, awestruck at meeting the god of the sun, who was thought to be a myth by humans. When Apollo looked at her, he remembered her as a baby, standing next to Selene, the Titan goddess of the moon. Selene, isn't she beautiful? She'll one day become the moon princess and bring happiness and joy to humans. She is our little moonlight. Apollo, Usagi? Usagi, how do you know my name? Apollo, you're my daughter. Everything went silent. Usagi, what? Issei and his friends. What? Maui, now there is a surprise. To be continued. Chapter end. 2 hours later. Apollo explains why Usagi's hair was glowing when the sunlight hit her. Issei, so her mother is the Titan goddess of the moon? Apollo, yes. Nate, but weren't the Titans imprisoned in Tartarus after losing to the Olympian gods in the Titanomachy? Apollo, some of them were able to escape. Usagi, what was my mother like? Apollo, she was beautiful and had a wonderful personality. I had fallen in love with many mortal women, which often ended in tragedy, but when I met her, I was truly in love. I didn't know it was Eros or Aphrodite's doing, but I didn't care. Your mother and I spent wonderful times together. Zeus knew she was one of the Titans who escaped during the Titanomachy, but he allowed me to be with her. He felt regret for his past mistakes before the Great War, so he wanted to become a better grandfather and adopted Bel as his first grandson. Usagi looks at Bel as he nods yes while Apollo continues talking. Years later, she gave birth to you. It was the happiest day I had experienced in years. However, that happiness didn't last. It was forbidden for a god and a Titan to have a child, so she sent you to the human realm where you would be safe. It used to be forbidden for gods and mortals to be together, but your grandfather Zeus changed all of that when he and his brother Poseidon began forming relationships with mortal women. Those mortal women gave birth to half-bloods known as demigods. Hercules is one of the demigods who became the hero of Greece and one of the Olympian gods. Demigods from different pantheons are known throughout every myth and legend. Goddesses can also give birth to demigods when they have relationships with mortal men. Gods and goddesses do have children, while others have children with mortals. Usagi, so does that mean I'm a goddess? Apollo, yes, but the glowing of your hair will stop eventually. However, the Sailor Guardians will start looking for you. Usagi, the Sailor Guardians? Apollo, your mother chose the descendants of the Roman gods. Usagi, who are these descendants? Apollo, there's Sailor Mercury, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter, Sailor Venus, Sailor Uranus, Sailor Neptune, Sailor Pluto, and Sailor Saturn. Ataru, aren't those names of the planets in the solar system? Apollo, they are, but they are also the names of the Roman gods. Their descendants were chosen by your mother not only to become sailor guardians but also to become the sailor princesses of the planets. Deku, why would they look for Usagi? Apollo, before Selene sent Usagi to the human realm, I made a prophecy. The prophecy states that when the Moon Princess starts having dreams from her past, the sailor guardians will begin to remember their past as their marks start to show. Ataru, that could explain the crescent moon mark on her forehead. Usagi, what? She looks in the mirror to see the crescent moon mark on her forehead. Iruma, is that a sign? Apollo, yes. Bell, does my grandfather know about this? Apollo, absolutely, I told him about the prophecy and he approved. Kinnikuman, I have one question. Did all of you gods start to change your ways after the Great War? Apollo, some of us changed while others did not. Kenkichi, what do you mean by that? Apollo, Zeus decided to change his ways, but Hera remained cruel, as she is known to be an unkind goddess to other gods and goddesses. Bell, who is Hera? Apollo, she is the former queen of Olympus and the goddess of marriage. She is the wife and sister of Zeus and once had a family in Orario. She was the empress of Orario until she and Zeus's families were defeated by the one-eyed black dragon, and they were both banished from Orario. Belt White. Apollo, they lost their families in the battle against the one-eyed black dragon. Freya and Triki were responsible for Zeus and Hera's banishment from Orario. Teo, what happened to them? Apollo, Zeus decided to adopt Bel after his mother died from a deadly disease. He knew Bel would become a hero like those told in stories. Bel, the stories he told me. Apollo, yes, those stories are from events that happened before the end of the Golden Age. Bel, so those heroes from the stories are real. Mutsumi, does anyone want snacks? Teo, no, thanks. Jibanyan, where did Hera go? Apollo, I'm getting to that. Zeus had to fake his death for Bel to follow his dream. He returned to rebuild Olympus while Hera traveled to form a new family. However, she was unsuccessful. Nobody wanted to join her after hearing the terrible things she had done before the Great War. So it's unknown where she is right now. Nate, is she dangerous? Whisper, she is more than dangerous. Her abilities are more perilous than Freya's ability to charm others into following her orders. Maui, every woman is afraid of Freya, but they fear Hera due to her abilities. Eri, are you afraid of her? Maui, let's just say I keep my distance. Apollo gets up and looks at Usagi. I am happy to see you after all these years. Your mother will be very happy to see you. Usagi smiled as Apollo walked outside and headed back to his carriage. He climbed in, and before he left, he looked at Maui and said, by the way, you can return to the Hawaiian Islands. Maui blinked in surprise. What? The Cali Familia are gone. They won't be coming after you anymore. Oh, I see. Ahem, Issei, before I leave, there's something I need to tell you. Issei looked curious. What is it? Valley has been captured. What? The Apocalypse Brigade took him to Skeleton Island after they defeated him. Deku chimed in, who is the Apocalypse Brigade? They're like the Neos Brigade, but more powerful than those who tried to destroy the West Yokai faction. You mean the hero faction? Issei asked. Yes. Maui frowned. What does that have to do with the Devil Patrol trying to capture us? The factions needed the Red Dragon Emperor. If they have the White Emperor, it could complicate things for them against the Apocalypse Brigade. That's why Surzex sent the Devil Patrol after you. Issei nodded slowly. I see. Apollo looked at Usagi. Usagi. Yeah, she replied. Be careful and take this. He tossed a small yellow crystal ball to her, which she caught easily. Use that to communicate with me through this crystal ball. Thank you, Usagi said, smiling. Issei, make sure to take care of her. I will. And Maui. Yeah. Don't pull the moon to the other side of the world to make the sun rise early again. Artemis will not be pleased if she finds out it was you. Okay. With a flick of the reins, Apollo urged the horses forward, and his carriage ascended into the sky, Heading back to the sun, Usagi looked at her crystal ball and smiled as she gazed up at the sun. "Thank you, Dad," she said softly. To be continued. Meanwhile, at Skeleton Island, Makoto finished injecting blood that contained snake DNA into Argana. Freed, now a mix of zombie and demon, picked her up and carried her away. Shark Diodora stood by himself, watching silently. Momo Yazakura entered the lab just as Freed passed by with Argana. "They're almost ready," Makoto said. "Good. Because we have a guest," Momo replied. Hera entered the lab with the Evolus. "Hera, the Empress of Orario. What brings you here?" Makoto asked. "I'm not the Empress yet, but I'm here to discuss your experiments." "Of course," Makoto said, glancing at the pods. "I'm about to open them." He looked at the screen, which showed 100% completion. He pressed the button, and the pods began to open, revealing 100 humanoid creatures emerging. Just then Ball and Blackbeard entered and saw the creatures. "That's a lot of humanoid beasts," Ball remarked. "These are just the beginning. All we need is the rest of the indestructible beasts," Makoto replied. "The Nidhogg is imprisoned in the underground of the 50th floor tower," Hera said. "However, the god families will be in the way." Momo looked at Makoto. "Are they still in the works?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "I need 50% of these humanoid beings." Looks at Hera. "We're going to attack Orario." "Blackbeard, that's what I'm talking about." Hera, "This is getting interesting." Back in Japan. Location, Black Market. The night was quiet as the wind rustled through the trees. Under a bridge, a black market thrived, where many criminals and those wanted by various factions sold ancient weapons, potions, grimoires, caged creatures, forbidden spell books, magical items, and more. Bell walked toward the black market, cloaked in a black robe that concealed his identity. Upon entering, he noticed a statue of Dix surrounded by fans. "Bell, what's going on?" Criminal 1. Dix was killed in Orario while trying to capture the Xenos. Criminal 2. Until the captain of Hestia Familia defeated him. Criminal 3. Who does that guy think he is? Criminal 4. I wish I could have gotten my hands on him. Bell, I see. He turned to leave, knowing the truth about Dix. Dix had been the captain of the Eiklos Familia, notorious for torturing innocent creatures in the dungeon of Orario. The Eiklos Familia captured the Xenos, and Bell had to intervene to save them. This led to the incident where Dix removed Ween's crystal, transforming her into a monster. Bell defeated him, but Asterius ended Dix's life. In the chaos, Ween was stabbed, but she was later revived by Fells, a member of the guild in Orario. The incident resulted in Bell and the Hestia Familia rescuing the Xenos while the Loki Familia pursued them. They managed to return the Xenos to the dungeon, but Bell faced Asterius in battle. He lost, but they would meet again for a rematch. Now, he had retrieved his grandfather's thunderbolt from the black market. Before leaving Orario, he had heard of a thunderbolt once wielded by Zeus, lost during the Great War. After Apollo's departure, rumors suggested Zeus's thunderbolt was at the black market. Aware that he might be targeted for defeating Dix, he wore a black robe to avoid recognition. He found a booth where a man in a hoodie was selling ancient weapons. Random man, what do you want? Bell, I heard rumors about a thunderbolt for sale. Random man, you mean this? He revealed a thunderbolt, placing it on the counter. Bell recognized it as his grandfather's thunderbolt. Bell, yes, how much will this cost? Random man, this will cost $. That's it? Random man, yup. Bell handed over the money and took the thunderbolt, but suddenly, a creature escaped from its cage, causing chaos. Bell dashed away as the creature rampaged through the black market. He sprinted out from under the bridge, gazing at the thunderbolt in his hand. Bell, I can't believe I'm actually holding my grandfather's thunderbolt. Just then, an explosion echoed from the market, and he turned to see creatures fleeing while fairies took to the air. Bell, time to go. He ran off. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, Orario. At the walls surrounding the city of Orario, where the entrance lay. On top of the walls, Bell and Ace used to train. The guards were minding their business when one of them heard something crawling on the walls and looked down to see a humanoid creature. The humanoid spider crawled along the wall, prompting the guard to grab his bow and shoot an arrow, hitting it. Suddenly, an army of 50 humanoid creatures surged toward the entrance of Orario. The guards rang the bell, alerting the citizens. As the bell echoed, the gates burst open, and the humanoid creatures began entering the city. The people of Orario fled in panic, some screaming in terror. Blackbeard led the army, observing the adventurers rushing toward them with weapons drawn. Blackbeard, black hole. He touched the ground, and darkness enveloped the city. Half of Orario began to sink into the shadows, pulling in adventurers as their cries were muffled. The citizens were horrified by Blackbeard's power. The Loki Familia watched in shock as half of Orario vanished into darkness. Raoul, half of Orario is gone. Cruz, he has eaten it all in with one black hole. Bet, who the hell is he? Gareth, that's Blackbeard, captain of the Blackbeard pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the seas. Finn, Blackbeard? Lafia, I thought he was just a myth. Gareth, he's real. He killed a member of the Whitebeard pirates to steal a devil fruit. He then defeated Whitebeard and took his devil fruit to gain more power. He gave Shanks that scar. Bet, no way. Tiona, let's not just stand here and wait for him to attack these people. Tony, she's right. Let's fight back. The Hiriut sisters launched an attack on Blackbeard, but he quickly noticed them and grasped their faces. With a swift motion, he slammed them onto the ground, creating a noticeable crack beneath him. He then looked up to see the Loki Familia standing atop a building. Look what we have here, he said, eyeing the Loki Familia. Meanwhile, at the apartment, Bell stared at the thunderbolt that belonged to his grandfather, Zeus, resting on the table. He was trying to figure out how to return it to Zeus. He wanted to ask Usagi to contact her father to inform him that he had found the thunderbolt, but he was aware that the other gods would soon discover his connection to the dragon faction and report him. He didn't want Issei and his friends to be captured by the Devil Patrol, the Angels, and the fallen angels from the 3 factions. He longed to see his grandfather again but felt uncertain about what to say after learning that Zeus had faked his death to escape Hera. Although Hera was aware of Zeus's deception, she was too focused on seeking revenge on Freya for her banishment from Orario to pursue him. Bell, on the other hand, was apprehensive about meeting his grandmother after hearing of her formidable nature. He wanted to confide in Hestia but feared her anger for leaving her familia. He struggled to find a way to explain his departure to her and his friends back in Orario. Ataru wasn't ready to see Lum, while Usagi was excited to meet her biological father, the god of light. The only solution Bell could think of was to tell his friends about going to the black market at night while they were preoccupied with their plans. He felt sympathy for Issei after hearing his story of being killed by Raynare, who had toyed with his feelings, leading to his reincarnation as a devil. Issei eventually sought revenge on her after she stole Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing. After discovering the truth and being reincarnated as a humanoid dragon, Issei left the Gremry Peerage to form the dragon faction. Bell decided it was time to share what had happened with Issei. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside and stepped out to find Arcana, the god of romance and a descendant of Hermes, lying on the ground with little Asphi circling his head. Arcana? Bell asked, helping him up. Arcana regained his senses and looked at Bell. Oh good, I made it just in time. What happened? Bell inquired. Orario is under attack. Arcana exclaimed. What? Arcana explained how he had followed Bell from Orario to the Land of the Sun, which he referred to as Japan, a land created by Izanagi and Izanami before she became the goddess of the dead. He shared how Izanagi created 3 deities from his tears after imprisoning her in a cave with the rest of the demons. Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, and Susanoo were the 3 deities born from the tears of the primordial gods, known to the people of Japan alongside the other Shinto gods. He had been observing Bell and his friends without being detected and was shocked to see Bell holding the thunderbolt of Zeus. He knew that no mortal could wield it except for Zeus himself, yet Bell managed to hold it without succumbing to its power. Arcana was aware that Hestia, also known as Ginny, a descendant of the Greek goddess of campfires, had feelings for Belle but had not confessed before he left Orario. She believed Arcana was responsible for Belle's departure. Confused about Belle's decision, Arcana had followed him to understand why he left. However, upon returning to Orario to check on his familia, he witnessed Blackbeard and an army of 50 humanoid creatures attacking the city. He rushed back to Japan to warn Belle about the impending attack. The city of Orario is being attacked. Arcana shouted. Belle remained silent, knowing he needed to return to Orario. To be continued. Back at Orario, the god families lay defeated on the ground, while the Loki familia, though injured, stood ready to fight. Blackbeard held Ace by the neck as the 50 humanoid creatures watched the battle unfold. He then tossed Ace toward the Loki familia, and Finn caught her. "You fellas are pretty strong. But not strong enough," he taunted, raising his hand to signal the humanoid creatures to attack. They began to move as the Loki familia prepared to defend themselves. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky, and everyone looked up to see lightning SRNG down. "What's going on?" one man asked. No one has heard thunder in Orario for years, but another began, just as someone landed in the midst of the battle. The Loki familia and the god families looked on in astonishment as Belle appeared, holding the thunderbolt of Zeus. Belle stood firm with his grandfather's thunderbolt in hand. Blackbeard and the 50 humanoid creatures stared in shock. Hestia, also known as Ginny, and her familia were equally astonished to see Belle wielding the thunderbolt. The people of Orario could hardly believe their eyes. "What is that?" an adventurer started. "The thunderbolt of Zeus," another answered. "I thought Zeus was banished from Orario many years ago," a woman questioned. "Wasn't that thunderbolt lost?" another added. "No way!" Mort exclaimed. "That little rookie is holding Zeus's thunderbolt." The Loki familia stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Just then, Blackbeard's phone rang, and he answered an unknown caller who warned him to leave Orario. A dark portal materialized before him, and with a sinister smile, he commanded the humanoid creatures to attack. As he stepped through the portal, it closed behind him, and the 50 creatures began advancing toward him and the god families. Belle prepared to fight when suddenly a magic circle appeared, bearing the symbol of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei and his friends emerged in front of Belle, ready to assist. In his balance breaker form, Issei unleashed lasers that obliterated the 50 humanoid creatures. "Guys?" Belle asked, surprised. Teo replied, "Didn't think we wouldn't know about this?" "How?" Belle began. Deku interjected, "Arcana told us what happened. You should have informed us." "I didn't want any of you to get involved in my mess," Belle insisted. Ataru chimed in, "Hey, we're friends." "And friends should stick together," Usagi added, smiling at him. Nate noted, "At least we got here before those things could harm you and the others." Kinnikuman asked, "What are those creatures?" Kenkichi observed, "They look like half human and half monster." "Wait, where is Arcana?" Belle inquired. Iruma pointed, "He's over there with Asphai." Belle turned to see Arcana, bruised but standing beside Asphai. Maui asked, "Who's their leader?" "Wait a minute. Something isn't right," Belle said, sensing danger. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from Folkvanger. Scene change. Folkvanger was engulfed in flames, and those defending Freya lay lifeless on the ground. Freya, injured and losing blood, looked up at 4 ominous figures surrounding her. Tears filled her eyes as she realized her familia was gone. The figures were Tamura Shigaraki, Mr. Compress, Sailor Mars, and Phoenix Ikki. "You gods think humans are weak, but you're mistaken," Shigaraki taunted. "Do you really believe Belle will love you if he doesn't even know you? Did you come here to kill me?" Freya asked, fear creeping into her voice. "Not at all. The Apocalypse Brigade no longer needs you," Shigaraki replied, a chilling smile on his face. "By the way, I hope you don't mind if I take something from you?" "What?" Freya began, but Mr. Compress seized her arm, using his quirk to extract her powers into a small orb. "You're in no position to ask questions," he said, glancing at her. Shigaraki approached her, his smile widening. "You know, Freya, A goddess who uses humans for her own selfish purposes shouldn't meddle with them at all. With a swift motion he lunged forward, grabbing her heart. Just then, Issei and his friends arrived, horrified to see Shigaraki holding Freya's heart. Belle was shocked at the sight of a goddess being harmed. In an instant, Freya exploded in a brilliant light, her essence sent back to heaven, never to return to the human realm. "Who is that?" Nate asked, bewildered. "That's Tamura Shigaraki," Deku explained. "Who is he?" Issei inquired. "He's the leader of the League of Villains and is wanted by the pro-heroes. He follows the #1 villain, All for One." Usagi glanced at Sailor Mars, recalling what Apollo had said about the Sailor Guardians. "That's Sailor Mars," she whispered. "One of the Sailor Guardians Apollo mentioned?" Deku asked. "Yes," Usagi confirmed. Kenkichi asked, "And who are those guys?" "That's Mr. Compress, a member of the League of Villains." "I'm not sure about the others," Deku replied. A dark portal opened as Shigaraki and the others began to walk toward it. He turned back to Issei and his friends, warning, "Stay out of our way," before stepping through the portal, which closed behind them. "What does he mean by that?" Nate wondered. "I think we should leave," Teo suggested. "On it," Issei said, using teleportation magic to whisk himself and his friends away from Orario. To be continued. News of the attack on Orario spread rapidly, leaving the citizens in disbelief that 4 unknown figures had killed Freya and her familia. The most shocking revelation was that Belle had somehow acquired Zeus's thunderbolt. The goddess alliance was stunned to hear of Freya's demise. The Loki familia, the Hestia familia, and other god families were baffled by how some humans could defeat the Freya familia, known as the strongest in Orario. With Freya, the queen of Orario, gone to the heavens, the realm was left without a ruler. Auranas was at a loss, as no one had ever managed to defeat the Freya familia. He pondered how Belle had come to wield Zeus's thunderbolt, recalling the power of the Zeus and Hera familias before they were defeated by the one-eyed black dragon and their gods were banished. 3 goddesses had fallen in Orario, and he worried about the Amazons, led by the fallen goddesses, seeking revenge. The destruction of the entertainment district had left many Amazons blaming the god families for the loss of their goddess. Auranas felt a chill as he learned that the humans who had killed Freya had somehow contained Nidhogg within a small orb without breaking it. He feared the devastation that would ensue if it were ever released. The factions were left in shock over Freya's death, puzzled by how the Apocalypse Brigade had invaded Orario and defeated the god families. Maui bid farewell to his friends after the chaos in Orario, wishing them good luck before returning to the Hawaiian Islands. Usagi was troubled by Sailor Mars's alliance with the Apocalypse Brigade, questioning why she wasn't with the Sailor Guardians. Issei and his friends decided to take a break, planning another barbecue, this time without Kenkichi paying for a used grill. Location: House of Teeps. King Teeps lay lifeless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of his own blood. The vampires tasked with guarding the House of Teeps were also dead, some in disarray. "You were never worthy to be king," a female vampire said, standing over King Teeps's body. It was Krull Teeps. A vampire rushed in, breathless. "They're all dead. Except one." "Who?" Krull demanded. "Valerie Teeps," the vampire replied. "Did you search the area?" Krull pressed. "Yes," another vampire confirmed. "She is nowhere to be found," Krull said, her expression darkening. Just then, Marius Teeps, the prince of the royal family of Teeps, entered. "He was never worthy to be king," Marius remarked, gazing at his father's lifeless form. A smile crept across his face as he continued, "We don't need to worry about my sister. She is now free," said Marius as he looked at Krull. "Krull, good. We don't need any witnesses." To be continued. Chapter End. Many months ago, Kenkichi Ryatsu was searching for Keiichi Nakagawa, one of the officers at the Kamiri Park police box in Tokyo. Keiichi had vanished after being sent to investigate a series of midnight murders. He never returned, and weeks passed before anyone noticed his absence. Kenkichi was assigned to find him after he accidentally caused chaos at a spa involving a submarine and a giant squid. He wandered through the bustling streets of Tokyo, but hours passed without a trace of Keiichi. As midnight approached, Kenkichi knew the streets could be perilous, with criminals lurking, engaging in fights, and indulging in vices. He had always managed to navigate dangerous situations before. Man, where the heck is he? Kenkichi exclaimed, shining his flashlight into the darkness. Suddenly he stumbled upon a fight club, where a crowd was cheering for a combatant in the ring. Intrigued, he pushed through the onlookers who were placing bets on the outcome. To his shock, he spotted Keiichi, shirtless and masked, defeating a formidable opponent in the ring. The crowd roared with excitement. "Who's next?" Keiichi shouted, his voice filled with adrenaline. "Keiichi!" Kenkichi called out, drawing attention as the crowd turned to see him, a police officer. "What the hell are you doing here?" Keiichi asked, his expression a mix of surprise and annoyance. "We've been looking for you everywhere. You've been gone for weeks." Kenkichi replied, urgency in his tone. "Well, get out of here." Keiichi snapped back. "I'm not leaving without you. Everyone is worried sick." Kenkichi insisted. "I'm not going back." Keiichi declared defiantly. "Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you." Kenkichi retorted, climbing into the ring. The referee signaled the start of the match. Keiichi quickly gained the upper hand, landing several hits on Kenkichi. After a series of exchanges, Kenkichi finally dodged a punch and managed to wrap his arm around Keiichi's neck from behind. "You play the cop, but I know what's beneath that mask," Keiichi taunted. "Oh really? Let's see what's under yours," Kenkichi challenged, pulling off Keiichi's mask. The crowd gasped as they saw Keiichi's face, now resembling a bat with sharp features and red eyes. Panic erupted, and the audience began to flee. Kenkichi released his grip, stunned by the transformation. Keiichi retaliated, striking Kenkichi to the ground. Kenkichi defended himself, blocking Keiichi's punches. The referee held up a cross, and Keiichi recoiled, feeling the burn. In a swift motion, he snatched the cross from the referee's hand, throwing it aside as he fought through the pain. "Keiichi, stop!" Kenkichi shouted, trying to reach him. Keiichi halted, revealing his wings as his face morphed further into that of a bat. He had transformed into a humanoid bat, a creature known as Kamisatsu, the Mayan bat god, feared by humans. Some humans could become like him, taking on his form. Kenkichi got back on his feet as Keiichi unleashed a roar that echoed through the arena. The referee crossed himself, terrified of the creature before him. Keiichi lunged at Kenkichi, who caught him and hurled him against one of the ring's poles, leaving him momentarily stuck. "No! No!" Kenkichi cried, rushing to Keiichi's side as he noticed blood trickling from his mouth and chest. Keiichi began to revert to his human form, looking up at Kenkichi. "Kenkichi," he murmured, his features softening. "I know you. Kenkichi Ryatsu. You could be really reckless," Keiichi said weakly. "I know. Who did this to you?" Kenkichi asked, desperation in his voice. "She did," Keiichi replied, his breath faltering. "Who?" Kenkichi pressed. "Young girl with rosy pink hair." "What is her name?" "Her name is Kralteeps." "Kralteeps?" Kenkichi echoed, realization dawning on him. "The end is soon coming," Keiichi whispered before succumbing to his injuries. Tears streamed down Kenkichi's face as he watched his friend fade away. "I'm sorry," he choked out. Present day. Kenkichi awoke to sunlight streaming through the window, feeling the remnants of tears on his cheeks. "It was that dream again," he murmured. The door swung open, and Kinnikuman entered, announcing it was time for breakfast. He noticed Kenkichi's wet eyes and the sweat soaking his shirt. "Are you all right?" Kinnikuman asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. Just had another nightmare," Kenkichi replied, trying to shake off the heaviness. Just then, Iruma walked in, curious about Kenkichi's state. "Hey, you're not in your evil cycle anymore," Kinnikuman noted. "Oh, I guess it must have disappeared while I was sleeping," Iruma added. "Guys, I'm fine," Kenkichi insisted. "Good, come on, we're about to eat," Kinnikuman said, urging him to join. "I'll beat you to the table," Iruma exclaimed, racing upstairs. Hey! Kinnikuman shouted, chasing after him. Kenkichi slowly got up, remembering Keiichi's words from his dream, echoing in his mind. Her name is Kralteeps. The end is soon coming. Kenkichi wondered about the meaning behind those words as he gazed at a photo of himself and his friends from their time as police officers. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he fought to hold them back. Wiping his tears away with the back of his hand, he focused on the picture, his gaze landing on Keiichi. I will avenge you and stop her. I may have been reckless in the past, but I won't let your memory fade, he vowed. With determination, he stepped out of his room and made his way upstairs for breakfast. Entering Issei's room, he found his friends gathered around the table, enjoying their meal and chatting. A smile spread across Kenkichi's face as he joined them, feeling the warmth of camaraderie. To be continued. Scene change. Location: Skeleton Island. Momo Yazakura sat on the sofa, observing the leaders of various factions gathered around him. Among them were Blackbeard, the captain of the Blackbeard pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the sea, the Ghoulfather, the mafia leader of the ghouls, Hera, the former queen of Olympus and empress of Orario, Baal, the leader of the demon reformation movement, Sol, the leader of the master rules, All for One, the leader of the League of Villains, Chinu, the leader of Basara, Kralteeps, the 3rd progenitor of the Progenitor Council, and Luvis, the leader of the Poachers. They had gathered to form an alliance, each with their own goals, but recognizing the need to work together to achieve them. Kral spoke first. I informed Carmilla about what happened, and she agreed that King Teeps died of natural causes. Momo nodded. I see. Kral continued. I told Elmenhild Karnstein to say he committed suicide by stabbing himself to prevent a civil war between the Teeps and Carmilla factions. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Luvis added, we can see that. But how could Marius be foolish enough to let his sister escape? Kral exclaimed. I thought he had killed her when he said she was free. She didn't witness what happened, so I decided to let it go. Luvis replied, even if she tells them what occurred, they might not believe her. True, Kral agreed. Momo inquired, have you convinced Marius to ally with us? I did, Kral confirmed. He agreed to form an alliance if I eliminate his father. However, Carmilla stands in the way, so I have my vampires plotting her assassination. Blackbeard questioned, what good would that do? Have you forgotten she was planning to ally with the 3 factions? Kral replied, they would ruin our plans, and their allies from other factions would complicate things further. Assassinating her would buy us time to execute our plans. Sol added, I thought reviving the Leviathan would give us time, but it seems it will aid our other plans. Now we just need to find and capture them. Baal chimed in, the 13 crowns would hinder your efforts, but I'm one of them. It would be easier for me to capture them without raising suspicion. All for One stated, our scientists are already using the blood of the White Dragon Emperor and the heart of Freya to create powerful gnomes and humanoid creatures, including demons and other species. Hera remarked, at least we let Valley go to prevent the factions from discovering our hideout. The Ghoulfather asked, why do we need Freya's heart? Chinu explained, blood from a god or goddess can enhance humans and creatures, making them stronger, like half-bloods and demigods. Luvis interjected, it's already troubling that the Devil faction and the Fallen Angel faction have allied with the Angel faction, those heavenly beings created by the biblical God who banished the demon race to the underworld. Baal retorted, you and the others eat children. Our race only consumed humans in ancient times, not children. Luvis shot back, we still consume humans, not just children. It's our diet in my realm. Momo interjected, we have one problem. Hera asked, and that is? Momo replied, the Dragon faction. Blackbeard questioned, what about them? Momo explained, they could obstruct our goals. Baal asked, what should we do about them? Momo suggested, we need to send one of our members to eliminate them, so they won't interfere. Kral volunteered, I'll take care of that. She sipped her tea, which contained blood. Humans are easy to kill, and after my vampires take out Carmilla, we can target the Dragon faction next. It would be nice for my vampires to have more blood after dealing with the rest of the Carmilla faction. Momo nodded. Very well. You have my permission to eliminate the dragon faction. That's all I needed. Krull smirked. To be continued. Scene change. Kenkichi walked alone through the rain-soaked streets of Japan, haunted by memories of his friend after a troubling nightmare. He needed to gather information about Krull Teeps, the one responsible for transforming his friend into a humanoid bat. After learning about vampires and other creatures, he felt prepared to confront them. Determined, he searched for a vampire, knowing they only emerged at night. After a dinner with his friends, he waited until midnight to begin his search. As he roamed the darkened streets, he muttered to himself, "Man, those bloodsuckers are harder to find than I thought," wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from a dark alley. Drawing his sword, he approached cautiously and spotted a vampire feeding on a woman. Mel Stefano turned to face Kenkichi, who brandished his sword. Without hesitation, Mel lunged at him, but Kenkichi quickly drew his shotgun and fired several shots. The bullet struck Mel, but he seemed unfazed as Kenkichi charged forward. Mel blocked Kenkichi's sword with his arms, which were adorned with knife-like nails. Seizing the moment, Kenkichi fired a bullet at Mel's right eye, forcing him to lower his guard. Kenkichi then struck with his sword, leaving a cut across Mel's chest. Grabbing him by his cape, Kenkichi demanded, "Who is Krull Teeps?" Mel replied, "She is one of the Progenitor Council." "Who are they?" "Mel, they are a group of high-ranking noble vampires that made the laws of the vampire realm." "Kenkichi, where is she?" "Mel, I don't know." Kenkichi points his shotgun at him. "Mel, no, I swear, for Dracula's name, I swear, I don't know where she is." "Kenkichi, then where can I find the Progenitor Council?" "Mel, I don't know where they are. But the Japanese Imperial Demon Army knows." "Kenkichi, well, it's time to pay them a visit." "Mel, they won't be easy to talk to." "Kenkichi, is that so?" He fires a warning shot near Mel's arm, making him raise his hands in surrender. "Kenkichi, tell the other vampires what you saw." "I will." Nervously, Kenkichi starts walking away. Mel, humans. They can be so intimidating. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day, Kenkichi didn't tell his friends about what he did the night before, knowing they would be in danger if they got involved in a fight against vampires with him. He now understood how Bell felt when he was dealing with his own situation that led to the attack on Orario and the loss of Freya and her familia. However, he did confide in Usagi and Ataru about his actions and his need for help to infiltrate the Japanese Imperial Demon Army for information about the Progenitor Council. They agreed to assist him, but they knew Tokyo would be dangerous, with everyone likely coming after them. Ataru was already a target due to his past with Lum, and Usagi needed to locate the other Sailor Guardians after seeing Sailor Mars with the Apocalypse Brigade. She later discovered that Mars and the Phoenix Ikki had joined the Serpent faction when Issei informed them about Gentru Seiji's disappearance and the murder of Ruruko Nimura, a member of the Citri team, by an unknown assailant. Issei was unsure if Seiji's disappearance and Nimura's murder were connected, but he was focused on enjoying his ramen. Kenkichi knew the authorities would be after him, but he needed information about the Progenitor Council. They quickly found themselves in trouble upon arriving in Tokyo. At first, they managed to remain unnoticed, giving them time to explore the city. Usagi located 3 of the Sailor Guardians, Ami Mizuno, also known as Sailor Mercury, Makoto Kino or Sailor Jupiter, and Minako Eino, known as Sailor Venus. Meanwhile, Ataru was being pursued by his tormentors when they spotted him at a ramen restaurant. Kenkichi successfully entered the Japanese Imperial Demon Army headquarters but was not permitted to speak with anyone. So, he stealthily snuck into a room containing information about vampires, avoiding detection by the guards. He searched for the file that held details about the members of the Progenitor Council. After finding it, he began to read and examine the photos of the vampires involved. Just as he gathered the information he needed, one of the guards spotted him, and the alarm blared. Kenkichi dashed out of the room, narrowly evading the guard as more rushed in. He escaped through an exit and reunited with Usagi and Ataru, who were also fleeing. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, teleporting them out of Tokyo. Adaru's tormentors and the guards from the Japanese Imperial Demon Army witnessed their sudden disappearance. Guard 1, did you see that? Guard 2, it was teleportation magic. Guard 3, those are from the Dragon faction. Guard 4, we should inform Kurito Hiragi about this. Boy 1, I need to get out more. Boy 2, oh, shut up. Boy 3, is someone eating potato chips? To be continued. Chapter end. Meanwhile at the Holy Land Mary Geos. Location, Pangaea Castle. The Dragon faction and the Serpent faction? Said the Sword Maiden, looking at the Holy Knight kneeling before her. Holy Knight 1. Yes, they are wanted by the factions. My lady. I'm concerned. These factions could pose real trouble for the rest of us. Hinata Sakaguchi, let's wait for now. They haven't acted yet, and the Red Dragon Emperor isn't the type to strike out of anger. We'll keep an eye on them, but we have more pressing matters to attend to. Sakura, we need to focus on finding the indestructible beast. If they are free, they could cause widespread destruction. The Almighty God sacrificed himself in the Great War to protect humanity. But if the indestructible beasts are released, it could lead to serious problems. What plans have we made so far? Holy Knight 1. My lady. We called the Japanese Demon Army, the 12 Guardians, and others for a meeting, but there's no telling how many will actually show up. They come from different countries and do as they please. Futaba, we've already dealt with enough situations since the Holy Sword Project. Sakura, what's the Holy Sword Project? Futaba, a long time ago, the Holy Sword Project was a secret initiative conducted within the Christian Church aimed at creating individuals capable of wielding the 7 pieces of the Holy Sword, Excalibur. Sakura, Excalibur? I thought that was a myth? Sword Maiden, no, it's real. King Arthur himself wielded it before his death. Sakura? Oh? Futaba, anyway, to achieve this, they trained and experimented on children to find those who could use the 7 pieces of Excalibur. They disposed of those who were not capable, leading to tragic outcomes, including the use of poisonous fog to eliminate the children. However, one managed to escape. The preacher responsible for the experiments was Valper Galilei. He was excommunicated from the church after the Holy Sword Project was shut down. Unfortunately, those children did not survive. Sword Maiden, Isaiah. Ronaldo, however, he later passed away but was reincarnated as a devil by the Princess of Ruin. Sword Maiden, Rias Pawn. Ronaldo, he wasn't the only one reincarnated as a devil after being expelled from the church. There was Asia Argento, who had once been a nun with a sacred gear called Twilight Healing. Unfortunately, she was misunderstood and ostracized by those around her, seen as a child of darkness for helping a devil. After a tragic series of events, she was killed by a fallen angel named Raynare and was later brought back as a devil by Rias Pawn. Then there was Zenobia Quarta, who had been Irina Shidu's partner in the church until they were both defeated by Kokobile, before he was ultimately vanquished by the White Dragon Emperor. After leaving the church, she joined the Gremory Peerage. Irina was already an angel, so it was expected they might clash, but instead, they united to combat Loki's children alongside the Gremory Peerage and the Citri team when Loki attempted to instigate Ragnarok. Sakura, oh I see. Ronaldo, the actions of the churches are making people question the corruption that arises when they are supposed to be kind and honest but instead act cruelly and manipulatively towards the innocent. That's why we had to expel those who opposed the Almighty God and sever ties with them. Sakura, like with Valper? Ronaldo, correct. Meanwhile at the docks. The Holy Knights observed ships sailing towards the docks as they awaited orders. The ships docked, and the bridges lowered, allowing the 12 Guardians to walk down. The Holy Knights stepped aside, watching as the 12 Guardians passed by. Holy Knight 4, I can't believe the 12 Guardians actually showed up. Holy Knight 5, they never attend these kinds of meetings. Holy Knight 6, quiet. Show them respect. He said as the Japanese Imperial Demon Army descended from the bridge, soldiers following Kurito Hiragi. They marched towards Pangaea Castle, joined by representatives from other countries also heading there. Back at the Pangaea Castle, another Holy Knight rushed in, kneeling to announce their arrival. Sword Maiden, send them in. The two holy knights stood, bowed their heads, and hurried out of the room. Just then, another holy knight burst in with urgent news. Hinata, what is it? He turned on the TV, revealing the dragon faction and their allies engaged in battle against Krull Teeps and her army of vampires. Sword Maiden, what is this? Holy Knight 3, they are at war with one of the progenitors. Hinata, what? To be continued. Chapter End. Kenkichi explained how his friend was transformed into a humanoid bat by one of the progenitors from the Progenitor Council, leading to an accidental death that made him a wanted man, not only for corruption but for his friend's demise. He sought vengeance against the vampire responsible for his friend's transformation. Issei empathized with Kenkichi, recalling how he lost Asia when Raynare killed her to steal her sacred gear. After defeating Raynare, Rias used her power to bring Asia back as a devil, and he was grateful for her return. However, he had heard about the deaths of King Teeps and Queen Carmilla, leaders of their vampire factions, and now Krull Teeps was leading an army of vampires to attack Japan. As he pondered this, they watched the news and saw Krull and her army attacking the police as they advanced toward the city. Kenkichi stood, grabbing his sword and shotgun, and headed outside, making his way to the streets where the vampire army was approaching. Issei followed him, stepping out into the street as well. He activated a communication circle to contact Sun Wukong and the others. Issei, I need your help. Scene change. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. You foolish humans have created a fatal virus that has now spread all over the world. Krull Teeps shouted as she marched with her army of vampires through the streets of Japan, helicopters trailing behind them. The people of Japan were at a loss, having never faced supernatural beings like vampires before. The pro-heroes lay lifeless on the ground, their blood drained by the vampires, and the police were also down, victims of blood loss. Suddenly, Kenkichi approached, causing the vampires to halt and the helicopters to stop, engines still running to keep them airborne. Kenkichi, ka! He shouted, gripping his sword in one hand and his shotgun in the other. Krull, who are you? Kenkichi, a friend of the man you turned into a humanoid bat. Krull, oh, you're that man's friend. I didn't expect witnesses, I should have dealt with you first. Kenkichi, you'll pay for what you did to my friend. Krull, how can a foolish human like you take down an entire army of vampires alone? You're not alone, a voice called from behind Kenkichi. He turned to see Issei. Issei, hey, you're not alone. Magic circles began to appear around them. The dragon faction, Maui, Taro Sakamoto, Marinette, aka Ladybug, Sun Wukong, Naruto, Escaner, Rei, Apollo, and the 3 sailor guardians materialized. Kenkichi, guys? Issei, like I said, you're not alone. Kenkichi smiled, turning to face the vampire army as Krull glared at him with anger. Kenkichi, all right then, let's fight. The dragon faction and their allies charged toward the vampire army, and Krull and her forces responded in kind. To be continued. Chapter End. Scene change. Back at the Pangea Castle, the Holy Council watched the battle unfold on live news. The 12 Guardians, the general of the Japanese Imperial Demon Army, and many others were glued to the screen. One of the soldiers recognized Kenkichi and exclaimed, "Hey, that's the guy who stole those files." "You're right," shouted another soldier. "You let someone steal files without even noticing?" asked Tenma Anomiya incredulously. Apparently, some were too busy playing cards, Kurito Hiragi remarked. Suddenly, they saw Ataru using a rocket launcher to fire at one of the helicopters, but the missile missed and veered toward the Holy Land where they were located. They looked out the window to see the missile approaching. "Hinata, take cover!" she shouted, and everyone in the room dropped to the ground to shield themselves. The missile crashed through the window, striking one of the 12 guardians. Vacant was hit, and the explosion followed. They rose to see him lifeless on the ground. One of the holy knights rushed over to check his pulse but felt nothing. "He's gone," said the holy knight. Scene change. Back in Japan, Issei unleashed a barrage of laser beams at the vampires, taking them down while in his balance breaker. Sun Wukong skillfully used his staff to bring down 2 helicopters, while Maui swung one around like a wrecking ball, targeting the strongest vampires. Taro fired his gun at the flying vampires, and Ladybug used her yo-yo to trip the larger foes, allowing Escanor to finish them off with a fireball. Naruto and his clones engaged the vampires, skillfully dodging their sword attacks, while Ray, in his Monster Ox form, struck from behind. Apollo aimed his arrows with precision, hitting the helicopters directly. The helicopters crashed to the ground, taking out several vampires in the process. Sailor Mercury deployed her Mercury Aqua Mist to obscure their movements, while Sailor Jupiter unleashed bolts of lightning at the vampires. Sailor Venus followed up with her Love Chains, ensnaring the creatures as they were electrocuted by the lightning. The dragon faction swiftly defeated the remaining vampires, spotting a frightened Krull who began to flee, realizing her army had been vanquished. Kenkichi aimed his shotgun at Krull and fired, a determined look on his face. "That was for my friend," he said, smoke rising from the barrel as he blew it away. The people of Japan were in disbelief at the scene they had just witnessed, erupting into cheers for their saviors. Man 1, they saved us. Woman 1, the dragon faction defeated those bloodsuckers. Man 1, I'm just happy to have a night out. Woman 2, is someone eating potato chips? The dragon faction basked in the applause as Kenkichi remarked, "They're cheering for us." Atter added, "I've never been cheered for before." Issei smiled, "We just saved Japan." Kenkichi replied with a grin, "Yeah, I guess we did." Issei suggested, "Come on, let's go home." As the dragon faction and their allies walked away, the cheers of the crowd echoed behind them. Among the crowd, a stranger in a hooded robe, reminiscent of Thanatos, smiled as he watched Issei and his friends depart. "We'll meet again soon." "Hi," he murmured, glancing at his purple sacred gear before using teleportation magic, marked by the symbol of one of the 5 great dragon kings, Vritra, to vanish from sight. To be continued. After the Vampire War, Marius Teeps became the new leader of the Teeps faction, while Elmenhild Karnstein took over as the leader of the Carmilla faction following the demise of King Teeps and Queen Carmilla, which had sparked the conflict against humanity. The factions learned of the attack and recognized the growing power of Issei and his allies since the return of 2 indestructible beasts. The Holy Council convened to discuss how to address the situation regarding the return of the indestructible beasts, deciding to hunt them down before the Apocalypse Brigade could find them first. Krull Teeps was located by the devils and brought to the factions, where she was sentenced to imprisonment in Tartarus for the deaths of King Teeps and Queen Carmilla, as well as for instigating a war against humanity. The Apocalypse Brigade replaced Krull with Marius Teeps, the new leader of the Teeps faction. The Progenitor Council welcomed Marius as a new member of the Vampire Council following Krull's sentencing. Erichan was asleep when Issei and his friends returned from the Vampire War, but their faces soon graced the front page of the newspapers the next day. Title: Dragon Faction Stops Vampire War. Issei Heidu, the former member of the Gremry Peerage and the Red Dragon Emperor, and his faction saved Japan. Another newspaper featured the 12 Guardians on the front page, but one was missing. Title: 12 Guardians Now 11 Guardians. The 12 Guardians have lost a member following a missile attack on Pangaea Castle. Now searching for a new Guardian. A third newspaper showcased the 3 faction leaders, with Surzex shaking hands with Elmenhild Karnstein. Title: The Vampire Faction Allies with the 3 Factions. Elmenhild Karnstein, the new leader of the Carmilla faction, has formed an alliance with the 3 factions. "This is what happens when people don't believe in the supernatural," declared Yakumaru Mara, the new president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, addressing a group of presidents from various organizations seated at a long table. "Yakumaru, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming so quickly." He opened a file and revealed a stack of black and white photos, tossing them onto the table. The presidents of the hero organizations reacted with horror, some closing their eyes while others examined the disturbing images. "Tokumaru, these photos were taken by individuals attempting to expose false heroes, but they were arrested before they could do so." Following the arrest of the former president of the HPSC for corruption and concealing dark secrets from the public, the government enacted a law prohibiting anyone with a quirk or powerful quirk from harming those without quirks. This law also applied to those who belittled or mistreated individuals without quirks, viewing them as undeserving of help. That's why the quirkless were now given a chance to compete in the field of heroes. However, due to dark secrets coming to light, some people began to view heroes as monsters and called for their banishment. After the incident at the Yasakura family mansion, tensions nearly escalated into a war between heroes and spies from the Spy Association HQ, but the government managed to prevent it by rebuilding the mansion. Although the Hero Society has ended, some people are slowly starting to trust the heroes who are genuine and not corrupt. But questions arose about why a boy named Izuku Midoriya, who was once quirkless, was chosen to be All Might's next successor. Toshinori Yagi felt ashamed for not addressing the corruption and regretted getting angry at Midoriya after the sludge villain incident that occurred months ago. As a result, 20% of One for All was transferred to Deku, who began learning how to harness its power. Now, he stands as All Might's next successor. However, we need to regain the public's trust in heroes. UA High has been rebuilt, but the costs were significant, and we faced lawsuits that drained our finances. The merchandise sales have plummeted since companies halted production after the corruption scandal during Madam's administration. Following the vampire war that took place last night, both the police and heroes were unprepared to confront supernatural creatures, which is why we need to ally with the Holy Council. All those in favor, raise your hand. All hands went up. To be continued. Scene change. Kenkichi, so they let you go? Yes, apparently they had enough of me causing supernatural disturbances at the school by summoning yokai, said Noob as he settled into a booth at a ramen restaurant. Maisuke Nueno, also known as Noob, is an exorcist with experience in defeating yokai that threatened his students. However, after the incident with Daikoku, the Shinto god of rats, who summoned an army of rats to attack the school, Noob managed to defeat him. Daikoku realized he had targeted the wrong school and left, but the incident cost Noob his job. Kenkichi, why is your hair red? Noob, it's just paint from art class when I was dealing with the rats. Don't worry, it washes out easily. I'll rinse it off when I get back to my apartment. So, what are you going to do now that you're out of a job? Kenkichi asked as he sipped his coffee. Noob, I'm an exorcist, so I'll probably continue my usual work of getting rid of spirits and defeating yokai to keep people safe. Many at that school didn't believe me, especially that green-haired girl who always says she hates me for no reason. Kenkichi, are you talking about Ritsuko Takahashi? Noob, yes. She's always terrified whenever she sees a spirit or demon near me. She slaps me and insists she hates me, but now she knows about yokai since I defeated the rat god. I don't want to be with someone like that. I want to find a kind and brave woman who loves me, you know? Kenkichi. Noob, I feel a bit sorry for the students, but sometimes they can be scarier than she is when they're angry or blame me for things I didn't do. Kenkichi, I know how that feels. When I was still in the police force, that guy who really needs to shave his mustache always got angry at me for being reckless or disobeying his orders. Cops can sometimes be good and annoying, but they also blame me for things I didn't do on purpose. It's like everyone in Tokyo hates me. Ataru sighed, tell me about it, as he started eating his ramen. Kenkichi replied, I mean, there is crime every day in the city of Tokyo. Can a guy get a break once in a while? Noob nodded, you can say that again. Yokai can appear at any time, often without you even noticing. Kenkichi added, I would say it's creepy, but they are unknown creatures that were created by Izanagi and Izanami before she became the Shinto goddess of death. Ataru asked, so those two deities created this land and the existence of yokai? Yes, Kenkichi confirmed. Oh. Ataru responded, intrigued. Noob said, that could explain how they came into existence since the beginning of the Shinto pantheon. Kenkichi continued, the Shinto gods allied with 3 factions, including the Norse faction, after Loki's attack on Asgard failed. Ataru inquired, when he tried to start Ragnarok? Yes, Kenkichi confirmed. Then why didn't he gather other creatures from the 9 realms if he was going to start Ragnarok? Ataru asked. Kenkichi shrugged. He probably didn't have time, so he just gathered his children and launched his attack. Noob wondered, whatever happened to Loki? Kenkichi replied, they say he went back to hell, but others claim he managed to escape. Noob said, so they don't know where he is? Exactly, Kenkichi answered. Noob sighed, I wish we could just reveal the existence of the entire supernatural without everyone thinking we are crazy. Ataru's eyes lit up. Maybe there is a way. Both of them looked at Ataru. Noob asked, what do you mean? Ataru explained, everyone in Tokyo knows about aliens since Lum and her family invaded Tokyo. After I won that game of tag and married her, I met someone who works at a TV studio. We could arrange an interview with our friends, and they can share their stories about the existence of the supernatural. Noob asked, do you think that could work? Kenkichi chimed in, everyone saw the battle between us and those creatures, so it has to work. He paused for a moment looking at them. Ataru and Kenkichi waited. After a moment of thought, Noob said, all right, let's do it. Ataru cheered, that's the spirit. Kenkichi said, I'll go tell the others because we are going to be on live TV. Meanwhile, at Kuo Academy, a loud explosion erupted as students began to flee in panic. Ryanosuke Fujinami dashed out of the academy, holding Rias securely in her right arm. A truck pulled up just in time, and the driver shouted, what the heck are you? He was cut off as Ryanosuke knocked him out with a nearby safe. She placed Rias in the back of the truck, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped away. Kiba rushed out of the building after ensuring the female students were safe, shouting, Rias! Rias! He stopped in his tracks as he watched the truck drive off. Akino and Kaneko caught up with Kiba, noticing the truck speeding away. Kiba turned to them, saying, she took Rias. Akino and Kaneko were momentarily speechless as Sona and her peerage finished evacuating the students. Sona approached them, asking, what happened? Akino replied, Rias has been kidnapped. Sona's peerage was at a loss for words. Kaneko asked, what are we going to do? It took a moment for Sona to respond. We need to tell Surzex. To be continued. Scene change. Come on, work, darn it, shouted Daijiro Ohara as he struggled to change channels on his TV. A woman with green hair and black eyes walked into the room and saw him wrestling with the remote. Her name was Ritsuko Takahashi, one of the teachers at the school where Noob had worked before he was let go after the Rat God incident. What are you doing? Ritsuko asked, noticing Daijiro's frustration. This remote doesn't work, he exclaimed. She examined the remote and said, it doesn't have batteries. Here. She pulled some batteries from her purse, replaced them, and changed the channel. Daijiro's jaw dropped as he saw Kenkichi on stage, interviewing Noob about the supernatural. How did that guy get on live TV? He shouted, his face turning red with anger. He continued watching as Kenkichi asked, so what can you explain about what happened last night? Noob replied, what you all saw last night was real vampires fighting the dragon faction and its allies. The supernatural world does exist. Everything we thought was myth in every mythology and legend is real. The beasts that attacked Japan were 2 of the indestructible beasts from the Book of Genesis. Maui is the trickster demigod and hero of Hawaii, who found redemption thanks to Issei and his friends. Plus, the rats that attacked the school were following the orders of their god, Daikoku, also known as Tesso the rat yokai. Kenkichi then asked, oh? And did you love someone? Noob responded, yes, her name is Ritsuko Takahashi, and I had feelings for her. Ritsuko blushed and smiled, while Daijiro angrily stuffed objects into a shotgun with a plunger. Kenkichi continued, what do you think about her? Noob said, well, after learning about her true nature, she can be a scaredy cat, always saying she hates me, and is a bit annoying to be around. Ritsuko's smile faded, replaced by anger as Daijiro continued his furious preparations. Kenkichi added, however, not all of them are like that. Noob acknowledged, I know. That's why I'm going to wait and meet the right one. Kenkichi asked, good, anything else you wanted to say about the existence of the supernatural? Noob replied, I wish I knew more, but there is someone who knows a lot about the supernatural. Issei Hayadu would love to come and share his experiences. The two of them applauded as Issei entered and took a seat. Kenkichi asked, "So, tell us about your experience with the supernatural." Issei began, "It all started when I met my first girlfriend. We had a great time on our first date until she revealed herself as a fallen angel named Raynare. In a shocking turn of events, she attacked me with a light spear, and I thought my life had ended. However, the card I held, marked with a magic circle symbol that I had received from a woman I initially believed to be human, summoned a devil named Rias Pawn. She reincarnated me as a devil, and that was when everything changed. I summoned the booster gear, confronted Raynare for revenge, saved Rias from an unwanted engagement with Riser, battled a formidable fallen angel with 8 wings, defeated the White Dragon Emperor, stopped Loki from igniting Ragnarok, and confronted Diodora, who had sinister intentions toward Asia. I also faced the leaders of the Old Satan faction and the Hero faction, who were allied with the Chaos Brigade, fought against the Great Lion King, and so much more. I know many of you were disappointed when I decided to leave the Gremory Peerage, but that doesn't mean I won't continue to help. I'm here to share my story so that some of you can learn from my experiences. And I'm not alone in this." He looked at his friends and nodded. They came and sat down in the chairs nearby. "My friends will also share their stories, and you will realize that these are true accounts, not mere fantasy or fiction." Deku chimed in, "And we're also going to let Eri-chan explain how she escaped her suffering." Eri waved at the camera, a hopeful smile on her face. Each of Issei's friends shared their stories as the channel garnered thousands of views and likes. Once they finished, Kenkichi remarked, "Well, that was very interesting. So what are you going to do now that we are revealing the existence of the supernatural to the rest of humanity?" Issei replied, "We're going to make some changes." Kenkichi nodded, "Well, that's good." Suddenly, Daijiro smashed the TV with an axe, shouting in frustration, "You've got to be kidding me." Ritsuko stepped back, shocked as she watched Daijiro destroy the television. Meanwhile, with the factions, Surzex exclaimed, "No. No." Azazel added, "Now this is bad." Michael agreed, "Indeed." Yasaka gasped, "Oh my." Elmenhild said, "This is troubling." Odin questioned, "What on earth is he doing?" Zeus responded, "They're revealing the entire supernatural to humanity." Shiva added, "Not just humanity, but the entire world." Amaterasu sighed, "Oh dear." Surzex continued, "Not only is the entire supernatural being exposed to humanity, but my sister has been kidnapped, and we don't know where their hideout is." Michael urged, "Surzex, please calm down." Taking a deep breath, Surzex released a small red mist from his mouth. "You're right. I can't blame him for the suffering he's endured because of my sister," he said, glancing at the TV as the interview concluded with commercials. Shiva pondered, "I still don't understand why humans make commercials about food." Zeus replied, "Probably to satisfy their gluttony." Yasaka interjected, "Are you referring to Beelzebub, one of the 7 princes of hell?" Zeus confirmed, "Yes. He was known as the Prince of Gluttony. The Leviathan was the Prince of Envy, and Satan was the Prince of Wrath. The other pillars of the 7 deadly sins have been absent since the Great War." Michael added, "Satan was killed during the Great War, and they were lost after his death." Surzex stated, "However, the descendants of the 7 princes of hell are still out there. Generations of the 7 deadly sins have existed for thousands of years, and we still haven't determined who will embody the next 7 deadly sins. For now, we need to focus on rescuing my sister." Odin noted, "We don't know who they are or where their hideout is." Surzex concluded, "That's why we need help from the Red Dragon Emperor." To be continued. Scene change. Location, junkyard. The junkyard was now clean, reduced to a sandy field after everyone learned about the supernatural from the Dragon faction's interview. They had gathered all the necessary supplies from the junkyard to defend themselves. A trailer served as a hideout for Ryunosuke and her team. She rushed inside, carrying buckets in her arms. "Is she ready?" she asked. "Yes, Usopp replied, pulling out a needle to hand to her. Are you sure taking her blood is necessary? Usopp questioned. Makoto needs her blood to create a virus that will drive any creature wild, Ryanosuke explained. But why? Usopp pressed. I don't know. He wouldn't say, she replied, starting to draw Rias's blood into the needle. Once finished, she examined the blood and remarked, no wonder every devil fears the Gremory clan. The blood glowed with dark red energy, sending small electric shocks. The Gremory clan is known for their power of destruction, capable of obliterating anything they target, Gowther said from outside, speaking through the trailer window. Rias Gremory is the Princess of Ruin and once had the Red Dragon Emperor as her pawn until he removed his evil pieces and was reincarnated as a humanoid dragon, Gowther continued. So he left the Gremory Peerage? Usopp asked. Yes, and he stated he is no longer assisting the factions with the Gremory Peerage, Gowther confirmed. Does that mean he's still helping the factions or not? Usopp inquired. I don't know. Gowther replied. Ryanosuke interjected, it doesn't matter, we got what we needed. All we have to do is deliver this at the docks tonight. Guys, you might want to see this. Laura said, lounging in a bathtub filled with water, as she was a mermaid. They turned to the TV, where the dragon faction was sharing their experiences with the supernatural. We were just talking about him, Usopp noted. Ataru? Ryanosuke exclaimed. You know him? Laura asked. That's the guy who hit Lum and stole her horns. Ryanosuke replied. Invader's daughter? Ryanosuke, yes. Gowther, they just revealed the entire supernatural on live TV. Should we be concerned about that? Ryanosuke, now that you mention it, this could ruin our plan to deliver this blood at the docks. Usopp, especially if the Holy Council discovers the kidnapping of the Princess of Ruin and our involvement with the Apocalypse Brigade. Laura, we will definitely be in trouble. Ryanosuke, you're absolutely right. If they find out where we are, they could arrest us, eliminate us, or even send us to Tartarus. Usopp, maybe we could hide her. Laura, Rias is still alive, but her eyes are vacant and she seems completely emotionless, no offense. She said this to Gowther, who was sitting outside. Gowther, it's fine. Usopp, he isn't at all. Laura, he may seem like one, but it's a long story, and he doesn't want to discuss it. Ryanosuke, but he's a giant suit of armor, how could he be a doll? Laura, that's just his armor, his true self is inside. Ryanosuke, oh? She and her friends were outcasts in their realms before coming to Japan. Ryanosuke took out some money from her pocket. She looked down at the $50 in her hand, given to her by a friend back in Tokyo when she was escaping from her father, who had dressed her like a boy for years. She had finally had enough not only of being seen as a boy by everyone but also of her father's inappropriate behavior with numerous women, which ultimately led to his loneliness. She never truly knew what a real mother was like, as her father had been too preoccupied with his pursuits to remember her. Her father had lied to everyone about her being a boy, but in truth, she was a girl. The only thing she and the others needed was to find a helicopter, a fast and expensive one. She knew it would cost $50, but Usopp had a contact who could provide them with a helicopter for $20, giving them some time before the factions discovered their hideout. The remaining $30 would be used for more gas for their trailer in case their location was ever found by anyone connected to the factions. But what would they do with Rias? They had her blood, but now they needed to figure out what to do with her. Returning her to the Gremory mansion would be a bad idea since she had kidnapped her. However, she remembered seeing the Devil Patrol and others pursuing Issei ever since he left the Gremory Peerage. She recalled seeing Issei purchase an entire abandoned apartment building with 10 rooms. That was when an idea struck her. Ryanosuke, I got it. She took out her phone and began calling Surzex during his meeting with the factions. She waited until he picked up. Hello. Surzex's voice came through the phone. Ryanosuke, I know where Issei is. To be continued. Later that night, Issei and his friends celebrated with a barbecue outside under the night sky. Kenkichi, now everyone knows about the existence of the supernatural, though some might still be skeptical. Issei, trust me, Everyone will believe in the supernatural after we shared our stories with the public. Teo, including showing off your booster gear? Issei, dis. Noob, I just want to thank you all for helping me out. Issei, no problem. Deku, so, are you really going to become an exorcist? Noob, since everyone around the world now knows the supernatural exists, yes. Whisper, this is bad. Whisper, if the yokai world finds out about this, Lord Enma will be furious. Jibanyan, how will he know if he's in the yokai world? Mutsumi, are you overreacting a bit? Whisper, no, I am not. Ataru, at least Ray is eating a bowl of rice to keep him from attacking me. Kinnikuman, I thought he wasn't going to attack you after you gave him Lum's horns? Ataru, yes, but he's still upset about me marrying Lum, which we aren't actually doing. Usagi, you're lucky those girls didn't find out where you are, otherwise, they might have come after you. Ataru, that's what I'm afraid of. Iruma, I wish I could visit my grandfather, but I don't want the demons to harm me, torture me, or even eat me alive. Belle, I'm happy my grandfather is still alive, and I'm still trying to learn how to use his thunderbolt. Kenkichi, they're done, time to eat. He was interrupted when a missile suddenly struck the top floor of the apartment, igniting a fire. They turned to see a tank and a man in a police uniform driving towards them. Lieutenant Charles Britton. Kenkichi, you're under arrest for the murder of Keiichi Nakagawa, shouted Charles as he prepared to fire another missile until Ataru threw a piece of wall debris from the top floor, knocking him out. I never knew apartment walls could be that effective, said Ataru. Just then, they heard police sirens as Kenkichi dashed to the tank and pulled Charles out. Kenkichi, let's see how this thing works. He climbed inside the tank just as police cars arrived, with officers emerging and aiming their weapons. Kenkichi pressed a button to fire a missile at one of the police vehicles, causing the officers to scramble for safety as the missile struck and exploded. Kenkichi, this should be fun, he exclaimed as he noticed more tanks approaching. He began firing missiles at the tanks one by one, each explosion lighting up the night. One of the officers grabbed a walkie-talkie and called for reinforcements, requesting more tanks and additional police units. Meanwhile, at the junkyard, Guys! Nemuro ran towards the trailer, carrying a long box that could fit anyone inside. He opened the door with his right hand and stepped inside to find his friends watching TV. What are you all doing? Nemuro asked. We're watching a tank fight happening in Japan, Usopp replied. Nemuro glanced at the screen, where Kenkichi was using a tank to fire missiles at other tanks. More police arrived on the scene, but they were quickly caught in the crossfire, with some dodging while others were hit and sent flying. Apparently, the cops were the ones who found them first before the factions, Usopp added. How did they even find their location? Gowther wondered. Laura shook her head. I don't understand why some humans are so reckless with those machines. Just then, Ryanosuke hung up the phone. I just spoke with him. He's sending a drone to collect this blood. It'll be easier than going to the docks since it's fishing season. Laura frowned. I really dislike when those fishermen go out there just to catch innocent fish, instead of opting for a salad like vegetarians. Now we need to figure out what to do with her, Ryanosuke said, glancing at Rias, who sat silently in the chair with an unreadable expression. Okay, that's getting creepy, Laura remarked. I have this box. Maybe we could put her inside? Nemuro suggested. You know what? That could work, Ryanosuke agreed. What? The others exclaimed, now looking at her. We can't just knock on the door and say, Hey Surzex, here's your sister. Please don't hurt us, Ryanosuke explained. We can deliver her to her home without her knowing who took her. But how are we going to deliver her if the Gremory clan is in the underworld? Usopp asked. Good point, Ryanosuke acknowledged. What about delivering her to one of the factions? Nemuro proposed. Which one? Ryanosuke asked. Any of them that won't be difficult to reach, Nemuro replied. The only factions that aren't in heaven or hell are the West and East yokai factions, Ryanosuke noted, looking at the others. Which one should we choose? They pondered until Usopp suggested, what about the West yokai faction? She met Yasaka's daughter, so they'll have to take her in. They can contact Surzex, and she'll return home safe. That could work. Ryanosuk said. Gowther interjected, that won't be necessary. Why not? Usopp asked. Every DLVY service will be busy tomorrow after humans started ordering weapons online following that interview. Plus, look at this, Gowther said, holding up a newspaper and passing it to Ryanosuk through the window. She glanced at the front page, which read, Rias Pawn kidnapped. The article detailed how Rias, the Princess of Ruin and president of the Occult Research Club, had been taken by an unknown teenage girl leading an unidentified group. There was no information about the location of their hideout, but anyone with information was urged to contact the factions. This is bad. Ryanosuk said, her concern growing. At least the Holy Council or the world government isn't involved, Usopp pointed out. Ryanosuk looked at her friends. Okay, we need to find a place to drop Rias off first thing in the morning. But will the cops be searching for suspects? Usopp asked. Not anymore. Ryanosuk replied, her gaze fixed on the TV, where the scene showed all the tanks and police vehicles destroyed, with the police force fleeing. Seems like the Dragon faction has done the job for us. The factions will start looking for them, giving us enough time, Ryanosuk concluded. Well, that's good news, Laura said. Yup, Ryanosuk agreed. Suddenly, they heard a noise outside and went to investigate. They spotted a drone flying toward the junkyard. Ryanosuk quickly returned inside to grab a small bottle containing Rias's blood. The drone extended its claw, grabbed the bottle, and flew away. That takes care of that. Now we can get rid of Rias tomorrow morning, Ryanosuk said. I know the answer is no, but is there a chance we can visit the library tomorrow to check out the new books? Gowther asked. What if I told you the answer is yes? Ryanosuk replied with a smile. Gowther smiled beneath his armor. Meanwhile, with the Dragon faction, the police force was in chaos, retreating as explosions erupted from the tanks and police vehicles. Some officers were injured and needed help from their colleagues. Female officers rushed to assist those on the ground, helping them escape the turmoil. Kenkichi emerged from atop a tank, surveying the destruction. Man, I've never felt this much power before, he shouted. He turned to see his friends staring at the burning remains of an apartment. What happened? Eri-chan asked as she stepped out of a room. Nothing happened here, Deku replied. Then why is Issei's room on fire? Eri pressed. It's a long story, Deku said. To be continued. The next day, a chubby teenage boy wearing a superhero cap and no shirt held a microphone while a similarly dressed cameraman announced, We're live. Breaking news. There was an explosion at Kuo Academy yesterday, and Rias Pawn, the president of the ORC, has been kidnapped by an unknown teenage girl dressed as a boy. It's unclear who she is, but a police confrontation last night led to the entire police force retreating after a former Tokyo cop, Kenkichi Ryatsu, somehow got into a tank and destroyed every police vehicle in sight. In other news, the Hero Public Safety Commission has allied with the Holy Council to educate pro-heroes about the supernatural following the vampire war that occurred 2 days ago. Additionally, the Dragon faction gave an interview about their experiences with the supernatural, prompting many to order weapons online, causing DLVRY services to become overwhelmed. In sad news, Lum the Invader Girl has left Tokyo to join the Serpent faction, leaving many boys heartbroken and prompting them, along with girls who disliked Ataru, to head to Japan. He glanced at another chubby teenage boy shaking his head, indicating that the sad news was about to turn into good news. Sorry. That was supposed to be good news. Somewhere in Japan, Ryanosuk and her team were searching for a place to dispose of the box containing Rias. Usopp, we've looked everywhere, and there's nowhere to get rid of this box. Ryanosuk, we have to keep looking, we can't lead them to our hideout. Gaud, Laura, how do you have legs if you're a mermaid? Laura, I have my ways. Ryanosuk halted, and the others followed suit. The streets of Japan were bustling, and they felt conspicuous with a box that held the Princess of Ruin. She paused mid-sentence when she noticed the box was missing. Ryanosuk, where's the box? Gowther, were you two carrying it? He looked at Usopp and Laura. Usopp, what? Laura, we thought you were carrying it. Nemuro, oh, I put the box in that DLVY truck over there. He pointed to the truck, which was just pulling away as Ryanosuk and the others turned to look. Ryanosuk, that's our box, she shouted as she and her team sprinted after the DLVI truck. Meanwhile, with the dragon faction, Issei and his friends began packing their belongings after the fire had died down. Kenkichi was repairing the tank, which had been damaged in the previous night's skirmishes. Kenkichi, that's the last screw fixed. Eri was enjoying a rice ball while Deku savored a bowl of white rice. Ataru, I'm in big trouble. Issei, what's wrong? Ataru, my tormentors found out where I am, and they're already on their way. Issei, that's just great. Annoyed, not only has our apartment been destroyed, but now everyone, including the supernatural, will be coming for us. Noob, we did reveal the entire supernatural to the world, so we'll end up making enemies and being wanted by the Holy Council. Issei, the Holy Council? Poor they. Noob, they're a group that has experienced the supernatural like us. However, they oppose it and worship the biblical God, respecting the angel faction and the brave saints. They are feared and respected by organizations that oppose the supernatural. Even the world government respects them and considers them allies. Deku, who are the members of the Holy Council? Noob, Sword Maiden is the leader, and the members include Hinata Sakaguchi, captain of the Holy Council military, Sakura, leader of the Holy Exorcists, Futaba Yazakura, leader of the Holy Healers, Ronaldo, leader of the Vampire Hunters, and Sho Kuzukabe, leader of the Knights of the Ashen Flame. Ataru, Sakura is one of the members of the Holy Council? Matsumi, and my sister is one of them? Noob, yes. Issei, do you know one of them? Ataru, she is Cherry's niece, the woman who brought me back to my tormentors when she was suffering from evil spirits. Issei, why would they be coming after us? Noob, because they've kept the supernatural a secret, allowing humans to think they were just myths. Now that we've revealed everything, they will be coming for us. Jibanyan, guys, look at this. He showed them a newspaper featuring Rias on the front page alongside images of fallen soldiers from the Japanese Imperial Demon Army and the 12 Guardians, who had attempted to capture the Behemoth and the Leviathan. Issei, Rias has been kidnapped? Hiruma, and the Behemoth and the Leviathan have been captured by the Apocalypse Brigade. To be continued. Chapter end. 2 hours later. Location, DLVY office. Gauther emerged from the wrecked DLVY office, still holding the box containing Rias. Ryanosuk, well, that was a mess. Usopp, at least nobody got hurt. A DLVY man, trapped among the debris, called out, "Can you please get me out?" Gauther turned and cleared the rubble, freeing the DLVY man. DLVY man, thank you. He quickly ran away. What do we do now? Ryanosuk, let's just go home. She sighed, resting her hand on her forehead. Scene change. Location, Skeleton Island. You were supposed to bring Rias here. Momo, I know. And I apologize. But we needed her blood to empower your army. He bowed to the unknown hooded figures. The others knelt in SBMSN. She is the key to the end of humanity and the supernatural world. Calm down. He looked at Momo and continued. The Princess of Ruin is essential for starting the apocalypse when the eclipse arrives. Momo, the eclipse won't begin until... He was interrupted when one of the hooded figures stated that the dragon faction had already revealed the supernatural to all humans. The era of humans believing myths and legends were mere fabrications is over. A new era has begun. The days of humans fearing the supernatural have returned. The factions can't cover this up. Momo, what about the gods? They are the least of our concerns. Ball, I hate to interrupt, but what about the dragon faction? They'll be too late when the Princess of Ruin becomes something else. She will soon come to us. Blackbeard, when the eclipse rises. Gullfather, well, you are the ruler of the underworld and one of the 7 princes of hell, Lucifer. Lucifer, Momo, why is Rias important to you? Hera, she is your granddaughter? Lucifer, I haven't spoken of this. Except to my beloved wife Lilith. But I suppose it's fine to share. After my downfall and the creation of the realms of the underworld, Lilith and I began the generation of demons, devils, and fallen angels. 3 of my children, who took after my name, formed 3 families when they united with mortal humans: the Rysavim clan, the Gremory clan, and the Baal clan. Sol, wait, Rias, Vale, and Sairaorg are related? Lucifer, yes. My children had built an empire while other demonic beings, including the gods of the underworld, created their own realms. However, due to Vale's unfortunate grandfather, who attempted to ignite another great war, Vale was adopted by Odin and his Norse gods. Rias and Sairaorg never knew he was their cousin. At least I got to see him when you all captured him and took his blood. Now we need Sairaorg's blood, and our army will be complete. Chinu, so you wanted us to capture Rias so you could meet her? Lucifer, yes. Krull, then why is she the key to starting the apocalypse? Lucifer, she is different from any devil. She possesses the power of destruction. When the eclipse arrives, she'll unleash her full power, bringing chaos to the world. Luvis, pardon me, my lord, but isn't it a bit premature for her to unleash her full power? Lucifer, what do you mean? Luvis, we still need to resurrect Satan and find the other indestructible beasts. The eclipse won't be coming anytime soon, which gives us time to find and capture Sairaorg and take his blood. Use the blood of your 3 great-grandchildren to strengthen your army. All for one, the eclipse is already approaching. However, if his granddaughter unleashes her full power, it will give us enough time to achieve our goals. Beelzebub, exactly. Mammon, humans are easily manipulated by their own sins. Asmodeus, we already have our brother back from the dead, and he is currently beneath the island. Belphegor is resting as the Leviathan roars. The hooded figures are 5 of the 7 princes of hell. The Leviathan swims beneath Skeleton Island. Lucifer, it's time for Rias to unleash her full power of destruction. To be continued. Scene change. Location, junkyard. The outcasts were inside the trailer while Gowther sat outside, engrossed in a book. Ryanosuk, well, that was a waste of time. Usopp, at least we didn't get caught. Laura, but we haven't gotten rid of her. She pointed at the box containing Rias, who remained still and emotionless. Nemuru, why are those guys searching around the junkyard? Ryanosuk, what? She stood up and looked out the window to see the dragon faction exploring the junkyard. She opened the door and called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ader, Ryanosuk? Ryanosuk, Ader? Issei, you know her? Ader, she was one of my classmates who became my tormentor before I left Tokyo. Ryanosuk, after you punched Lum. Ader, that was the old me before I met my friends. Ryanosuk, what do you mean? Ader, I changed during my time with my friends here. I actually respect women and their choices now. That's why I returned Lum's horns to Ray when he went back to Tokyo. I regretted doing that. And I started to realize that you and those girls don't want me because of my past behavior. That's why I found redemption here. Ryanosuk, I see. Teo, who are they? He said as he noticed the outcasts emerging from the trailer. Ryanosuk, these are my friends. Usopp, Laura, Nemuru, and that's Gowther. She pointed to Gowther, still reading his book beside the trailer. Deku, that guy looks big. Ryanosuk, on the outside he does, but he's normal-sized on the inside. Deku, oh? Usagi, are you really a mermaid? Laura, yeah, who's asking? Usagi, I thought mermaids were made up. Laura, you humans think differently and have created stories that make us seem fictional, like the Little Mermaid in Grimm's fairy tales. Usagi, not anymore, everyone knows about your existence, including other supernatural beings. Laura, that's even worse. She glared at Issei and continued, after Maui pulled Atlantis from the seas, we were revealed to the rest of humanity thanks to that trickster demigod. She shouted in frustration. I became an outcast after the entire city of Atlantis was exposed to the surface and was banished here to the land of humankind. I wasn't alone, my friends are also outcasts, hated or seen as monsters by humans and other races. Jibanyan, like the 7 deadly sins from Britannia that became the British land? Laura, yes. Nate, I don't get it. I thought mermaids were just stories? Whisper, well, Poseidon fell in love with a mermaid who gave birth to King Triton, the ruler of Atlantis after all. Nate, but how do mermaids give birth to make more mermaids or mermen? Laura, mermaids and mermen aren't born from parents like you humans. We're born from a giant seashell. Nate, how is that even possible? Kinnikuman, so that's where mermaids come from. Kenkichi, Jabanyan, what do you think about fish for dinner? Jabanyan. Yeah. Laura, hey. Adder then noticed the box inside the trailer and looked at Ryanosuk. What's in that box? Adder asked. Ryanosuk, that? Adder, that's what I'm asking. Ryanosuk, it's nothing. Namuru, what do you mean? Rias is inside. Ryanosuk froze at the mention of Rias being in the box. Say, what? Ball entered the trailer, took out his knife, and carefully opened the box to reveal Rias lying inside with emotionless eyes. Guys, there's something you need to see. Ball said nervously. They gathered around as Ball slightly lifted the box. He placed it on the ground, and they looked to see Rias with her eyes now filled with emotion. Issei, Rias? Kenkichi, so that's the she-devil who reincarnated you after that fallen angel attacked you. Ruma, what happened to her? Ryanosuk, I don't know. I found her like this when I was trying to take her away. She quickly covered her mouth with her left hand, realizing she had let something slip. Issei, so you were the ones who took her? Usopp, technically, it was Ryanosuk. Ryanosuk, I haven't thought this through. Adder, you think? Later that night. Usopp, so that's why you came to the junkyard? Kenkichi, yup, our apartment was destroyed, so we came here to find new parts for the tank. This baby can take out a police vehicle and other tanks with one missile. Usopp, I see. Eri and Mutsumi are keeping an eye on Rias in case she starts moving again. Issei, so you tried to get rid of her but ended up losing her in the Dielverwai office that Gauther destroyed, and that's all you know? Ryanosuk, yup, I don't know what happened to her, but something isn't right. Issei, what do you mean? Ryanosuk, she has been whispering in a language I've never heard before. Issei, what was the language? Ryanosuk, it was something they used to speak during the Dark Ages and ancient times. They haven't spoken like that for years after the events of the Great War. Iruma, you know about demonology? Ryanosuk, before I came here, my grandmother told me about angelology and demonology. I learned what they were and where they came from, and I also learned about gods and goddesses, including supernatural beings from every mythology around the world. Adaru, and they say you're the expert on the supernatural, then, Sakura. Just then, Noob runs into the junkyard. You say, Noob? What happened? He stops running and takes a deep breath. Noob, they are coming. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day. Location, Pangaea Castle. Sword Maiden is seated as the members of the Holy Council gather around the long table. Thank you all for coming. As you know, we have been receiving reports of various incidents involving corruption and the supernatural, said Sword Maiden. Sakura, there have been companies shut down due to their damaged reputations from corruption. A game company called Rect Incorporated was shut down after Alfheim Online became one of the most terrifying games in history. Sword Maiden, why is that? Sakura, apparently, the CEO of Rect Incorporated resigned and retired after learning what his daughter experienced in the game, along with Nobuyuki and his team's inhumane experiments on 300 SAO players. Sugo Nobuyuki was the Fairy King in Alfheim Online, also known as the Fairy Dance game, and was in charge of the company. His experiment aimed to imprison 300 SAO survivors to fulfill the World Tree's purpose in one game. They were subjected to experiments to manipulate memories and emotions. However, the experiment was thwarted by one SAO player who ruined his plans. His name was Kirito. Sword Maiden, Kirito? Sakura, yes, he was the one who stopped Sugo and his inhumane experiments. Futaba, why did that happen in the first place? Sakura, according to the files, Rect's Full Dive Division, led by Sugo Nobuyuki, took charge of the Sword Art Online servers after Argus went bankrupt due to the SAO incident. The purpose of Fairy Dance was to create a much safer console than Nerve Gear, leading to the development of Alfheim Online. However, Sugo lost his mind and began living in a fantasy world inside the game, believing he was its creator, king and god. After he was defeated in the game, he attempted to attack Kirigaya Kazuto in a hospital parking lot during a snowy night. Kirito managed to defend himself and took Sugo's knife, almost harming him but ultimately leaving him there until the police found and arrested him. He was interrogated by authorities but tried to shift the blame onto Yuki Shizu. When the police questioned one of his employees, they agreed to testify against him, leading Sugo to confess to everything. The 300 Issei players were freed and taken to the hospital for checkups. Thankfully, they were all fine, but they couldn't remember anything about the experiments, allowing them to return to reality and try to forget their experiences in the ALO game. This incident caused Rect Progress Incorporated to collapse due to lawsuits and poor publicity, which also affected the main Rect Incorporated branch. As a result, Yuki Shizu stepped down as CEO and entered a semi-retired state, managing overseas relations for the company, while Alfheim Online was sold to another company. The government attempted to erase all connections to Sugo by destroying the machines that had trapped the 300 SAO players in ALO. Many people demanded the SAO servers be shut down after the ALO incident, and they complied. The SAO servers were shut down, and no one wanted anything to do with the company that caused so many near-death experiences. Sword Maiden. Was the former CEO of that company ever charged for the incident? Sakura. After the company suffered lawsuits and went bankrupt again, the police questioned him about his knowledge of the experiments. He passed the lie detector test but was sentenced to community service. However, his son, Yuki Kuichiro, was taken in by the police and asked the same questions. He revealed everything and was arrested for being responsible for his sister being trapped in ALO for 2 years until she was able to log out from the game, as well as for having connections with Sugo. The judge deemed prison unnecessary since he had only met Sugo once, so he was also given community service. Show, what happened to his sister? Sakura, sadly. Yuki Asuna passed away after her brain was damaged from the helmet that kept her trapped inside ALO before she could log out. She slowly succumbed to brain cancer after sharing her first kiss with Kirigaya Kazuto, also known as Kirito. Hinata, so that's why he doesn't want to find someone to love after her death. Sword Maiden. Well, it was fortunate that he was given the chance to become a holy knight to grow stronger. He became one of the strongest holy knights of the Holy Lands, eventually rising to become one of the 7 Holy Knights of Hope. Futaba, isn't Sho one of them? Sword Maiden, yes. Ronaldo, there has been an incident at the Hidden Leaf. Sword Maiden, the Hidden Leaf you say? Ronaldo, yes, I discovered they have been mistreating and viewing one boy as a monster for years. His name is Naruto. He was rescued by members of the Dragon faction and sent to study with the Buddha. However, he helped the Dragon faction fight against Qual Teeps and her vampire army. He learned to control the 9-tailed fox sealed within him and developed skills in creating clones and practicing martial arts. Lady Tsunade approached me and insisted on sending holy knights to capture and bring him back to the Hidden Leaf, but I told her it would be futile if he had grown stronger and could easily defeat her ninjas. She then informed me of Hiruzen Sarutobi's passing. She explained that he had planned to lead an army of ninjas to capture Naruto but suffered a heart attack due to overexertion and stress. He later passed away in the hospital, and she became the new Hokage. The people of the Hidden Leaf demanded the capture and punishment of the 9-tailed beast, believing it was responsible for his death. However, there was no evidence to support this claim, so it was dismissed. Sakura, there have been many incidents over the years, but there have been quite a few lately. Sword Maiden, why? Sakura, Rias has been found by the Dragon faction at the junkyard, but there are police and others coming to Japan seeking revenge on 2 humans. Sword Maiden, and they are? Sakura, Ataru, Kenkichi, and Noob. Sword Maiden, I see. Sakura, should we do something about this situation? Sword Maiden, yes, I think it's time to send them. Futaba, you mean? Sword Maiden, yes. Futaba, it's time to send the 7 Knights of Hope. Sakura, but they're busy training the Holy Knights at the moment. We can't just interrupt them. She was cut off when Sword Maiden said, well then, send Sho, and make sure to accompany him to keep an eye on him. Sakura, my pleasure. To be continued. Scene change. The Devil Patrol discovered the destroyed apartment but found no sign of Issei or the Dragon faction. However, they later learned of their location when a devil spotted them at the junkyard while flying to the entrance of the underworld. Ataru's tormentors and Lum's friends, along with the entire Tokyo police force, began heading to Japan to seek revenge on Ataru and Kankichi. Lum's stormtroopers and others wanted Ataru punished for causing Lum to join the Serpent faction and for leaving her family and friends behind. Ichiro Nakagawa, the CEO of the massive Nakagawa Corporation, led the police force as officers from various stations headed to Japan to bring his son's killer to justice. They all set off for Japan. Issei decided to bring Rias back to the Gremory clan using teleportation magic. He quickly placed a box in front of the entrance of the Gremory mansion and left a note on top of it before ringing the doorbell and running away. He then used his teleportation magic to return to the human realm. Millikas opened the entrance of the Gremory mansion and saw the box on the ground in front of the entrance. Millikas Gremory, the son of Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge, and the nephew of Rias Gremory, wondered, "What's this?" as he looked at the box. He picked it up and held the note, reading it. One of the maids found him outside standing in front of the box and asked, "Millikas, what are you doing out?" She was interrupted when he opened the box and saw Rias inside. "Aris!" shouted the maid, causing the devil guards to rush outside to see Rias in the box. They quickly brought her inside, and Surzex and Graphia saw them taking Rias to her room. "What happened?" asked Zeoticus Gremory. Millikas replied, "I found her inside the box outside, and I read this note that was on top of it." Surzex asked, "What note?" Millikas handed his father the note, and Surzex began to read it. "Dear Surzex, what happened at the raiding game was something I was struggling with after learning about your sister's involvement in my death. I know you and the others had nothing to do with it, but it breaks my heart to realize that someone I started to care for was part of the plan for my demise. Raynare was only using me, playing with my emotions, while Rias, on the other hand, reincarnated me as a devil to give me a second chance at life. I never had siblings in my life, but after everything I went through to become who I am today, you called me your brother. My parents, before they were arrested, never saw me as their son until I met your sister and the girls. They only paid attention to Asia and the others, but you helped me stop the marriage between your sister and that fried chicken. Although you did something to prevent your family from becoming allies with the Phoenix clan, at least your father and his father are still friends. I mentioned her name out of anger after learning the truth about the day I was killed. But I found new friends and started the Dragon faction. However, many enemies will come after me and the others after revealing the entire supernatural world to humanity. I know it was against you and the factions to expose your races to humans, but I was helping a friend. If you want to talk to me and meet my faction, go to the junkyard and we'll explain everything. Your sister's kidnapper has something to say to you if you have time. Signed, Issei the Red Dragon Emperor. Surzex said, "I see." Millikas asked, "So, Daddy, what are you going to do?" Surzex replied, "I'm going to pay my brother a visit." To be continued. Ataru's mother sighed, "I don't understand why he keeps this thing if he isn't going to use it." "At least we're getting rid of it along with the rest of his belongings," Ataru's father replied, frustration evident in his voice. They were both upset after hearing about Ataru's actions at school that led Lum to join the Serpent faction. In a moment of tension, Ataru's mother tapped on the machine, which unexpectedly malfunctioned, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the Moriboshi residence. Neighbors watched in shock as flames engulfed the home, a thick cloud of smoke rising into the sky. "What on earth just happened?" one man exclaimed. "Probably just some kids playing with fire, like usual in this city," another man speculated. You might be wondering why the machine exploded when Ataru's mother tapped on it. Before Ataru ran away from home again, Lum had built a machine designed to prepare the spicy food she always made for him. However, after she left to join the Serpent faction, she forgot to disable the timer that would cause it to explode. Now, Ataru's parents found themselves homeless. Ataru's mother looked at the charred remains of their home, her voice trembling, "Our house." Ataru's father could only respond, "It's gone." Meanwhile, at the docks, The entire Tokyo police force waited for ships that never arrived, wasting hours of their time. Frustrated, they decided to call it a day and head home. Ataru's tormentors were unable to reach Japan after the police force canceled their operation. They learned about the destruction of Ataru's house but were left uncertain about their next steps. In the West Yokai faction, Kenkichi nervously faced the leader, Yasaka. "Speak," she commanded. "I am Kenkichi Ryatsu, a member of the Dragon faction. I'm a descendant of Susan, the Shinto god of storms and seas. You may have heard about what Issei did to reveal the supernatural to the world. He sent me to express his apologies," Kenkichi explained. "I see. He did save my faction from destruction when I was under the control of the hero faction. Let him know I accept his apology," Yasaka replied. "Thank you," Kenkichi began, but was interrupted as Yasaka unexpectedly removed her robe, causing him to blush deeply. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "What does it look like?" she teased, noticing his embarrassment. "I haven't had a partner in years since becoming a mother." "I can be with you," she said, moving closer as she skillfully removed his clothes without tearing them. Kenkichi stammered, "I'm not sure about." "Stop talking and just be with me," Yasaka insisted, lunging toward him. His scream for help echoed through the room, prompting two Yukai guards to exchange glances. "Should we help him?" one asked. "No, when she's like this, we don't interrupt her," the other guard replied, nodding in agreement. "In the East Yokai faction," Nate explained, "that's why he revealed the entire supernatural to the world." Nurari Hyon nodded. "I understand." "It was my fault," Noob started, but Nurari Hyon cut him off. "No, I get it. I've seen humans before the factions were formed. They've forgotten their history with the supernatural since the Great War ended. Yokai and Yukai have been hiding from humans, but when they started to corrupt their hearts and attack us, we had to defend ourselves, even if it meant fighting back. But that's all in the past. Some humans have changed over the years and are innocent, just like you," Nate argued. "Even so, some humans are still corrupted and pose a threat to us, like when the hero faction captured Yasaka, intending to use her against her own faction. Thankfully, the Red Dragon Emperor and his allies intervened," Nurari Hyon explained. "Two members of the Journey to the West team," Nate acknowledged. "Yes. Without them, the West Yokai faction could have been destroyed, and many innocent Yukai would have perished," Nurari Hyon continued. "But the hero faction was working with the Cows Brigade back then. After the deaths of freed Selzen and two members of the old Satan faction, they disbanded," Noob added. "Except for the hero faction," Whisper interjected. "They continued to hunt down races without knowing if they were innocent." "Exactly," Nurari Hyon confirmed. "I see. Anyway, we wanted to inform you that the Red Dragon Emperor apologizes for revealing the supernatural world. We hope we haven't wasted your time," Nate concluded. "Not at all. It's good to have visitors," Nurari Hyon replied. "I wonder how Kenkichi is doing?" Nate mused. Scene change. Kenkichi lay on the floor with Yasaka peacefully asleep beside him. As the entrance opened, two Yukai guards entered, one asking, "Are you all right?" Kenkichi slowly sat up. "She really enjoys being with men." "You were her last," the second guard remarked. "Wait, what?" Kenkichi responded, confused. "She was planning to make her last lover her new husband," the first guard explained. "Say what?" Kenkichi exclaimed. "Yup, you're her new husband," the second guard confirmed. "What?" To be continued. Many protesters gathered outside the gates of Kuo Academy, holding signs that read, "Rias is evil, ORC are evil," and "Devils have been among us all along." "This is getting worse. There are even more of them than yesterday," a teacher remarked as they observed the crowd from the principal's office. "This is serious. Not only will we face lawsuits, but I could be investigated by the government, and the Holy Council might shut this academy down," the principal exclaimed. "Indeed. This is bad," the teacher agreed. Scene change. Teo and Mutsumi visited the Sakamoto store to pick up supplies and snacks for their friends back at the junkyard. As they entered, they spotted Taro enjoying a cup of ramen. "No way, is that Taro?" Mutsumi exclaimed. You know him? Teo asked. Everyone at the Spy Association HQ knows who he is. He was once the greatest hitman in history, but then he retired, got married, and gained weight. Teo. He told me he was once a member of the Order before his retirement, so they haven't sent any assassins to kill him yet. Taro. Nope. Teo, were you listening the whole time? Taro. Yes. And there are a couple of spies that tried to steal a box of ramen. They looked to see 2 members of the Yazakura family tied up with rope. Mutsumi. Shine. Kengo? Kengo. Hey sis, it's been a while. Shine. We saw her yesterday. Kengo. Well, it feels like years to me. Scene change. Bell was looking up at the god of fire and blacksmith as he crafted a weapon from metal with his hammer. I know Aphrodite had cheated on you with Ares, but he wasn't the only one, said Bell. The blacksmith paused, looking down at Bell as he spoke. She wasn't the only one who made me leave Olympus during its downfall, said the blacksmith. The blacksmith was Hephaestus, the Greek god of fire and blacksmith. Your grandmother threw me out of the heavens when I was a baby. I was saved by a mermaid, and I sought revenge by building her a golden throne to trap her until the gods convinced or threatened me to release her. Your uncle Dionysus and I had a drink, and he was able to convince me to free her. We decided to wait for your grandfather. When he returned and heard what happened, he laughed and thought it was a good joke. So, I freed Hera from her golden throne, and I had my own workshop and a marriage to the beautiful Aphrodite. You already know what happened between me and her when she was with the god of war, but they weren't the only ones who faced humiliation. I was also humiliated after I left my room where Aphrodite and Ares were still stuck in my trap until I let them go due to Zeus and Poseidon. I once had feelings for Athena, but I received bad advice from Poseidon, your granduncle, and let's just say it didn't go well. She scolded me and saw me as a disgusting monster. That was when I decided to never trust goddesses or gods again. I thought about pursuing a mortal woman, but I knew it wouldn't work, so I decided to move on. However, when the Great War started, I left Olympus without them knowing, destroying every weapon I made for them and jumping down to Earth. When I heard news about the fall of Olympus, I continued making weapons while exploring the world. But Aphrodite survived and wanted me back, yet I wanted nothing to do with her. Luckily, her charm had no effect on me, allowing me to focus on my craft. Even though the Olympian gods are alive, I had no intention of returning there, even if your grandmother is no longer present. Bell, man. I'm sorry. Hephaestus, don't be, you had nothing to do with it. I was a fool back then. I made many mistakes along with the rest of the Olympian gods. You may have your grandfather's thunderbolt, but you need to be careful with how you use it. Bell, don't worry, I'm using it carefully. Hephaestus, please take me back, shouted a female voice from outside. It's her, said Hephaestus with an annoyed expression. Bell, who? Hephaestus, Aphrodite. To be continued. Chapter end. I told you I'm not taking you back, shouted Hephaestus as he looked at the entrance. Aphrodite, come on, we can be together again. I'm no longer in love with Ares, so you don't need to worry about him. Bell, I'll go talk to her. Hephaestus, make sure you don't get caught by her charm when she looks you in the eyes. Bell, I can't be charmed by any goddess, so I will be fine. Aphrodite, she shouted at the cave but stopped when she saw Bell coming out and closing it behind him. He looked at Aphrodite and saw how beautiful she was, understanding how men and gods could easily fall for her. Bell, you must be Aphrodite. Aphrodite, who are you? Bell, I'm Bel Cranel, the grandson of Zeus and Hera. Aphrodite, oh, I've heard about you. You're the one who faced Ishtar. Bell, what? That wasn't me. It was Freya who faced her during the attack on the entertainment district back at Orario with her familia before they were defeated. Aphrodite, oh? And you were the boy who had feelings for her. Bell, what? Aphrodite, you didn't know? Bell, no. Aphrodite, well, be prepared for a long story. Scene change. Location, Tartarus. Tartarus is one of the primordial gods that came into existence after the biblical god created the Big Bang with a snap of his fingers. His name was used for the prison in the depths of hell, a secure facility that holds the villains and criminals defeated by the pro-heroes. The guards were rushing as they heard the Titans breaking free from their chains. The Titans roared as they broke free and began climbing up to the surface of Tartarus. Tartarus has many floors, each housing different races that were defeated by the factions and the gods. The Titans and Titanesses were at the very bottom floor, the deepest depths of Tartarus. The Hecatonchires, giants with many heads and arms, guarded the entrance to Tartarus. When they heard the Titans breaking free, they began to move away. As the Titans and Titanesses climbed up to the first floor, one Titan was left behind, still covered in chains. Kronos. Kronos. He was the king of the Titans before being banished to Tartarus after his defeat in the Titanomachy. He sought revenge on his son and the Olympian gods, whom he had devoured to prevent them from overthrowing him. Finally breaking free from his chains, he jumped up to the first floor. The guards heard something from the hole and looked down, only to see a hand emerging. They jumped out of the way as the hand grabbed hold of the surface. Kronos grasped the surface with his other hand and used his feet to leap up, landing on the surface. The Titans and Titanesses reached the top and jumped, landing on the surface. The guards started running away as Kronos led the Titans out of Tartarus by breaking the gates open, and he and the rest of the Titans began their march to the surface. The Titans had been unleashed. To be continued. Chapter. And Iruma, your rank will not be raised to level 6, said Caligo as he looked at Iruma. Iruma was taken aback by his words. The reason for his shock was that he and his friends had created a haunted house for the festival. The prizes at the festival included a luxury battler room for the effort prize, a battler budget increase plus a prize of your choice for the amazing prize, and a rank up for one representative for the tricky prize. Members could rank up 1 level, and the captain could rank up 2 for the top prize. Iruma and his friends won the tricky prize, but he was not rewarded with a rank up. Before anything else could happen, armored dragons burst through the roof, breathing fire as they landed on the stage. The demon students were filled with terror and began to flee, but some were caught in the dragon's fiery breath. Caligo quickly ran to help the students escape while Iruma jumped from the stage to assist his friends. However, they were separated when the armored dragons spotted them and flew toward them to attack. They dodged and ran in different directions to evade the dragons. Iruma and Sylvia soon realized that there were not just 2 dragons. More armored dragons were attacking the festival, setting it ablaze and targeting the fleeing demon students. They watched in despair as the haunted house they had worked so hard on was consumed by flames. They continued to run until suddenly, an armored dragon shot a fireball toward Iruma. Sylvia pushed him out of the way, but she was struck by the fireball, which exploded upon impact. Iruma looked up to see Sylvia injured, a serious wound in her side. His eyes widened in horror as he caught her in his arms. She began to cough, and he felt helpless, unable to speak as he held her. With tears in his eyes, he listened as she spoke her last words. Sylvia said, "You know, this was the best night of my life. You helped me find myself. I was able to create something without fear. I may not fulfill my dream, but at least you and the others loved my art. Thank you." She took her last breath in his arms. Iruma was heartbroken, tears streaming down his face as he realized he had lost his friend. He screamed. Iruma jolted awake on the couch, looking around to see he was inside the trailer. "What's wrong?" Gowther asked, noticing his distress. "It was just a nightmare," Iruma replied. "What happened?" Gowther inquired, glancing down at Eri, who was sleeping on his leg. "I don't want to talk about it," Iruma said, getting up to look out the window and seeing his friends approaching the junkyard. He opened the door and stepped outside, asking, "How did it go?" "It's a long story," Issei replied, along with his friends. To be continued. Later that night, Issei and his friends gathered around a campfire in the middle of the junkyard, a safe space where they could relax without causing harm. Kinnikuman had left the dragon faction to continue his wrestling career with other friends, bidding them farewell and promising to see them again. Noob returned to his apartment to rest. The outcasts decided to leave the junkyard, wanting to avoid putting Issei and his friends in danger. They exchanged goodbyes, vowing to reunite when the time was right. Galder chose to stay behind and live with the dragon faction. Mutsumi returned to the Yasakura family, having made changes to her household since one of her sisters had joined the Holy Council and one of her brothers had become part of the Serpent faction. Iruma asked, "Freya was Seer Flover the entire time while you were in Oreo?" "Yes," Belle replied. "Aphrodite and the Goddess Alliance knew she had feelings for me. I saw visions of her using her charm to make everyone, including the Hestia Familia, believe I was part of her familia without knowing who I truly was. That's why I left Oreo to start anew and become a hero." Deku added, "I also wanted to become a hero like the symbol of peace, but you know how that went." "Yup," Belle said. "Anyway, I never knew my grandfather was Zeus, and now I just learned that Hera is my grandmother." "Hera?" Jibanyan asked, surprised. "The Greek goddess of marriage?" Belle, "Yes." "Whisper, but she is no longer the queen of Olympus or the empress of Oreo." "Usagi, I learned she did many terrible things to the lovers of Zeus." "Deku, she turned an innocent woman into a bear, leading to her own son's tragic actions. She tormented Hercules with illusions, causing him to unknowingly harm his family, which set him on the path to his 12 labors and adventures. She forbade Leto from giving birth on any land, forcing her to seek refuge on an island where Artemis and Apollo were born. She cast Hephaestus out of Mount Olympus for his appearance, only for him to later craft a golden throne that ensnared her until Zeus returned and laughed at her predicament. She cursed Echo to only repeat the words spoken to her after discovering Zeus's infidelity, leading to her rejection by Narcissus, who only loved himself. In her despair, she sought help from Eros, who struck Narcissus with a love arrow, causing him to fall into his own reflection and ultimately meet his end. Echo, heartbroken, retreated to a cave until her voice faded away, still echoing through the mountains of Greece. Hera has committed many other dreadful acts. Usagi, that's terrible. Aru, I know how it feels. Belle, Hermes' great-grandson once told me she was a Yandere, while Loki's descendant described her as a crazy, psychopathic, and hysterical woman. Kenkichi, but isn't she the goddess of marriage? Belle, yes, but I heard she was feared by the gods and goddesses, except for those from different pantheons. She was determined to ensure Zeus had no more affairs. However, after the fall of Olympus and their punishment from Oreo, she vowed to take revenge on Freya and Loki's descendant for usurping her throne. But she put that plan on hold when Zeus adopted me. When he faked his death and began to rebuild Olympus, she desperately tried to win him back, but he wanted nothing to do with her. That was when she began her scheme. Nate, what's her plan? Belle, she intends to reclaim her throne. Teo, which one? The throne of Olympus or the throne of Oreo? Both. Issei, what do you mean both? Belle, Hephaestus told me about her goal to reclaim her rightful place as Queen of Olympus and Empress of Oreo. To achieve this, she plans to free the Titans to attack Olympus and destroy the dungeon to release all the monsters. Eri, how can she do that? Belle, I don't know. But if she succeeds in freeing the Titans, it could spell disaster. Aru, are there female Titans? Belle? Yes, they're called Titanesses. Aru? Oh? Belle noticed Iruma was quiet, lost in thought while they discussed Hera. He was recalling the day of the dragon attack when he lost his friends, haunted by the memory of his own screams. Belle? Iruma? Iruma snapped out of his trance and looked at Belle. Belle, are you all right? Iruma sighed and said, Before I met you all, I had friends in the underworld. They were demons from different classes. My friends were from the Misfits class, while others were part of the Chosen. We had a festival and decided to build a haunted house. Demons helped us construct it while Sylvia painted a character named Galna, also known as Palom. She aspired to be an artist and created the perfect painting of Galna. The haunted house was a success, and when they burned the painting, she dressed as Galna in agony to frighten them, which worked except for her father, who was proud of her achievement. However, her dream was cut short when the dragon attack occurred. As I was trying to rank up, the roof caught fire, and dragons descended, unleashing flames and chaos. My friends and I ran for our lives, but they noticed us and began to attack. We dodged them and had to split up. Sylvia and I watched as the haunted house burned, and we saw dragons attacking some of the demon students. Then a dragon spotted us and shot a fireball our way. She pushed me out of the way, taking the hit herself. I saw her fall, mortally wounded, and she thanked me for helping her achieve her dream, saying it was the best night of her life before she closed her eyes. I screamed, but Chima and Yabashi saved me, blocking the dragon's claw with spears and urging me to run. So I did. I was the only one to escape. But later I found out they survived, and the demon students managed to flee from the dragons. I couldn't tell Sabnok about his sister's fate. He might blame me for it. So I kept silent. He looks at the fire. After that, I left the underworld without informing my grandfather or anyone else and returned to this realm. The Six Fingers might try to kidnap me again or expose my human identity. Bell, I see. Iruma. My parents sold me to one of the 3 great heroes of the underworld, one of the 13 crowns, for a large sum of money. I lived with him and his butler, who were actually kind, for 2 years until. You already know. They fell silent as they heard the wind. Eri noticed something in the pile of junk and went to dig it out. Deku helped her, and together they unearthed a reboot that resembled a human boy. Kenkichi, what is that? Deku, it looks like a boy, but has wires coming out from his arm. Iruma, does it have a name? Eri sees the back of the reboot that has words. Bell, what does it say? Eri, Astro. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, Greece. Sairaorg Bale and his Peerage defeated the demons that were attacking humans at night. He was about to use a magic circle when the ground shook, and a giant fist broke through the surface. It was the fists of the Titans. They began to emerge as Sairaorg and his Peerage watched in shock. The Titans rose to the surface of the human realm as Kronos shouted, "The King of the Titans has returned." He unleashed a powerful shockwave that forced Sairaorg and his Peerage to shield themselves with their arms. Sairaorg, looks like we're going to fight the Titans, he said as he started walking toward them. The next day, Issei, can you tell us where he is from? He asked the scientist that Nate also knew when he was given the yokai watch. Diana Gately. Oh yes, it appears he is from Metro City, said Diana Gately after she fixed Astro's arm. Issei, Metro City? What's that? Diana, it's a city that is hidden by the government to prevent anyone from discovering its technology. Teo, what kind of technology do they have? Diana, have any of you seen sci-fi movies? Nate, I've seen 3 movies of space wars, and the technology they had looks realistic. Diana, did you know that technology does exist? Nate, what? I thought they were fake? Diana, they used real futuristic technology. You see, back when Metro City was built, these scientists wanted to create something that would one day make the technology we use today resemble what we see in sci-fi movies. So they made robots that behaved like humans and obeyed their every command. When the government learned of this, they approached these scientists and asked if they could build robots that could fight in the war. This was during World War II, and these scientists created powerful robots capable of defeating any strong foe or even an entire army. However, the robots malfunctioned or began to develop emotions and feelings like humans. They ended up fighting each other instead, leading to the Great Robot War. The reason the robots started fighting was that they believed humans were making them slaves and deserved punishment. However, some believed that certain humans truly loved and cared for them. This conflict resulted in a war to determine whether humanity deserved to survive or be destroyed. The Great Robot War was devastating, and none of the robots survived, although a few managed to escape without a trace. After that, the government kept Metro City a secret, known only to them and the world government. They warned anyone who revealed the story behind the technology used in the films that they would face severe consequences, so they created behind-the-scenes scenes to make it appear as if they used fictional or ordinary technology. Nate, what happened after that? Diana, they kept that city a secret after World War II, as the technology involved and more robots have been built over the years. The people around the world now know about the existence of the supernatural, but they are unaware of the city's existence and its technology. Nate, so nobody knows about Metro City? Diana, nope. Suddenly, a creature with a horn on its forehead from an unknown race entered the room. His name is Unico. Unico. You all might want to look at this, said Unico as he rushed to the room where Eri was watching TV. They followed him and looked at the TV, where a scientist named Dr. Achinamizu was speaking to the camera in a live stream. We all thought they were myths and legends created by mankind, but we were all wrong. The gods have existed since the biblical God created the Big Bang, which brought forth these primordial beings known as deities, later referred to as gods and goddesses. Then came the existence of humankind and races known in every mythology. Demigods like the hero of Greece, Heracles, also known as Hercules, were thought to be legends, but he was spotted with a group called the Hero Faction in Kyoto. There, someone recorded the Red Dragon Emperor fighting against Cao Cao. These are the pieces of evidence that the Dragon Faction told you about regarding the existence of the supernatural being true. So it's time for me to tell you all the truth. The technology used in Space Wars and other sci-fi movies is real. This technology was utilized by beings known as aliens. Although some of you may not believe in the existence of aliens, we used their technology to create powerful robots capable of destroying entire armies. However, they began to believe we were using them as slaves, leading to the Great Robot War that ended all of them. Except for those who survived, and it's unknown where they are. The government kept Metro City a secret to prevent anyone from using this technology against us. Now, I'm revealing to all of you the city that has futuristic technology alongside the regular technology you all use today. While you're fine with the technology you have now, I have a message for the world. The supernatural and folklore are not just myths or legends, they are real. And Astro, if you are watching this, will be waiting for you to return home. Then the screen returned to the news channel. Dr. Achinamizu? Said Astro. Astro boy. Issei and the others turned to see Astro looking at the TV. Diana, seems like the truth is out. To be continued. Chapter end. Later at night. 3 holy knights rode on horses as they approached the destroyed apartment that belonged to the Dragon Faction. Holy Knight 1, how are we supposed to go about arresting one of the members of the Dragon Faction? Holy Knight 2, I don't know. I don't think they like the idea. Holy Knight 1, no, and I don't like the idea of them not liking the idea. They arrived only to find the apartment in ruins, with no traces of the Dragon Faction. Holy Knight 3, what happened here? Holy Knight 1, well, nobody's home. Let's head back to the ship. Holy Knight 2, good idea. Hold it. We can't go back without arresting the Red Dragon Emperor and his minions, said the third Holy Knight. But they're not here, said the first Holy Knight. Maybe we could explain, said the second Holy Knight before being interrupted. We were sent by Sword Maiden since Sho has been called to handle the situation happening at the Lyonesse Kingdom. The capture of the Dragon Faction will likely elevate our ranks, making us Silver Holy Knights, the third Holy Knight declared, observing the horrified expressions of his fellow Holy Knights. He turned around, his face reflecting sheer terror. A giant robot emerged from behind the wreckage of a destroyed apartment. That's, one Holy Knight stammered, fear evident in his voice. Pluto, another shouted. The sight of Pluto sent the horses into a panic, causing them to bolt with the 2 Holy Knights still on their backs. Get me out of here, the third Holy Knight yelled, gripping tightly as his horse galloped away. Scene change. This is for Bel Cranel, one of the worshippers shouted, hurling a flaming bottle through the entrance of the hostess of FRLTY, which erupted into flames. Mia Grand and her employees ducked for cover as the pub ignited. The worshipper fled while others began vandalizing everything associated with Bel's suffering in Orario. Outside the gates of the Twilight Manor, more worshippers protested, holding signs that read, "Punish the Loki Familia. No false gods. Killing monsters is a sin. The real monsters of Orario." The adventurers of the Loki Familia observed the chaos outside. "What's with those worshippers?" one adventurer asked. "I don't know, but it looks like they're protesting against us," another replied. "Those aren't monks, they're wearing togas and robes," a third adventurer pointed out. "So what if they are?" another shrugged. "Those robes are from Greece and Rome, not from China or Japan," the third adventurer explained. "This is for Bel Cranel. a worshipper yelled again, tossing a flaming bag over the gates. They glanced at the bag, catching a whiff of something foul. "It's rotten tomatoes," one of the adventurers exclaimed. Scene change. "What?" Sword Maiden exclaimed. "Many people have started destroying churches and targeting priests and nuns involved in corruption," Sakura explained. After hearing Asia's story about her experiences at the church and her sacred gear being taken by a fallen angel, rumors began to spread. Kiba recounted his own tale of surviving the Holy Sword Project, only to die and be reincarnated as a devil. Everyone was outraged by the church's actions and demanded that the government punish them for their manipulation and the unjust penalties imposed on the victims of their sins. "I see," Sword Maiden said thoughtfully. "When I was a little girl, we prayed to the Lord Buddha and built our own temple," Sakura reminisced. "Well, we all had good times before forming the Holy Council," Sword Maiden replied. "Indeed. My lady," a voice interrupted. They turned to see Sho entering the room. "Sho, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be at the Lioness Kingdom?" "I was, but things aren't going well. Demons have started attacking villages, and I've heard that zombies are rising in a town called St. Petersburg in America, turning civilians into their own kind. I had my men eliminate every last one of them." "You are such a fool," a voice chimed in. They turned to see Futaba sitting down, knitting. "Those zombies will only come back to life. Even if you use swords and powerful weapons against them, they'll keep coming since they are dead. Fire won't stop them either," she warned. "I agree with her," Hinata added. "Demons were easy to kill back in the day. They avoided sunlight because it would destroy them. This was before vampires existed, back when the first one was killed in the 19th century. Some believed it was folklore, but they are real. Both demons and vampires perish in sunlight, yet now they can survive without burning. When a vampire dies, they turn to ashes but come back to life," Sho remarked. "What do you know about that?" Hinata challenged. "Ask Ronaldo over there." They turned to see Ronaldo praying earnestly. "O Almighty God, please grant us the strength to fight against the evils that harm the innocent. And I apologize for not eliminating that vampire who turned one of the Tokyo cops into a humanoid bat," he said nervously as the others continued their discussion. "It seems chaos has erupted ever since the dragon faction revealed the supernatural to the world," Sword Maiden noted. "Not only that, but Dr. Achinamizu has exposed Metro City, and now the government is under scrutiny, demanding answers." Suddenly, the door swung open, and they turned to see Mocha, a vampire with striking green eyes and beautiful pink hair. "There is chaos in Orario," she announced. "What do you mean?" Sword Maiden asked. "The Greeks are attacking Orario after discovering their god has suffered in that city," Mocha explained. "Their god?" Sho questioned. "Are you talking about Zeus?" Sakura asked. "No, Belcranel," Mocha clarified. "One of the members of the dragon faction?" Sword Maiden asked. "Yes," Mocha confirmed. "He's the grandson of Zeus, after all. They must think he is a god," Futaba added. "The Greeks worship the Olympian gods, while the Romans have their own interpretations of those deities," Sword Maiden stated. "Should we send holy knights to stop the Greeks from destroying Orario?" Sho suggested. "No, the god families have already defeated many monsters in the dungeon. I'm sure they can handle this without resorting to violence," Sword Maiden replied. "But the Greeks attacking Orario are civilians," Mocha interjected. The room fell silent as they processed this information until Sho spoke up. "Civilians?" he echoed, looking at Mocha. "Yes," she confirmed. "Oh dear," Sword Maiden murmured. "They've destroyed some places and left Orario, but they'll return and could be harmed if they continue to fight the adventurers," Mocha warned. "I see," Sword Maiden said thoughtfully. "The only way to save the civilians from harm is to bring them their god," Sakura suggested. "Even if we bring them their god, they will still want to destroy Orario to avenge him," Futaba countered. "Then what do you propose we do?" Sakura asked. "Let's send holy knights to their homes and capture them. The Devil Patrol won't be able to handle them, which means we could." She was interrupted when Mona entered, saying, "By the way, I have a message from the 3 holy knights." They retreated after encountering Pluto. Pluto? Sword Maiden asked, her expression shifting to concern. One of the planets of the solar system or the Roman god? Mocha. He is one of the robots that survived the Great Robot War. Sword Maiden. Ah, that Pluto. Mocha. Anyway, their apartment has been destroyed by the police force after the vampire war that happened in Japan. Sword Maiden. Can you find someone who knows where they are? Mocha. I could try. Sword Maiden. Good, you may go. Mocha nodded and left the room. To be continued. Chapter end. The next day. Noob. I know the Apocalypse Brigade is behind the Titan's escape. Kenkichi, like the people who thought you were making the whole exorcist thing up? Noob, yes, and they didn't show respect. Once people lose their respect, it means trouble. Iruma, you were from the heavens? Unico, I was. Until Venus became jealous when she saw that humans first discovered my race. I was banished from the heavens and brought here by the West Wild. Bell, Venus? Usagi, the West Wild? Deku, Venus is one of the planets of the solar system and is the Roman goddess of love. The West Wild is associated with Zephyrus, the Greek god of the wild. Unico, come to think of it, I did hear that she knew Zephyrus. Deku, is she a spirit? Unico, I don't know if she's a spirit or a goddess. All I know is she brought me here. Bell, I heard about the Roman gods during my time at Orario. They were worshipped by the Romans and said to be the same gods of Greece and Rome, but others say they are different deities. Nate, wait, if Venus is the Roman goddess of love, isn't she also Aphrodite? Bell, I saw her when I went to see Hephaestus, but I don't know what Venus looks like. Ataru, she could be the opposite version of Aphrodite since she was known to be selfish and made everyone in Greece lose love when she took it away. Deku, Usagi, was one of your friends named Sailor Venus? Usagi, yes, why do you ask? Deku, do you think 3 of your friends are related to the Roman gods? Usagi, well, they are Sailor Mercury, Sailor Jupiter, Sailor Venus, and Sailor Mars. Teo, did you ever meet her? Usagi, I tried asking some people about her, but nobody knows who she is. Issei, do you think Venus and the Roman gods could become allies with the Apocalypse Brigade? Usagi, my father told me that Mars has been leading the Roman gods ever since Jupiter sealed himself with the other gods to contain the Apocalypse Beast. Jupiter was the king of the Roman gods before he sealed himself. Bell, but aren't Zeus and Jupiter the same god? Deku, yes and no. Some humans believe the Romans copied their gods to create their own, but I met Aphrodite, and she told me that Venus is her opposite. The Roman gods were opposites of the Olympian gods due to their treatment of humankind. Noob, the Greek gods treated them poorly, while the Roman gods showed them respect. Issei, however, after the Great War, they must have changed ever since Jupiter and the other gods sealed themselves to imprison the beast of the apocalypse. Bell, the Olympian gods did start changing their ways, but the Roman gods became more violent and malevolent. Unico, that could explain Venus's jealousy toward me. She is like Aphrodite when she gets jealous. Issei, if the Roman gods are planning to join the Apocalypse Brigade, this could be more dangerous for us. Ataru, especially with Hera and the Titans. Bell, the first thing Hera will do is take back her throne at Orario. Kenkichi, how will she do that? Bell, the Titans could be her answer. Not only will she use them to destroy Orario, but she will also seek to overthrow my grandfather. Usagi, I should tell my father. Bell, there won't be time. I need to see the Hestia Familia and warn them. Scene change. Hera, perhaps what I'm saying is that mortals and monsters should stay out of each other's way instead of fighting in the dungeon. Indeed. Hera, I'm glad you and the Roman gods decided to join the Apocalypse Brigade, Venus. Venus. Jupiter sealed himself during the Great War, and the gods didn't care about him, they only cared about themselves. Humans have been around for thousands of years ever since the biblical God created them with his own hands before his departure. Psyche was one of the most beautiful women that ever existed. She took away our worshippers, and both Aphrodite and I grew jealous of her. To make matters worse, her son, Eros, began to fall in love with her after he struck himself with his own arrows. On the other hand, I was furious after learning that some humans had spotted a race called unicorns. Chapter end. The next day. Location: Keto Estate. Dragons? 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 They questioned one of the saints who saw the dragon faction at the junkyard while heading back to the mansion. Sitting on her throne is Sairaorg Keto, the descendant of the goddess Athena. Sairaorg Keto. Where I come from, we don't allow dragons or other races, and we don't intend to allow them here. You will provide us with their addresses, said one of the saints in the room. Addresses? Said the saint. Where they live, I trust you know where to find them, said Sairaorg as she looked at the saint bowing. Said the saint. Sairaorg, I trust he isn't the only race in the dragon faction. There are other races in his faction, said the saint nervously. Sairaorg, go on, saint. Well, there are 4 humans, 2 yokai for descendants of the gods, 2 humanoid demons, 1 giant walking armor, 1 little girl with a horn, and a little unicorn. And of course, their leader, the Red Dragon Emperor, who is one of the heavenly dragons. I think they all live together in one trailer in the junkyard. And paused. Well, that's all I know. Sairaorg, I see. Very well, you may go. The saint got up and bowed his head as he walked out of the room. Scene change. A group of people gathered outside the church, holding guns and torches to see through the dark. They threw the corrupted preacher, along with those who were helping him, outside. The men confronted him after learning he was using their sons and daughters for a questionable project, expressing their outrage as they surrounded him. Man 1, you're no man of God. You're just a monster hiding your true colors. Man 2, the house of God is supposed to be a place of worship, not a laboratory for our children. They hurled torches at the church, which ignited in flames. The students were busy with a copy machine late into the night. First thing in the morning, they distributed flyers throughout the school. They weren't alone. Students from every school and hero academy were sharing them as well. Attention! Tension! Tension! You are being lied to. The government is lying to you. The scientists are lying to you. The press is lying to you. The world government is lying to you. The supernatural is real. Myths and legends turn out to be true. The government knew about their existence and kept it a secret from US. These pigs aren't the only ones who keep this a secret. Their allies knew too, and like the government, they keep it hidden without realizing the consequences of their actions. The Hero Society was corrupted by an organization that knew the history of these so-called heroes, yet they allowed them to become heroes. The Dragon faction has shown US the truth, and now it's our time to rise up, fix the system, and save the races. Meeting at the gym at 7 p.m. Strike. The people who saw the flyers were shocked and heartbroken, horrified to realize that what they thought were myths turned out to be real, and that their government had known about it, especially considering the history of monsters who had once become heroes before the Hero Society fell. The Marines took cover behind a pile of large beanbags as they watched the angry mob of protesters, many of whom had lost their children to Yokai Academy. One Marine shouted, "Get back or we'll use force." The protesters continued their advance, undeterred, as the Marines prepared for confrontation. Meanwhile, pirates were looting shops, taking what they could as they clashed with anyone who tried to stop them. 10 chefs emerged from a fish restaurant, carrying boxes filled with seafood, tossing them into the back of a van. The manager rushed out with a suitcase full of cash, quickly throwing it into the back seat before jumping in and speeding away. Location: New York. The city of New York was in chaos. "Bring out your debt. Bring out your debt. She's coming," shouted a man wearing a sign that read, "The time of the eclipse has come," while ringing a bell. Someone threw a garbage can through the window of a jewelry store, hastily stuffing valuables into their pockets. Graffiti on the walls proclaimed that the eclipse was imminent as a man fired a shotgun at a police officer. Cars burned while people emerged from stores carrying televisions, clothes, and various items. A police officer lay on the ground, incapacitated, as a group of gangsters rocked a police vehicle. One of them climbed on top and began dancing, only to leap off as the vehicle tipped over. Location: Tokyo. An explosion echoed throughout Tokyo as a massive mushroom cloud rose from the remnants of Tamabiki High School. The Tokyo police struggled to maintain order as civilians demanded the defense force hand over Lum. Unbeknownst to them, Lum had already left Tokyo to join the Serpent faction, while her friends had also evacuated the city. Protesters were demanding that the defense force cease their attacks on the kaiju race. Kaiju number 8 stood defiantly as soldiers aimed their weapons at him. In a moment of distraction caused by civilians throwing objects, Kaiju number 8 seized the opportunity to escape. The soldiers, overwhelmed by the crowd, were unable to act without risking harm to the civilians, which would tarnish the defense force's reputation. Location: Egypt. The sandy desert whipped up winds as the people of Egypt sought shelter. Monsters emerged from the sands, attacking both people and livestock. Some brave men and women fought back against the creatures. Location: Scandinavia. Elves shot arrows at humans while dark elves clashed with light elves, both sides embroiled in battle. Giants rampaged through towns, destroying statues of Norse gods. The skeletons of fallen Vikings rose from the ground, joining the fray as the living fought back. Loki and Hel observed the chaos unfolding in Scandinavia. Loki: look at all this chaos. Hel: it seems the All-Father didn't have time to deal with this. Loki: that doesn't matter. What matters is, a new era has begun. To be continued. Scene change. So, Kirito, what can I do for the only member of the 7 Holy Knights of Hope who chooses to confront corruption like a true knight? The Holy Council considers you a strong holy knight among the 7, but I can't say I share their admiration. I don't know what you're plotting, but I'm sure I won't like it, said Hiragi Utina, gazing at Kirito. Kirito, I'm here to deliver a report. As you know, Freya has been removed from her position as one of the strongest god families in Orario after her demise. A decision has been made regarding her replacement as the new ruler of Orario. You may not have heard of her. Her name is Hera, commonly known as the goddess of marriage. She was once the leader of her familia before they were defeated by the Black Dragon, along with the Zeus familia. Recently, I was sent to assess the damage in Orario caused by the Greeks from Greece. Fortunately, I was present when Hera arrived in Orario with the Titans, demanding the return of her throne. I managed to persuade her not to attack the city, which led to a conversation with Auranas. He agreed to hold a vote to determine whether Hera would regain her throne or be banished once more. To my surprise, the vote resulted in a unanimous decision for Hera to become the new ruler of Orario. The Goddess Alliance opposed her rule, but given her history and reputation, they chose not to intervene. Hiragi Utina remarked that they were likely pleased to have found a ruler so quickly, expecting this to restore the balance of power. Kirito responded, not exactly. When Hera discovered the suffering her grandson endured in Orario, her first action was to execute 100 adventurers involved in his plight. To complicate matters, humanity has now become aware of the existence of supernatural beings after the Dragon faction revealed themselves and Dr. Achinamizu exposed Metro City to the public. Chaos has spread across the globe, and the Holy Council is concerned that the Dragon faction will create even more turmoil by revealing further secrets. Utina asked, have you even seen them? Kirito replied, no, but I've heard about them. No one expected 4 of the strongest supernatural races to be defeated by the Red Dragon Emperor. Utina expressed her disbelief that the Holy Council was so fearful they would choose one of the pillars of the 7 deadly sins and one of the 7 Holy Knights of Hope to confront them. Kirito clarified that he was only sent to warn her and had no specific orders to offer assistance. Utina suggested he stay out of her way, as the 7 deadly sins already had enough on their plate. Why do you say that? Kirito inquired. Utina explained that the generation of the 7 deadly sins had been ongoing since one of the 7 princes of hell was killed during the Great War. Satan, the prince of wrath and one of the indestructible beasts, was the most powerful of them all, but only Michael could defeat him, having done so during the battle between angels and demons. Kirito asked if that battle occurred before the Great War, to which Utina confirmed it was a struggle for the throne of the biblical god. The 7 archangels and their allies overpowered the demons, banishing them to the underworld. With Satan's death in the Great War, the generation of the 7 deadly sins began. I see. Kirito said. Utena concluded, when you return to the Holy Lands, tell the Holy Council this. The eclipse has begun. Ha! Monkey D. Garp laughed, enjoying a rice cookie while holding a bag of them in his left hand. We're at a crossroads that could change the future of the world and the sea. If that troublesome dragon continues to undermine our efforts at every turn, just like the kaiju attack. Issei and his friends had managed to defeat the kaiju by luring her to the docks, causing her to fall into the ocean. Urza Scarlet interjected, then there was the Vampire War in Japan, where the dragon and its allies fought against Krulteeps and her army of vampires. She slammed her fist on the desk, exclaiming, this is unprecedented. We haven't had chaos like this in years, and to make matters worse, the public sees us as monsters. Not to mention the incidents with the Leviathan and the Behemoth attacking Japan. Garp questioned, what's the problem with dealing with one dragon? You and the 7 Holy Knights of Hope have defeated the strongest dragons in the world. What's so difficult about taking down the Red Dragon? Urza replied, I may be one of the 7 Holy Knights of Hope, but the Red Dragon Emperor is more powerful than the dragons we faced. He and the White Dragon Emperor have been rivals since the Golden Age before the Dark Ages, clashing during a peace conference between the 3 factions. Garp asked, so they're rivals? What difference does that make? Urza explained, they are both heavenly dragons and dragon emperors. If their powers are unleashed against each other, it will lead to destruction. Garp remarked, I thought the Princess of Ruin would be the one to create destruction. Urza noted, the Gremory Princess hasn't used her powers lately, and Sword Maiden is starting to get worried. She stood up from her desk and asked the 2 Holy Knights for any reports. Holy Knight 1 responded, yes, Hera has already disbanded the Goddess Alliance. Urza was taken aback. Holy Knight 2 added, she fears these goddesses will come after her grandson after discovering Freya's obsession with him and the Vision Bell had before leaving Orario. Urza inquired about any further updates. Holy Knight 1 continued, yes, Pluto is still out there. We have reports of sightings, but he hasn't acted yet. The Holy Council is concerned he might attack at any moment. Holy Knight 2 warned, this could pose a danger to civilians if they encounter him. Urza nodded, contemplating the situation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, we're focused on a powerful dragon here, not an overpowered robot. They turned to see Starlia Lace, the Silver Princess and one of the 7 Holy Knights of Hope. We are in the midst of a serious situation thanks to the Red Dragon Emperor and his faction. Have you all forgotten I'm the Silver Princess and leader of the Argentum Corps? We have defeated many dragons over the years, and yet the 7 Holy Knights of Hope should have eliminated the Red Dragon Emperor long ago. Urza reminded her, I've told you before. We can't just kill him without Sword Maiden's orders. Starlia retorted, have you forgotten about the winged bloodline? Those dragons have been killing humans for years, and it's the Argentum Corps' duty to stop them from causing any more harm. Garp chuckled, says the one who has no arms. Haha. Starlia grabbed him by the collar, exclaiming, if you weren't known as the hero of the Navy, I would have taken you down right now. Garp laughed heartily. Go ahead, kill me, it won't change a thing. She released his collar and snatched his bag of rice cookies. Hey, that's mine. Garp exclaimed. Don't care. Starlia replied defiantly, devouring all the rice cookies without leaving a single one for the hero of the Navy. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, Skeleton Island. Makoto carefully extracted the blood from Sairaorg with a needle and placed it into a small bottle. He set this bottle next to 2 others containing the blood of Rias and Valle. Freed, who bore demonic features, stood quietly, awaiting his orders. Freed, go get that Yukai in the cage. Makoto commanded. Freed walked out of the lab to retrieve the locked-up Yukai. He returned with the cage as Makoto held a spray bottle in his right hand. Let's see if this works, shall we? Makoto said, aiming the spray bottle at the Yukai in the cage and spraying it. Suddenly, the Yukai began to break free and charged out of the lab with a wild look in its eyes. It works. Makoto murmured. What a savage creature, a voice commented. Makoto turned to see Mammon, the Prince of Greed and one of the 7 Princes of Hell. Mammon, what was Hera's reason for reclaiming her throne at Orario if she wished to be Queen of Olympus again? The Olympians have always been selfish and cruel toward humanity, yet I never imagined they could change after everything they've done in the past. Hades still had Persephone by his side after her affair with Adonis, which ended with Ares being killed for choosing Aphrodite over her. Although he had an affair with a nymph named Minda, she was crushed by Persephone out of jealousy afterward. I see. To answer your question, she planned to reclaim both her thrones at Orario and Olympus, seeking revenge on Zeus and the Olympian gods, including those who banished her from Orario, Makoto explained. And they say I'm the worst. Mammon replied. Like you only used women as your maids instead of your lovers? Another voice chimed in. Asmodeus, the Prince of Lust and another of the 7 Princes of Hell, had joined them. Asmodeus, you only used them for your selfish desires without showing them love. I have shown my lovers affection, and they love me in return. Men are easily consumed by lust, while women strive for beauty. I've witnessed their desires for both. Says the one who was humiliated by Aphrodite. Mammon retorted. She may not be my type, but at least I still have my looks and my power, Asmodeus shot back. Which makes you look like a bird. Mammon laughed. Their banter was interrupted by Makoto. Anyway, I have finished creating a virus that can make any creature go berserk. Berserk? I remember Satan loved chaos and violence. He was feared by our enemies and unleashed his wrath upon them, Mammon said. What if I told you? One of you could get revenge on those who wronged you. Makoto proposed. Like who? Mammon asked, intrigued. Anyone or any being that has made you look foolish, Makoto replied. There is one. Asmodeus said. Tell us, Makoto urged. Yasaka and that little fox daughter of hers, Asmodeus revealed. Yasaka? You mean that kitsune with the prominent features and leader of the West Yokai faction? Mammon asked. Yes. She rejected me when I proposed to her, and that little fox made me look like a fool. I have never been rejected by any woman or female race. Asmodeus exclaimed. And to think you're the ladies' man, Mammon teased. Anyway, I wish there was a way to get back at her and her daughter, Asmodeus lamented. Maybe there is. Makoto said, revealing the bottle filled with the virus. Scene change. Location, Restaurant Yukihira. The Dragon faction and the outcasts gathered at a restaurant not far from Japan. Upon arriving at Restaurant Yukihira, they noticed a teenage boy on a ladder, finishing up the painting of the restaurant's sign. Hey, do you need any help? Issei called out. No thanks. I'm almost done, the boy replied, focusing on his work. However, as he carefully descended the ladder, a cat darted past, startling him and causing him to fall. Fortunately, Gowther caught him before he hit the ground. Thanks, the teenage boy said, regaining his balance. We heard this place is reopening, so we came to meet up and chat with our friends, Issei explained. Well then, come right in, the boy said, leading them inside. My name is Soma Yukihira. My father owned this restaurant before closing it to travel abroad for a couple of years, sending me to an elite culinary school called Tatsuki Culinary Academy. He was supposed to pass ownership to me after I graduated. However, on my first day, everyone hated me after my speech. I didn't mean to make them dislike me, but I ended up dropping out after 2 weeks. I thought my father would be angry, but he left a note saying he was recruited as a high-ranking chef in the Holy Lands, where the Holy Council is located. In the end, I was given ownership, so I reopened my father's restaurant in the Sumieridori shopping district. We can see that. Issei replied. Soma Yukihira. What can I make for you guys? Soma asked. Everything on the menu. Issei declared. Coming right up. Soma responded enthusiastically as he began cooking. So, what do you want to talk about? Issei inquired. They found my grandfather's trident, Laura said. Trident? What's that? Missed. The trident is one of the 3 weapons created by the Cyclops after the Titanomachy. They gave the trident to Poseidon as a gift for freeing them from Tartarus, Whisper explained. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon freed them from Tartarus? Yes. The Cyclops gifted them 3 weapons in gratitude for their freedom, Whisper confirmed. Like the Thunderbolt, Bell added. And the Bident, Teo chimed in. And the Trident, Laura finished. Now you need to get it? Issei asked. Yup, Laura replied. Nemuru, Eri, and Unico were enjoying pudding that Soma had provided when Jibanyan spoke up. Then why would you go there and ask them to give you that trident? Jibanyan asked. It's not that simple. The trident belonged to my grandfather before he sealed himself away. It was lost after he and the other gods sealed themselves to imprison the apocalypse beast. Now that they've found it, they're taking it back to Atlantis, Laura explained. Then you should go to Atlantis and ask them to return your grandfather's trident, Deku suggested. I can't go back, Laura said, her voice trailing off. I'm banished from Atlantis, and there's going to be a ceremony to choose who will receive the trident. Aru, does your father know about this? Laura. He is the one who will give the trident to the chosen one. I will never be able to get back those memories I had with my grandfather. Iruma, are you asking for help? Laura. Yes. I need your help to sneak into Atlantis and take the trident. Usagi. Take the trident from Atlantis? Kenkichi, we've never been to Atlantis before. I thought it was just a myth. Iruma. It might be impossible to take the trident. Laura, what do you mean? Iruma. Lady Levi and her grandson Leiji will be at the ceremony. The gods and goddesses of the seas will also be there, along with other sea creatures. Laura, I see. Usopp, then what are we supposed to do? Ryunosuke, if anyone or anything gets their hands on that trident, there's no telling what could happen. Noob, they'll use it to threaten humanity and other races. Issei, I know someone who can help us take your grandfather's trident. Laura, who? Issei, Sun Wukong. Scene change. A mermaid was walking alongside a fishman as they approached the entrance of Atlantis. When they arrived, the gates were closed. Fishman, no one's here. He turned to the mermaid and said, I'll go tell them to open the gate. No need. It'll open soon, she said as she waited for a few moments until she heard the gates creaking open. The gates began to open, and the mermaid stood there, waiting. The mermaid was one of Poseidon's children, Benthesakheim, the Greek goddess of the waves, also known as Aquarius. Aquarius. She gazed at the open gates and started swimming through the water, her bubble ring surrounding half of her mermaid body. 8 hours before the ceremony starts. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, Fruit and Flower Mountain. Sun Wukong, you want me to help you with what? Laura, that trident holds memories of my grandfather, and I want to remember him for his sacrifice to save me and my family. Sun Wukong, I wish I could help you, but I can't get in trouble with the gods again. The last time I caused mischief, I ended up fighting against them, which led to my imprisonment by the Buddha. I found redemption after I was freed and joined the journey to the West team to travel from China to India. I became the fighting Buddha and haven't fought or sought revenge on the gods since. Laura, you don't have to fight them. We're just going to sneak in and take it. There doesn't have to be any violence. Sun Wukong, even if I helped you, the gods would come after me again. Usopp, we could explain, couldn't we? Sun Wukong, no. No. Bell, the gods won't listen. Even if we try to explain, they'll just think we're lying or won't care about our intentions. Iruma, the ceremony won't start until 9 p.m., so we still have time. Ryunosuke, then what are we going to do now if he won't help us? Plus, 3 hours have passed since we took a 2-hour flight in an unused airplane and spent another hour traveling here to see him. She pointed at Sun Wukong. Ryunosuke, no offense. Sun Wukong, it's fine. Iruma, I don't know, but we'll figure something out. Aru, hey, where's Kenkichi? Scene change. Location, China. Kenkichi was walking through the city of China by himself, taking in the sights. He held his sword in its scabbard as he walked. Kenkichi, I never knew these people worship dragons and had fox yokai here too. He suddenly thought of Yasaka and blushed at the memory. Kenkichi, it's going to be difficult if I marry her. Suddenly, he saw a girl running from a panda that burst out from the ground. He drew his sword and lunged toward the panda. A sound of metal cutting through the air was heard as Kenkichi passed through it and sheathed his sword. The panda felt a sting as it realized Kenkichi had brushed past it. It fell to the ground, stunned, while onlookers gasped in shock. Thanks, Kenkichi. Hey, what's your name? Ranma saw Tome. Kenkichi, Ranma, why was this panda chasing you? Ranma, because he is my father. Kenkichi, what? Ranma, it's a long story. Before she could finish, someone accidentally spilled a bucket of water on her, causing her to transform into a boy. Ranma, darn it, I hate it when that happens. Ranma saw Tome. Both male and female. Kenkichi, what is going on here? Ranma, I'll explain everything, but we need to get out of here before he regains consciousness. Kenkichi nodded, and they both started running away while the panda remained unconscious. Man 1, I should quit drinking. Man 2, hey, is someone eating potato chips? Man 3, I need to get out. Scene change. At the gates, 2 fisherman guards stood watch over the entrance to Atlantis. Just then, they heard footsteps and looked to see a demigod wearing armor on his left arm, adorned with minotaur horns, holding a sword in his right hand. The slayer of the minotaur has arrived. Open the gate, shouted one of the fisherman guards. There's no need. Huh, said the fisherman guard. I'll open it. The demigod was Theseus, the son of Poseidon and the slayer of the minotaur. Theseus. He cut through the gates, not slicing them in half but instead severing the locks from the other side, causing the gates to swing open as he began to walk through. He chuckled to himself. Theseus, I can't wait for the ceremony. The ceremony starts in 4 hours. To be continued. Chapter end. 2 hours later. Location, Fruit and Flower Mountain. Kenkichi, so you were cursed to turn into a girl every time you get splashed with water? Ranma, yes. Kenkichi, and this happened after you and your father jumped into the cursed springs? Ranma, yes. Kenkichi, that could explain why he turned into a panda, but why were you running away from him? Ranma, he was forcing me into marriage with his friend's daughters. He said his name is Son Tendo, and his 3 daughters are Kasumi Tendo, the oldest, Nabiki Tendo, the middle daughter, and Akane Tendo, the youngest. Issei, you must be lucky to be marrying 3 girls. Ranma, I don't want to get married. That's why I was running away. Kenkichi, okay, don't get upset at him for saying you're lucky to marry those girls. Ranma, one of them hates men. I've heard rumors that she is only friendly to women but has a strong dislike for men. She has a short temper and often takes it out on them, including those who challenge her. Deku, does she know martial arts? Ranma, yes. Teo, Mutsumi was skilled in martial arts before she and her siblings became the feared spies they are known as today. Deku, I heard Edge shot new martial arts and became a ninja hero in Japan. Aru, did you say she hates men? Ranma, yes, why do you ask? Ataru, because she kind of reminds me of Lum and Shinobu, who made my life difficult, especially those other girls. He spoke with a hint of fear, recalling their past encounters. Usagi, so Wukong is not going to help us? Issei, I'm afraid not. And I can't blame him. Bell, then how are we going to sneak into Atlantis? Iruma, maybe we don't need to sneak into the Lost City. Bell, what do you mean? Iruma, I heard about barriers when I was still in Babius Demon School. It's a spell that can summon and surround a place with a barrier, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Bell, I've never heard of that kind of spell. Nate, does it work? Whisper, yes, but the spell must be cast at the right moment, otherwise, it could backfire. Jibanyan, why? Whisper, think about it, if the barrier surrounds the entire city of Atlantis before the ceremony, they'll find out it was us. Soma, what if one of you activates the spell when everyone has arrived for the ceremony? Iruma, that could work. Eri, what about the fish people? Iruma, nothing bad will happen to them. Ryunosuke, when does the ceremony start? Lore, in 2 hours. Gaother, what if we could summon the barrier after we get the trident and escape? They looked at Gaother, surprised by his suggestion. Usopp, elaborate. Gaother, if we successfully steal the trident and need to escape, One of you could summon the barrier to block them while we flee from Atlantis. Issei, now we're talking. Unico, wait a minute. Does that spell have a limit before it wears off? Iruma, I wasn't thinking about that. If one of them is chosen to be the next holder of the trident, the human realm, including our homes, will be in danger. No, what I was thinking is summoning the barrier around the whole city. They looked at him, surprised, until Kenkichi spoke. Kenkichi, the whole city of Atlantis? Iruma, yes. Kenkichi, summoning a barrier that large to surround the entire lost city? Iruma, yes. That's the plan. Nemuru, I don't think you can do it alone, not around the whole lost city. You wouldn't have enough power. Iruma, I thought of that. All of you and the others are going to help. Scene change. The Fishman guards were stationed at the entrance of Atlantis when they spotted a man in armor, holding a trident. The descendant of Poseidon is here. Open the gate, shouted one of the Fishman guards. There's no need. He approached the gate and used his trident to create an opening, walking through confidently. They watched him go, recognizing Julian Solo, the descendant of Poseidon, still gripping his trident. Julian Solo. The ceremony starts in 2 hours. To be continued. Chapter end. Meanwhile, at the Holy Council. Sword Maiden. Do you have something against the Red Dragon Emperor? Sorry, I wouldn't say that. I've just seen what's happening around the world. Humans are starting to blame the government and those involved for keeping the supernatural a secret for so long. Sword Maiden. They don't control the supernatural, they just cover it up. Sorry, even so. My saints are struggling to keep the public calm. The people don't seem to understand that what we do is for their protection. Sword Maiden. The Hero Public Safety Commission made the same excuse to prevent the quirkless from becoming heroes. They claim it's for their safety, but it seems the opposite is true. They are the ones putting them in danger instead of the villains. Sorry, indeed. But I'm worried. Sword Maiden, why? Sorry, there is a problem with the Yukai. Sword Maiden, elaborate. Scene change. Location, Kyoto. The Serpent faction observed the Yukai from above the rooftops. One member, possessing a sacred gear from one of the 5 great dragon kings, held a bottle filled with a virus created by Makoto. He crushed it in his hand, releasing the virus into the air. As the Yukai walked, they began to glow with red eyes, turning savage and starting to destroy everything around them. This is much more fun than being a pawn. Ray, you are ruthless. You know that? Yes. Ikki, I never knew you could be this reckless, Seiji. The hooded figure was none other than Genshiro Seiji. Seiji, I don't understand why monsters and gods keep themselves hidden from humanity. Some of them don't even stay hidden, they just choose to ignore them. Ray, actually, 50% of them decide to stay hidden, while 950% choose to ignore humanity. Seiji, I see. Ki, what now? Suddenly, they heard a roar coming from the palace. They turned to see Yasaka in her kitsune form bursting out and landing in front of the building where Seiji and 2 members of his faction stood. Seiji, she is bigger than the last time I saw her. Ray, she's enormous. Ikki, that's no surprise. Seiji, indeed. He looked down to see the Yukai attacking each other while some were wreaking havoc in their path. Seiji, this should be fun. Scene change. Sword Maiden. So he released a virus in the Kyoto Yukai faction, causing them to attack each other without hesitation while he stood by and watched? Sorry, yes. He somehow managed to control Yasaka and the Yukai using crystals that were supposed to be destroyed in the Great War. But I'm sorry to say, these Yukai aren't the only ones infected with the virus. Sword Maiden, what do you mean? Sorry, the sea monsters following the Leviathan have also been infected and are heading south. The fishmen were infected too and are following the sea monsters. Sword Maiden. So an army of sea monsters is heading south, the worst the world has ever seen. We can't let them go any further. If they reach the south, something terrible might happen. Tell me where they are headed. Give me the location and I'll send an army after them. Saori looked concerned. About that. Sword Maiden noticed the worried expression on her face. What's wrong? She asked. They're heading to the lost city of Atlantis. What? Sword Maiden exclaimed. To be continued. Somewhere in the ocean, a god was running tirelessly, memories of his past flooding his mind as he spotted a killer whale ahead. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the creature's back, riding it with his long light blue beard flowing behind him as he made his way to the kingdom of Atlantis. Location: Atlantis. 2 hours later, the ceremony began, and the sea creatures of Atlantis cheered as the guards arrived. King Neptune, the Roman god of the sea, entered with his 3 sons, Fukaboshi, Raboshi, and Mamboshi, along with their sister, Princess Shirahoshi. They made their way to the ceremony. Fishmen, mermaids, mermen, gods, goddesses, and other sea-connected beings were mingling, some chatting inside King Triton's royal palace. Neptune, I'm glad you could make it. King Triton called from his throne. It seems you haven't changed a bit, Neptune replied, looking at him. A merman approached Princess Shirahoshi, attempting to speak with her, but another figure intervened, grabbing the merman's tail and throwing him to the ground. He stepped on the merman, stating that it was rude to speak to a mermaid without knowing who she was. The one standing over the merman was Leviathan Leiji, the Leviathan student captain, supreme commander, and grandson of Lady Levi, one of the 3 great heroes of the underworld and a member of the 13 Crowns. I'm surprised you showed up without your grandmother or your servants, Fukaboshi remarked. My grandmother couldn't make it, she had an emergency back home, but she allowed me to come here by myself, Leiji explained. Are you here to try to become the next holder of the trident? Fukaboshi asked. Yes, it would honor my family, Leiji replied. I will be the one to hold the trident and make my mother proud, Fukaboshi declared. If any of you could be chosen for the trident, a voice interrupted from behind them. They turned to see Aquarius standing there. Aquarius, I thought you wouldn't come? Leiji said. I didn't want to, but my brother told me about the ceremony to see who will be chosen for my father's trident, Aquarius replied. You aren't the only one, another voice chimed in. They looked to see Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, approaching them. The one who will be chosen to be the next holder of my great-grandfather's trident will be me, another voice declared. They turned to see Julian Solo walking with his saints, who were clad in saint armor. It seems we're all in a competition, Leiji noted. There is no competition. I will be the one to choose who will receive my father's trident, King Triton stated, silencing the room. Everyone fell silent until Triton broke the stillness. As you know, we honor the sacrifice my father made in the Great War to seal himself away and imprison the Apocalypse Beast. But it is time to bestow the trident upon one of you. They looked up as the golden trident descended in front of Triton, and the room filled with awe. Suddenly, a fishhook burst through the glass roof, snatching the trident from inside the palace. You should really consider making this glass indestructible next time, a voice called out. They looked up to see Maui holding his fishhook, with the trident slung over his back. He transformed into a hawk and flew away. Meanwhile, Astro Boy was soaring around the city of Atlantis as Nemuru spread dust throughout the area. As he did, he noticed sea monsters approaching the kingdom of Atlantis. He quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie. Iruma, an army of sea monsters is heading towards Atlantis. Summon the barrier now. I've spread all the dust. Got it. Iruma responded, beginning to chant a spell with the ring of gluttony as the dust glowed a light blue. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the dust, enveloping the entire city of Atlantis. The sea monsters collided with the barrier, unable to breach it. Will that hold them back? Lore asked. That will keep them out until Iruma started, but was interrupted as he felt the walkie-talkie in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out. What is it? Usopp here. We have a problem in China. Usopp exclaimed. What do you mean? Iruma asked. There are a lot of yokai going wild, causing chaos and destruction. Plus, there's a giant fox creature attacking China, and Wukong is fighting her right now. We have a problem too, Iruma said, glancing at Maui, who had just landed and transformed back into his original form, still holding the trident. There's an army of sea monsters trying to attack Atlantis, but I managed to summon the barrier before they could strike, Iruma explained. What is going on? Usopp asked, bewildered. Hey, Laura. Maui began. I think this belongs to you, he said, pulling the trident from his back and handing it to Laura. She cradled the golden trident in her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Are you crying? Iruma asked, concern etched on his face. What does it look like? Laura replied, her voice thick with emotion. Are you remembering your grandfather? Maui inquired gently. Yeah, she whispered. Can you tell us about him? Iruma encouraged. Well, I guess so. Laura began, her thoughts drifting back to the past. To be continued. Chapter End. During the Golden Age, Poseidon was swallowed by Kronos along with his siblings, but his brother Zeus managed to escape thanks to Rhea. For years, they remained trapped within Kronos until they were freed by wine, emerging from his mouth and onto the ground, covered in the liquid. They looked up to see Zeus smiling down at them, which inspired them to rise against Kronos and the Titans in a war known as Titanomachy. Zeus defeated his father and imprisoned the Titans in Tartarus, but he freed the Cyclops, who then crafted 3 powerful weapons as gifts for the 3 brothers. Zeus received the thunderbolt, Hades was given the bident, and Poseidon was bestowed with the golden trident. They drew straws to determine their realms. Zeus became the ruler of the heavens and king of Olympus, Hades took charge of the underworld, and Poseidon ruled over the seas. The 3 brothers accepted their roles with respect and governed the realms that would later become Greece. Years passed, but one day, Zeus noticed Poseidon causing earthquakes and tsunamis in his fury. Realizing his brother needed a companion, Zeus approached Nereus, a former deity, asking him to offer one of his beautiful daughters in marriage to Poseidon. Nereus felt honored to have one of his descendants reign beneath the seas. Poseidon learned that Nereus would grant him a daughter to marry. He set off to meet his future bride, contemplating which of the lovely daughters would become his wife. Among them, one stood out, Amphitrite, the sea goddess. Her hair was as dark as night, and her light blue eyes sparkled like the ocean. What do you want? She asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice as she looked at Poseidon. I choose you to be my wife, he declared with a warm smile. Embarrassed by his boldness, she fled into the ocean's depths. Poseidon searched tirelessly for her, sending sea creatures to find her, but they had no luck. Eventually, with Zeus's help, he learned her whereabouts from her mother, Doris. Poseidon's royal dolphin was sent to persuade her, and after some time, she returned and married him. Delphine, the royal dolphin, was honored by being transformed into a constellation in the cosmos for his service to the god of the seas. Years passed, and they had a son named Triton, along with siblings Rhodos, Benthesicyme, and several half-siblings. However, one event nearly cost Poseidon everything. He faced a fearsome monster named Typhon and was defeated in a fierce battle. He was knocked unconscious until Triton and his siblings revived him. They learned that Zeus had also fallen to Typhon, forcing the Olympians to flee to Egypt. Fortunately, Hermes and Pan managed to save Poseidon, who ultimately defeated Typhon, imprisoning him within a mountain that became a volcano. But tragedy struck again when Poseidon found Amphitrite injured, losing blood. She whispered her last words to him and their children before succumbing to her injuries. Heartbroken, Poseidon was comforted by Triton's bride, who spoke of a seashell that would open. When it did, a baby mermaid emerged, crying. It was Laura, born on the day of her grandmother's passing. Present day. Your grandmother died? Iruma asked softly. It was the day of my birth. I never met her, Laura replied, her voice heavy with sorrow. Man, that's just sad. Maui said, shaking his head. Astro Boy landed nearby, with Nemuru clinging to his back until he touched down. My grandfather lost to a monster just like Zeus. The Olympians returned, but it didn't change anything. He was never the same after Typhon was defeated, Laura explained. Oh, I see. Iruma said, nodding in understanding. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and Usopp emerged. What did I miss? She told us about her grandfather and the day of her birth, Iruma explained. She told you guys too? Usopp asked, surprised. You knew. Maui pressed. Yeah, she shared this story with the others, including me, Usopp replied. I see. Iruma said, contemplating. Come on, let's get to the others, Maui urged. But what about the sea creatures attacking the barrier? Nemuru interjected. What about them? Laura asked. If they break through, they'll harm your father and the others, Nemuru warned. Levi Lagi is with them. If he gets killed, Lady Levi will blame my grandfather, leading to another devil civil war, Iruma added. Can she do that? Usopp asked, concerned. She is one of the 3 great heroes of the underworld and one of the 13 crowns. If she declares war on my grandfather, it would plunge the underworld into chaos, Iruma explained. What about us? Usopp asked, looking worried. She might also want to attack humans and those who are with me, Iruma said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's save them. Astro declared, ready for action. He began to walk away, preparing to activate his rocket boots when Laura called out, Wait! Astro halted and turned to her. Laura still held her grandfather's trident, remembering his smile. Maui, I was supposed to say this at the right time. But I'm sorry. Maui said, his voice sincere. Laura looked at him, curious. It was my fault for getting you banished in the first place. Now I'm going to help you return to Atlantis, Maui promised. You'll do that? Laura asked, hope sparking in her eyes. What are friends for? Maui replied, determination in his voice. Smiles. Laura looks at Astro and says, all right, let's save them. She grabs hold of his back as Astro activates his rocket boots to fly toward Atlantis. Maui transforms into a hawk and follows them. Iruma turns to the others and says, all right, let's stop a giant kitsune. Usopp takes out a magic circle card and uses it to teleport the 3 of them to China. Astro activates his rocket launcher, firing rockets at the sea monsters, clearing a path for Laura to land. When she touches down in the ocean, she emerges holding the trident. Everyone inside the palace sees Laura with the trident as she summons the waves to attack the army of sea monsters. Aquarius, Laura? Theseus, isn't that the mermaid who was banished from this city? Julian, that is your niece. Shirahoshi, that's Laura. Neptune, it seems she is the new holder of the golden trident. King Triton, it seems that way. Smiles. She conjures a tsunami to strike the army of sea monsters, who are unable to evade it and are swept away. King Triton, that's my little girl. To be continued. Chapter end. During the Golden Age, Poseidon holds little Laura with a smile on his face. He sets her down, and they venture into the ocean as he shows her the way of the waves. Poseidon, this is how waves are made. He punches the ocean, creating powerful waves that crash against giant rocks. Laura, wow. Poseidon, your grandmother would always get mad at me when I showed your father and your aunt this attack. Laura, Grandpa, what was Grandma like? Poseidon, she was beautiful and had a kind personality. However, she could sometimes be scary when I did something reckless. Little Laura, oh? Poseidon, anyway, what do you see? Laura gazes at the water and says, I see water. Poseidon, yes, this water is energy that every god and goddess of the seas controls. The ocean has existed for thousands of years since the King of Gods created heaven and earth. Laura, King of Gods? Poseidon, yes. Laura, I thought you were the King of Gods? Poseidon, I'm the King of the seas, but that doesn't stop me from protecting the oceans and their creatures. Laura, oh. Poseidon takes out his golden trident and demonstrates how he controls the waters. Laura, how can I do that? Poseidon, one day you will be given my trident, and you will become the protector of the seas. Laura, but I don't know how. Poseidon, and someday you will. But you must never abuse your power or judge others because of their race, even if they are mortal. If something happens to me, don't forget to help others, and never forget that I will always protect you and this family. My love will always be with you and the family. He says with a smile, tears of joy in his eyes. Laura, I will never forget, never. She hugs him, tears streaming down her face. Poseidon embraces her back, tears still in his eyes. Present day. Laura looks at the ocean, where the bodies of the sea monsters float, still alive, as she holds the golden trident. Suddenly, water splashes out from nowhere, knocking Laura to the ground. She looks up to see a girl with 2 small ponytails and pink eyes, wearing water armor, looking down at her. Shirahoshi, who is that? Levi Leiji, that's Noel Leviathan, one of the pillars of the 7 deadly sins. Noel Leviathan, where is Usopp? She shouts. Laura, what do you want with Usopp? Noel, that's none of your business. The Apocalypse Brigade has plans for him. Laura, who are you? Noel, I'm the Pillar of Envy, Noel Leviathan. Laura, wait, I've heard about you. You're one of the 7 pillars of the 7 deadly sins. Noel, you got that correct. Laura, but was it your last name Silva? She is interrupted as Noel shouts, don't you dare finish that sentence. I'm here to give you a warning. She takes a deep breath and looks at Laura with a serious expression. Noel, the 7 princes of hell aren't happy with what the dragon faction has been doing to ruin their plans. Tell your friends to stay out of it, or there will be consequences. She uses teleportation magic to vanish from Atlantis. Maui arrives with Astro and Ymir. Astro, we were able to defeat the other sea monsters that were trying to harm the fishmen and mermaids outside the barrier. Namuru, and we got a call from Issei. He told us that Yasaka just disappeared when Desert Sand came out of nowhere and teleported her somewhere. But they managed to defeat the Yukai attacking China. Laura remains silent. Maui, what happened? Laura, I think we angered the 7 princes of hell. Maui, what do you mean? Laura, one of the 7 pillars of the 7 deadly sins came here to give me a warning for you and the others. Namuru, what did she say? Before she can respond, the barrier breaks as civilians cheer for Laura. Laura, what's happening? Maui, I think we're about to find out. 30 minutes later, Laura sits on the throne, holding the golden trident in her right hand. The dragon faction and the outcasts stand before her as Triton speaks. Triton, after some consideration, the one who will wield the golden trident is my beloved daughter, Laura. Let's thank the Red Dragon Emperor and his faction for saving Atlantis from destruction. Everyone in the room begins to cheer. Usopp, should we tell them? Issei, no, let's not ruin the moment. Laura, thank you all for understanding. I know I was selfish and wanted to rule this kingdom, but during my banishment, I met friends who taught me the importance of kindness and helping others, regardless of their race. I remember my grandfather sharing stories about the ocean and how we, the races from the seas, must protect it at all costs. There are humans and other races who care about us, and they have stood by me during my exile. I understand it's risky to reveal our existence to humanity, but they now know we are real and not just myths. We must communicate with them, just like other races are planning to do. Historically, humans have harbored hatred toward our kind, leading to violence and enslavement before the fall of the celestial dragons, who were humans pretending to be divine beings. But now, we must shift our focus from selfish desires to helping others. Poseidon once told me never to abuse my power or judge others based on their race, even if they are mortal. Whispers filled the room. That's my granddaughter, a voice said. Everyone turned to see a god with long light blue hair and a beard gazing at Laura. Is that? Neptune began. It can't be. Aquarius added. It's him. Theseus confirmed. Poseidon, Julian Solo stated. The god of the seas, Levi Leiji finished. Long time no see. Poseidon said. Grandpa? Laura replied, astonished. To be continued. After the ceremony concluded and everyone left the royal palace, Laura introduced her grandfather to the dragon faction and the outcasts. Bel and Poseidon discussed Zeus and the Olympian gods, learning about Hera's plans. Poseidon knew Hera was a jealous goddess, especially regarding his brother's infidelities, but he never anticipated she would go so far as to free his father and the Titans. Laura then shared what Noel had told her before she departed, including the troubling news that Yasaka had been kidnapped by an unknown force with special abilities. Issei realized that the West Yokai faction would soon suspect one of the factions was responsible for Yasaka's abduction. Poseidon felt ashamed for not intervening against Hera or the chaos unfolding in the world, so he decided to ally with the dragon faction. They returned to Japan, where they were gifted a mansion near the ocean. Issei named their new home the Dragon Residence. The mansion had ample rooms and a pool in the back with a view of the ocean. The outcasts moved their trailer through the gates and parked in the designated area. Laura remained part of the outcasts while becoming the new ruler of Atlantis, with Poseidon serving as vice-ruler in her absence to ensure her happiness. King Triton, still the ruler of Atlantis, trusted that his daughter would be safe with the dragon faction, especially since he held the trident. Location: unknown. A woman in a black dress, revealing some skin, received a call on her phone and answered it. Ha. So you captured one of the faction leaders. I would have been surprised if you managed to capture that little mermaid, Blackbeard said through the phone. I can't go near water. Remember? She replied. That's because I stole the Suna Suna no Mi from Crocodile while my crew and I were hunting down the Straw Hats and gave it to you. But you didn't mention anything about not going near water before. You just ate it anyway. Latla Mira. Should I remind you that you didn't find the rest of the Straw Hats? Zoro is nowhere to be found, and Usopp is now a member of the Dragon faction. Smart it. Anyway, that scientist wanted their DNA, so I found every member of the Straw Hats except for those two. It's a shame Noelle couldn't help since she is one of the pillars of the 7 deadly sins. But you are also looking for someone, aren't you? Indeed. The descendant of Horus is still out there. Still searching for that bird-headed god? Well, I hate to break it to you, but that ship has sailed. No, I kidnapped Yasaka for a reason. And that is? It's none of your business. You sound just like Crocodile. And for your information, I know who he is. What is his name? I'm not telling you, she said, using her devil fruit ability to create a sharp spear from sand. She threw it at the walls adorned with photos of her victims. What is he doing? Blackbeard asked, puzzled. She remained silent until she spoke again. He has some unfinished business. To be continued. The Holy Council gathered around the table as Sword Maiden took a deep breath and spoke. We have a problem. So you heard about the attack too? Hinata asked. Yes. The Serpent faction was behind the attack, and Yasaka has been kidnapped. The leader of the West Yokai faction? Futaba inquired. How? Sakura exclaimed. We're not sure yet, but she vanished when sand appeared out of nowhere. I believe it was the work of Crocodile since he has the ability to control sand. However, he is locked up in Tartarus security prison. I spoke to him, but he claimed he had nothing to do with Yasaka's kidnapping. Blackbeard stole his devil fruit and gave it to someone else. How is he able to remove devil fruits from their users? Sho asked. I don't know, but he and his crew have been stealing multiple devil fruits to distribute among his pirates. Now, he is giving them to the beings that attacked Orario. Does the world government know about this? Ronaldo asked. Yes. They fear the worst since Blackbeard is one of the 4 emperors of the seas. But I thought one of the 4 emperors was missing? Hinata questioned. That's because Luffy, otherwise known as Joy Boy, is the emperor who is missing. Do you mean Monkey D? Sho asked. Luffy, Garp's grandson? Sword Maiden, yes. Ronaldo, how is that possible? Sword Maiden, he and his crew fought against Blackbeard and his pirates, but they lost in the process. Kirito, what do you think might happen if the East Yokai faction finds out? Sword Maiden, that's why I gathered you all here. We need to discuss what we should do about this situation. Things have already gotten out of control around the world, but if this escalates further into chaos, we may have the factions declaring war on us. Showa, Sword Maiden, we have faced many enemies and supernatural beings, but we never attacked or kidnapped any creature or anyone related to them since they are known to be the strongest beings that no human has ever faced. If something were to happen to them or someone they care about, if they were harmed or taken, their factions would plunge into chaos. They would suspect one of us, but they settled that at a peace conference. However, they would blame humanity if we did anything to create chaos or destruction in their factions. Since Yasaka was one of the faction leaders, there's no telling what could happen next. All I know is The public is in an uproar since the dragon faction revealed the existence of the supernatural, and it has only gotten worse when they found out we knew about their existence without informing them. People have started losing faith and trust in those who kept them safe from anything connected to the supernatural. 20 churches were destroyed after they learned about Kiba and Asia's experiences with the corrupt churches. Protesters are starting to rally against those who are harming these creatures. Riots have been escalating for the police force. Parents have been pulling their children out of schools and academies run by supernatural beings. Poseidon has somehow returned and reunited with his family. Bel and Laura are two of the grandchildren of powerful gods in the Greek pantheon. Bel is the grandson of Zeus, and Laura is the granddaughter of Poseidon. There's one more of the three big that is missing. Fidaba, and who would that be? She sat down in silence, not saying anything else. Scene change. Serzex. Aphrodite, is there any way you could help me make Issei love my sister again? Aphrodite, well, if you're looking for a love potion, you came to the wrong goddess. She said as she settled into her chair. Serzex, I thought you made love potions? Aphrodite, I don't deal with that anymore or make people fall in love. Love shouldn't be about force. Do you remember your sister was pushed into an engagement with that perverted Phoenix? Serzex, yes. It was due to my father and Lord Phoenix's friendship during the Devil Civil War. They agreed to let them marry, but my sister hated him because of his behavior and his peerage. Aphrodite, that was when Issei came and stopped the engagement party, defeating the Phoenix Prince to save your sister. That was true love when she gave him his first kiss. Serzex, I was the one who tricked Riser into accepting the challenge, causing the Phoenix clan to lose the marriage. Rias loved him after that. They were together. Because of me. Aphrodite, exactly. You were the one who brought them together in the first place and had them engaged, but that was before. Serzex, before the raiding game against Sairaorg and his peerage. When he found out the truth. They turned to see Ra, the former chief god of the Egyptian gods and the Egyptian faction, entering the room. Ra, I'm surprised you haven't punished your sister for allowing a fallen angel to trespass on her territory. The descendant of one of the Egyptian goddesses has been captured by the Marines along with the descendant of Kali. However, they managed to escape but are nowhere to be found. Serzex, I wanted to punish her, but I decided to keep my anger in check by telling her peerage to keep an eye on her. And what's the problem with two descendants of gods being out there? Ra, they committed crimes in Orario and broke their laws. She and her Amazons attempted to kidnap Maui but failed. They were defeated by Ehiko and were thought to be dead, but they survived. Rumors have spread that Kumari and Sekhmeti are still out there. There hasn't been any new information about their whereabouts. Serzex, I see. Aphrodite, I'll go make some tea, she said as she got up from her chair and walked to the kitchen. Ra, she has changed. Serzex, indeed. To be continued. Chapter end. Scene change. Location, courthouse. Issei stood in front of the judge, looking up at him. The jury waited for Issei to speak as the audience, including some races familiar with members of the dragon faction, waited, while cameras recorded live for everyone in the world to see. Judge Issei Hayadu, you have been called here to explain yourself for causing uproars and destruction to the entire world by revealing the existence of the supernatural. What do you have to say for this? Issei, we were helping a friend. Judge, which one? Issei, noob. He was fired from being a teacher after those who didn't believe his stories about monsters and demons turned against him. So we decided to show the world what had been hidden from them for all these years. Humanity has believed they didn't exist for centuries, but some have known about their existence since the beginning of time. Judge, I see. You may continue. Issei, I was once one of those who thought they were myths or fairy tales. That was until I was killed by a fallen angel who pretended to be my girlfriend to assassinate me. That was when I joined the Gremory Peerage and faced many enemies. I survived those events. The one broke me. I met a wonderful girl named Asia. She was the kindest girl I ever met. Until I learned about her experience with the corrupt church and how they saw her as a witch because she had a sacred gear called Twilight Healing. She was targeted by Raynare, and I was too late to save her. Her twilight healing was taken from her by my ex-girlfriend, and I watched helplessly as she faded away. Anger surged within me, and I began to blame the God of the Bible for her suffering, unaware that he had perished in the Great War long ago. Perhaps that was why he didn't come to her aid or to those who worshipped him. However, I managed to reclaim her twilight healing by defeating Raynare, fueled by my rage. Rias was able to bring her back to life, reincarnating her as a devil. Kiba had endured a similar fate at the hands of the corrupt church known as the Holy Sword Project. He shared with me the details of the experiments and their sinister purpose. He was the only one who survived and escaped, but he too had died until Rias brought him back to life. Judge, was he also reincarnated as a devil? Issei, yes. The people began to whisper while his friends remained silent. Issei, anyway. I started to fall in love with Rias, and we were engaged but not yet married. I was happy until... He paused, recalling the painful truth about the day Raynare had killed him. Judge, go on ahead. Issei, until... I discovered the truth. Judge, what was the truth? Issei, Rias knew Raynare was trespassing on her territory and allowed her to kill me. Gasps filled the room as everyone processed Issei's revelation. Judge, I see. And is that the reason you left her peerage? Issei, yes, Your Honor. Judge, I have one question. Issei, what is it? Judge, did you know about the chaos happening around the world after your broadcast? Issei, I didn't know until I saw the news. It was meant to make everyone aware of the supernatural, but I didn't expect this to happen. Judge, so you were unaware? Issei, no, Your Honor. Judge, well then, the jury will now decide if you should be released or sent to Tartarus security prison. The members of the jury left the room to deliberate his fate. 20 minutes passed before they returned. Judge, has the jury reached its verdict? Jury member, we have, Your Honor. We find Issei Hayadu not guilty. The dragon faction erupted in cheers, while those who opposed them looked on in shock and anger. Issei's parents, handcuffed and guarded by police officers, were stunned by the jury's decision. The Tokyo police force and Adder's tormentors were equally surprised but remained silent. Those who doubted Noob were left speechless, especially Itsuki-sensei, who dismissed the supernatural as mere plasma phenomena. The pro-heroes stayed quiet, while others who knew the dragon faction wanted to speak but held their tongues. Issei and the dragon faction began to exit the courtroom, facing a throng of reporters eager for answers. Female news reporter, excuse me, Red Dragon Emperor. What is your relationship with Rias? Male news reporter, are you two still together? Issei remained silent as he and his friends walked away. Meanwhile in heaven, Michael, we must ensure the angels don't start falling, Gabriel urged. Raphael, the angels are feeling guilt and sadness ever since chaos erupted around the world. This poses a problem not just for heaven, but for all realms. Michael, I know. I'm trying to figure out how to save the angels from falling while maintaining peace in both the realms and the factions. Gabriel, Adam and Eve are assisting the other archangels in keeping heaven safe from invaders. Michael, good. What about the children? Raphael, they're safe with Jophiel. Michael, and the civilians? Gabriel, they have been evacuated. Before Michael could respond, an angel burst through the gates, shouting, "The angels are falling." The three archangels exchanged worried glances and rushed outside to witness angels plummeting from heaven to the human realm. Michael, we're too late. Back on Earth. Issei and his friends continued walking, ignoring the questions from onlookers. They remained silent after confronting those who had wronged them during the trial. They had been brought to court for the chaos and destruction that had unfolded since their broadcast revealing the supernatural, but they were acquitted without a sentence. Issei suspected the jury consisted of individuals who believed in the supernatural, but he didn't have time to dwell on that. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from above. Looking up, they saw glowing beings descending from the sky, crashing into various locations. Usagi, what are those? Ruma, they are. Issei, angels. Deku, angels? The angels from the Bible? Issei, yes. Noob, they're all falling from heaven. Belt white. Aru, are there female angels? Irma, yes, There are female angels in heaven, including some of the 7 archangels. Ada? Oh? Teo, why are they falling? Nate, I thought angels were supposed to remain in heaven? Whisper, angels don't always stay in heaven, some become fallen angels. Jabanian, how? Whisper, Lucifer was once an archangel before his rebellion against heaven, which led to his fall. Devils are known to be fallen angels, but nowadays, angels can fall if they experience guilt or sadness, which turns their wings from white to black, causing them to plummet from heaven. Kenkichi, I don't understand. Are all of them feeling guilt and sadness? Whisper, it hasn't been like this since the Great War thousands of years ago. This shouldn't be happening now. Noob, and they're not just falling in Japan. He pointed at the TV, where thousands of angels were seen falling into other countries. Usagi, I've never seen so many angels fall. Issei, we must inform the others. To be continued, shouted the driver as he sped through the police station and crashed. Cop 1, it's a whole new level of crazy these days. Cop 2, tell me about it. Scene change. Location, Rio. Bell was running to the spot where he had met Lily, careful not to be spotted by Hera's Romans. He arrived at the location and saw nothing. Bell, Lily? He called out, but only heard the wind. Bell, Lily? Lily, said a voice behind him. He turned to see Lily looking at him. Lilruka Arde. Bell, Lily. I'm so sorry. Lily interrupted him by hugging him tightly. Bell, Lily. Lily, I'm just happy you're back. Belle smiled and hugged her back. Belle, I'm happy to be back too. They broke the hug and began to talk. Belle, what happened here? Lily, ever since you left, Hera has taken over Rio after Freya's death. She has executed many adventurers involved in your suffering. Belle, what? Lily, remember that man who tried to kill me? Belle recalled the man who had attacked her when they first met, abandoning her in the dungeon. Belle, Ged, what about him? Lily, he was also executed. Belle, what about Hestia and the others? Lily, they were disbanded. Belle, what do you mean by that? Lily, Hera disbanded them, including all the god families in this city. Belle, all of them? Lily, yes, except for Demeter and Dionysus. Belle, come on, we're going to the Folkvanger. Lily, Hera's palace. Belle, Lily, it's Hera's palace now, Belle. Belle, oh right, the palace of the Empress of Oreo, the goddess feared by gods and goddesses. Sighs. Belle, I'm going to have a chat with my grandmother. He started walking away, and Lily followed him. Meanwhile, outside of Oreo, a couple of men were pulling ropes as they dragged a wooden horse into Oreo. They moved it through the city while Hera's Romans watched them. One of Hera's Romans said, "Why do I get a weird feeling about this?" Unaware it was the Trojan horse. Back with Belle and Lily. Belle and Lily arrived at Hera's palace. They entered through the gates but were immediately surrounded by Romans. Belle, grandmother. Hera, what a surprise. The goddess emerged from the palace with Romans behind her. Belle, stop acting like you don't know. Why did you disband the god families? Hera, is that any way to talk to your grandmother after all these years? Belle, I didn't know who you were until Aphrodite told me everything about you and the Olympians. Hera, I see. And to answer your question, those god families were in your way of becoming a hero. Belle, what? Meanwhile in the dungeon. Noob, okay, all we need to do is teleport the Titans out from the dungeon and get out of here, as long as we don't encounter any monsters. Usagi, wait, what? Noob, oh, did I forget to mention that the dungeon is filled with monsters and creatures of the underworld? Usagi, pretty sure you left that part out. Noob, all right, stay close. Usagi, why didn't Belle make us go down here? After they informed the others about the angels falling from heaven, Belle figured it was his grandmother's doing and decided to confront her. However, he needed help, so he shared his plan with his friends, and they agreed to assist him, except for going inside the dungeon to teleport the Titans out. They reached the bottom floor and saw the Titans sleeping. Usagi, these are the Titans? Whisper. Noob, it appears so. Whisper. Usagi, what are we supposed to do? Whisper. Noob, we just have to put these seals on them without waking them up. Whisper. Usagi, how can we not wake a Titan? Whisper. Noob, just follow me. Whisper. Back with Bel. Hera, the gods knew about us. And yet they never spoke of us. Freya and Loki's descendant betrayed us and had us banished from this city. They took my throne and exiled me for years. Your grandfather didn't do anything to convince those gods and left me. He abandoned me while I struggled to survive among mortals. That was until I met Momo Yazakura. He helped me with my plans while I assisted him and the Apocalypse Brigade with their goals. However, Freya was in the way, so we planned to eliminate her and her familia. Bel, that explains Blackbeard's attack. He remembered Blackbeard leading an army of humanoid creatures to attack Orario. Yes. After that boy with the hands defeated her, it was my opportunity to reclaim my title. But when I learned that you found Zeus's thunderbolt and Laura was chosen for Poseidon's trident, I had one of the pillars of the 7 deadly sins give you and the others a warning while also searching for that long-nosed friend of yours. Bel, Usopp? Yes, that's him. Bel, then why are you after the throne of Olympus if you are empress here? Hera, it's not the throne I'm after. It's your grandfather. To be continued. Suddenly, a Roman barged in and shouted that the Greeks were attacking. Hera, what? The Greeks emerged from the Trojan horse, attacking and fighting against the Romans with their swords. The people of Orario were teleported out of the city by Issei, who used a new teleportation spell to evacuate everyone. Hera, it seems I have my time with you, but we'll see each other again after I deal with Zeus, she said as she prepared to use teleportation magic to escape with the Titans from the dungeon. Before she could complete the spell, Bel lunged toward her, drawing out his thunderbolt. This caused not only her but also Bel and his friends, including the Greeks and Romans, to be teleported after he tackled her. Magic circles appeared around the Titans as they were teleported out from the dungeon before Noob could place the seals on them. Noob and Usagi were also teleported out from the dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon were also transported along with the giant creatures. Scene change. The principal of the school where Noob worked was addressing reporters questioning the spiritual sightings and rumors about gang attacks. Principal, you may have heard rumors about monsters and demons in the school, and the incident with a gang that destroyed the yokai festival. Well, I can assure you there's no. Before he could finish his sentence, a Titan appeared and crashed into the school, destroying it. He turned around to see the Titan lying on the ruins of the school. Principal, my school, said the principal with a shocked expression. Bel and Hera landed on a bed in the middle of the road, causing them to spring apart in different directions. Bel hit the ground while Hera tumbled through a perfume shop. The Greeks and the Romans landed on the ground, continuing their fierce sword clash. Noob, Usagi, and Lily landed atop a building as the Titans scattered in various directions throughout the city of Japan. They found themselves surrounded by a magical circle before being teleported away. Bel rose to his feet, still gripping his thunderbolt. He noticed Hera emerging from the perfume shop, her eyes filled with frustration. Hera exclaimed, I just showered, and now I'm covered in this strange scent. That's called perfume, goddess, replied the shop owner, her voice trembling slightly.